Coming up on the LCS preview show, we break down the first half of the summer split, reveal the ultimate fantasy sleeper, and get chatty with the pros. Don't touch that browser. The LCS preview show starts right now.
Next is actually going to go low. Finished off by the gold card. It's a triple kill for Froggen. That makes things a lot harder now for Millennium.
TP Quas, 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Quas is going for it.
Oh, the teleport for Quas.
57 minutes in. Burst takes down Complexity.
Onyx going in. Candy Butter out of position. It's a bounce. Beautiful, beautiful play from Millennium.
Contact with a few more kills. The last shot, going for the penta! He gets a penta kill! First play on 6 in the LCS. EG wipes out Curse.
What's up, everybody? Welcome to the LCS preview show. I'm Rivington Bism III, and today we'll be breaking down the biggest surprises and the most titanic disappointments so far this summer.
Yeah, I'm Joshua Jatt Leesman, and happy Canada Day, everybody. I'm also happy to reveal the summer's top fantasy studs and duds heading into the second half of the summer.
All right, but before the teams take their next step towards the regional playoffs in the 2014 World Championship, let's take a look back at Week 6 of the European LCS, starting with the fight between the 10-2 Alliance and the 7-5 Millennium.
Yeah, and this was actually a pretty marquee matchup based on Millennium's surging performance lately, but this play got turned around.
Surging under the turret, headstrong, Froggen kind of feels he can take initiative on this one and actually ends up picking up a few for himself.
Yeah, it almost felt like one of those times where Millennium forgot the Twisted Fate was in the game. Diving onto the turret like that, 3v2 with Froggen MIA, never a good decision.
And usually we've been seeing Froggen with the outplays, but Curb here playing a bit of leapfrog of his own with the distortion.
Watch how the gold card just stopped dead, went back, but then the wild cards missed. Froggen completely outplayed here. The teleport from Kevin coming in to save Curb as well.
Very great play coming out of Millennium. Still trying to go strong, and Alliance seems to bait them into exactly what they want.
Jeez, this was just Alliance having the larger gold lead and saying, Millennium, come at me. Froggen did a spectacular job this fight of zoning Creoton out of the fight, making him completely ineffective.
Forcing that decisive Baron gives them the win. And we're now on to SK versus Roccat. A very high-tier matchup for these guys. Rockat's looking to be on the rise.
SK kind of this consistent machine of a team versus Roccat, who had won 4 straight coming into this one, so it looked early like Roccat might continue. This was a very dangerous dragon, though, Rib. They go low, just taking it.
Very good plays coming in as they grab it. Getting out, though, is not the easiest. Jess is on that KO coming up, helping to pick up. It's just so hard to play against SK when you think you have the lead. Things like this happen.
The late game KO from Jess is giving up the kills to the dragon, allowed him to carry that gold lead into this stuff, and boy, did it get ugly for Roccat.
They were able to continue dominating through this matchup and dominating win for SK despite giving up that first blood.
Yeah.
Really great play. Millennium versus SK, our next game to highlight. JV's Morgana helping to pick up first blood as we enter onto the Rift for this game.
Yeah, and Kog'Maw was the big pick here for Candy Panda. Would he be able to get fed, and would he be able to bypass that weaker early laning phase? Early on, things were going fantastic. SK picking up a really strange extended double kill here.
Yeah, it looks good when you get the first blood, but then things start to turn around a little bit.
Kerp obviously makes so many plays. This time, he's the one on the Twisted Fate, trying to play like Froggen a little bit earlier, getting those kills in the bottom lane, but
sneaky Svenskeren.
Scary.
Coming in, the Acathian surprise as well. SK just really able to pick up these little things that help them catapult themselves through the game.
Yeah, a little bit worried about the Fed Kog'Maw too, with 2 kills, Infinity Edge and a Blade of the Ruin King coming into this one, but he just keeps getting locked down.
Locked down indeed. Kog'Maw, that scary pick because of your escape. Yeah, you can get the damage done when you go down, but not able to pick anything up off of that. Millennium starts to gain some ground.
Yeah, the fed Kog'Maw turned into the Kog'Maw that fed the enemy at this point. Caught X catching him out of position, and Candy Panda didn't have a chance.
And that wasn't the first time. You could see that they had completely coordinated those attacks from the beginning. They were just waiting for the tankiness to get in range. The extended fight showed Millennium was just stronger by this point in the game and completely was wiping out SK.
Yeah, the kicks and the Creoton giving him the win.
Millennium took advantage of that immobility. We're able to take the major team fights. Up next, we are going to have Fnatic and the super hot crew, 7-6 versus 6-7.
Yeah, really haven't seen much success from the Jungle Renkar in the North American or European LCS, and he got caught out early here, which made you think Fnatic would be on the roll. 6 kills to 1 here. Superhawk had other ideas.
That looked like it was it, but Fnatic said, wait, we can re-engage. And Selfie thought the same thing as well. Coming out of the social media big plays, I'm sure everybody remembers this one.
Yeah, and then the double kill with his Q plus static shiv proc right at the end after knocking him up. That evened the game and really just gave him momentum to win. Here's the combo they were trying to pull off the whole game, though.
Glacial Fissure in that last breath, and that really was the last thing Fnatic had to say about it. Look how hard Superhawk Crew is just running through the entire team. A nice exhaust on Peke because they knew that priority target needed to go down.
Yeah, one fed Yasuo at the end of that one. Selfie making a case for himself. He was not a very respected mid laner at the very start of the split, but he's making a name for himself.
Everybody's ramping up every region, even across the pond, but with half of the summer split behind us, let's take a look at how the European table is laid out. Alliance is sitting at the top with a European LCS record of 12 wins and 2 losses. 3 games ahead of SK Gaming and 4 games ahead of 3rd place Millennium. Pretty crazy to think about. Now for more on Alliance's incredible summer split, I'd like to welcome Quickshot to the show. How you doing, Quickshot?
I'm feeling great, Riv. Excited to get the second half of the summer split underway in a super week.
I do love me some Super Week. So now coming into the summer split, you actually predicted that Alliance would win the European LCS. We've chatted about this before, but you didn't say they were going to set the record for the best start in European history. So I can only give you half credit.
Oh, that's not entirely fair, but half credit is enough for half of the split, and I'll accept full credit at the end of the split. But like you've already said, their 12-2 start is the best in European history, and it's actually tied with Curse, Cloud9, and TSM for the best start in the entire LCS. Tabs is playing phenomenally. Froggen is performing like the reigning MVP, and the rest of Alliance have all stepped up their game considerably from spring. They are finally putting up these super results expected of the super team led by the super mid lane, Froggen.
Yeah, speaking of Froggen, Quickshot, the spring split MVP had a record-breaking performance of his own last week against Rocket.
Yeah, that incredible game on Orianna. He ended up setting the record for the fastest 300 creep score in LCS history. His new record of 23 minutes and 23 seconds is more than a minute faster than Xpeke's previous mark. But as impressive as his new LCS record is, it's actually not a personal best for Froggen because during the Season 2 World Championships against the Saigon Jokers, he last hit 300 minions and monsters in just 23 minutes and 10 seconds. It's just another accomplishment in Froggen's legendary League of Legends career.
All right, well, the new king of CS speedruns and his Alliance have been the most dominating team this summer. It's not really that big of a surprise, as your pre-split prediction proves. So seeing as we're halfway through the split, I thought it was the perfect time to ask you which team has been the most pleasant surprise through the first 56 games of the summer.
So the most pleasant surprise for me is probably Millennium. I think they've all leveled up their individual and their team performances, and they've got 8 wins in the first half of the split. Keep in mind they only earned 9 wins in the whole of the spring split. Plus, with their win last week against SK Gaming, Millennium is now only 1 game back from second place. I do want to put an asterisk beside all of the pleasantry, because if you compare the numbers from Millennium's spring split start and this summer's start, you can see that Kerp and crew did okay in the spring split too. But it was their dismal 4-10 performance during the second half that doomed them to relegation. So if Millennium wants to avoid a similar slide during the summer, I believe they need to work on their ability to find success on other team compositions that are not pick composition based, because I do feel a little bit of a one-trick pony.
All right, so while Millennium has been a pleasant surprise, who has been the biggest disappointment for you so far this split?
Okay, so I think I'm going to have to call out 2 teams, starting with Rocket. Because after blasting off to such a spectacular start in the spring split, they have crashed back to earth this summer, and they've done that very hard. Not only have their wins been completely cut in half, but remember, one of those wins was a forfeit by the Wolves, and another was against Gambit, who were playing with subs. So Rocket could realistically have been at 3-11 right now. I just think it's been a disappointment to see overpowering crew simply underperforming this summer. They were definitely one of the most exciting and interesting teams during the last split. And their lackluster showings in summer is just reminding me of the all-Polish team MYM from last year, who also started with a bang, but failed to find the fuel to continually have explosive performances. Now, while Rocket is one of the few teams that are performing bad, I think Fnatic is a bigger disappointment for me. It's not so much their record or their place on the table that's disappointing, it's their inconsistency. One game, Fnatic can look like a dominating force that has won 3 straight European split championships, but then the next week they'll perform like a bottom-tier team. Take example, last week when they played against the Super Hard Crew. They got dismantled, and Super Hard Crew beat them over and over in repeated team fights. So that being said, there is some good news for Fnatic fans. After an incredible start to the spring split, Fnatic went on an epic losing streak before bouncing back to secure their 3rd straight LCS split championship. So this summer, they've got an identical record. They have a better KDA, so no one should be counting them out just yet. It doesn't exactly stop me from counting them as a little bit of a disappointment because of the fact that they're simply not playing at the level that we're expecting from them.
All right, quick shot. So let's move from the subpar to the sublime. Which player would you pick as the midseason MVP if such an award actually existed?
Okay, so I would have to give the hypothetical award to the hypothetical midseason MVP, and for me it would be Tabs from Alliance. Despite winning only his first MVP just last week, Tabs has been the key to Alliance's record-setting start, regardless of which champions or not he is playing. His positioning is great, it's superb. He's got a major impact in just about every single one of Alliance's wins. And besides being the most valuable player on his team, in my opinion, he's got the stats to merit this award. He leads the EU LCS in kills with a total of 74. He's got the highest gold per minute at 414. He's got the 3rd best KDA out of every European player. And he's done all of those stats while only dying 18 times. That is actually the 2nd fewest for any European starter. I think that if Tabs can continue to have as much of an impact for the second half as he's done on the first, Alliance are looking very good at setting a new mark for the best record in European LCS history. But they need to do it in Super Week, and we'll see if they can keep it up.
All right, quick shot. Thanks for the mid-split report card. As far as your mid-split marks go, I'm afraid I am going to have to contact your parents for a conference. I'm sorry. And with that, it's time to welcome the LCS preview show's valedictorian to the program. How's it going, Shocks?
I'm all amped up for Super Week, Riv.
Me too. We just heard what Quickshot had to say about the first half of the summer. When you talked to the players, what were their biggest surprises at the mid-split mark?
Well, Riv, let's start with Alliance's Wicked. The biggest surprise for him is how well Alliance is doing right now. And I quote, "I expected us to be one of the top teams and do well, but we are a lot stronger than I expected." The Super Hot Cruise Impaler, on the other hand, was surprised the most by being able to play in Wembley Arena for LCS London and getting to perform in front of his home crowd audience together with his old Dignitas UK teammate Kasing. Now in the Fnatic camp, Soaz is most surprised with Alliance doing so well in the LCS, whilst Xpeke was caught off guard by SK Gaming becoming and staying a top team. Finally, Roccat support Vander is most surprised at how the NALCS level has risen recently. And I quote, "Last split you had 2, maximum 3 teams fighting for the top spots, and now it's at least 5 teams. Very exciting to watch."
Then I always thought Vander looked smart. Now he's proven it to me. Anyway, on the flip side, what were these guys' biggest disappointments?
Well, the biggest disappointment for Alliance's Wicked were their losses versus Gambit and the Super Hot Crew because they made mistakes in planning for those games, and they definitely prepare better for the games from then on. Now, Rockat's top laner Zazis is disappointed that they haven't been playing as well as they wanted to, and adds, "We've lost matches that we simply should have closed out and won." For Fnatic, it's their own performance up to now. Xpeke refers to not being able to find their form in the current split. And the biggest letdown for Soaz is, and I quote, "us throwing so many games."
And I know Quickshot agrees with Soaz, but like he said, Fnatic was able to bounce back from a similar start to the spring split. Well, all right, Shocks, time for the big award, the Midsummer MVP. Who are the players giving it to?
Well, with Rockat's Zazis chose Millennium's Kerp as his most valuable player up to this point. His reasoning is that it's very hard to pick just one Alliance member because they are all so good, so he goes for Kerp. And the Super Hot Cruise Impaler agreed with Zazis on how hard it is to choose just one member of Alliance, so he capped out and he chose 2, Tabs and Froggen. In the camp of Fnatic, they split their MVP votes amongst member of Alliance as well, Xpeke opting for Tabs and Soaz for Froggen. And now while Wicked also couldn't make up his mind, he's giving the mid-season MVP to Fnatic's duo lane of Reckless and Yellowstar. Because, and I quote, "No matter how Fnatic performs, they can always count on their bottom lane to do well."
All right, just like we can always count on you, Shocks. Thanks for hooking us up again with all the insider information. Have a great week 7. All right, coming up right after today's edition of the LCS Preview Show, the second half of the summer split kicks off with day one of Super Week. Up first, Quick Shot's Summer Bummers take to the Rift, looking to turn their split around as Roccat takes on Fnatic. Then on Wednesday, the day kicks off with a battle between first place Alliance and second place SK Gaming. A win for Alliance would be their third over SK and mean they own the tiebreaker against their closest competitor. Super Week 7 comes to a close for Europe on Thursday with 5 more games, including a battle between the 3-time champs Fnatic and the team that's looking to be first to win the European title while not being named Fnatic. Now, for a look at the summer's biggest fantasy studs and wimpiest duds, let's send it over to Jat.
After 6 weeks of LCS fantasy fun, let's actually take a look at the 5 players who have made their fantasy owners the happiest. And honestly, if you were high on European players heading in the draft, like Deficio was in our Caster Fantasy League, you're probably sitting pretty high in your fantasy league standings right now, as the top 5 scoring pros all played their games from Cologne. One interesting note about the number 1 player, Kerp. He was selected with the 64th pick of fantasy drafts on average. Only Coutard was picked as a lower mid laner in fantasy drafts that were starting. So it proves how fantasy can be a fickle mistress sometimes. Also notice how Froggen and Tabs have made this list, showing how winning games typically leads to pretty good fantasy scores. Let's also take a look at the LCS superstars who went huge in the draft, but then have not performed in the stat column. The biggest summer dud, of course, is Meteos. On average, he was the first jungler and 4th player selected in fantasy drafts, but his 196 points are the 10th highest in the jungle for junglers, meaning he should be probably riding your bench right now. The second dudliest is his teammate Balls. On average, he was the first top laner and the 10th player selected overall, but so far he's only been the 10th best top laner. Diamond is currently 3rd amongst junglers, despite being the 3rd jungler taken on average, while Darien is actually the worst top laner in fantasy straight up. And finally, there is Seraph, who was honestly the 4th most sought after top laner in the draft, but he is 13th amongst top laners in points, meaning that his expectations were a little bit high coming into this season, and fantasy owners will be pretty disappointed, and most of them have already looked elsewhere. But I also want to give a shout out to the fantasy viewer who correctly picked the Week 6 fantasy stud, at Enoch J. Twang, predicted that Wild Turtle would score well this week, and while Wild Turtle did a little better than well, we'll give it properly because he used the hashtag LCS preview and it counts. Now, if you think you got the inside track on which pro will be the fantasy king of Week 7, and you also know how to properly hashtag LCS preview, hit us up at LOL Esports and make the pick. And while we'll have to wait to hear who you think will come up super for Super Week, we don't have to wait to hear what the pros were talking about during Week 6. It's time for this week's edition of Ball Chat.
Taco Storm said he likes your haircut, but I don't know. I don't think it looks too short, honestly. I think it's fine.
Can you get a room, you two, please?
Every single time I see funny things on the preview shit and the video with funny things where they sit here, I always think of things to like do. It was funny.
I have a pool full of Diet Coke and I'm on a diet.
Yeah. Dr. Pepper. I've never had this much gold before basing an LCS here.
Okay, I've got Blade now, my god.
I'm super fit, I have my Merlin gun.
I'm incredibly strong, okay?
Yeah, sure. With the Banshee's Veil, oh my god.
Cork is so fast.
They're ulting Sneaky. Sneaky shit.
Johnny Boy,
go beat the kill!
Whoa, yeah, that guy's got a really good KDA, alright.
I do a lot of damage to the front line, I just can't hit any of them.
I'm gonna arrow here, Oh, I think they're rotating, Go, oh, fuck! What?
Go? Oh my god.
It's fine. YOLO star.
Serve.
Fuck.
Here, the sideline. The Afro link.
Okay, we can push up mid again. We can push up mid
Just do the same thing again. See, we can do that again and again, and eventually we're gonna land a skill and we're gonna kill one, okay? Yeah. And then we win the game.
Good job. I mean, I need to shave. I'm getting a neck beard, dude.
How are you getting a neck beard? You don't even have any beard.
There's
like 3 hairs sticking out.
Exactly. I need to shave those 3 hairs.
Bump it up. Raise your eyebrows. Raise your eyebrows. Raise your eyebrows.
That doesn't have to do with.
Grab your eyebrows. Very easy game. We can win. Wait.
How do we play team fight, guys? Win conditions. Stay close, good plans.
Don't dive down.
Yes, I will.
Dive.
Alright, good luck, guys. I'm out.
Clear calls, good plan. Yes, clear calls, good plan.
Players showing that there is fun and that they also still make mistakes. They're human. It feels good when We know that happened. No. All right, last week the 4.10 patch made its first appearance in the LCS, and thanks to the latest changes, so did a few new champs. Woolite thought out the Frost Archer for the first LCS game on the 4.10 patch, while Doublelift was the first of many North American AD carries that picked Tristana. Then in the final game of Week 6, I Will Dominate energized us with the first Skarner pick of the summer. That makes 64 unique champs picked during our first 6 weeks of the split compared to the 79 at this point of last spring. But while we were a little behind last spring's pace, there was one fan that was ahead of the curve, despite the fact that we didn't even ask for picks last week. At Andres Avian sent one in, and he was right. Andre says, correctly choosing Ashe as the first champ to be picked on 4.10. Well, he didn't say that. We're saying that. That's some focus he had there. Only needed one shot. Made it count, and he nailed it right between the eyes. Now, if you think your champ select can fly as true as Andrew's, then hit us up on Twitter with your pick. Just make sure to hashtag it LCS Preview so we get it. One champ we won't be seeing this week, however, is Rengar. He has been disabled. Last week, we reached an LCS milestone as Team Solo Mid's Bjergsen became the first pro to reach 500 regular season kills in the league. Bjergsen's kills are mixed damage through the 296 of them happening last year in Europe and the 204 taking place this year in North America. This week, Peke and Doublelift look to join Bjergsen in the 500 club and become the first pros to get all 500 regular season kills in one league. A couple more things to keep your eye on. SK Gaming's NIF has 973 assists, and Curse's Special is sitting at 979 heading into Superweek. So after this week, we'll probably have 2 guys hit 1,000 assists for the first time ever. Before we get to a Superweek full of more milestones, let's go back in time 2 days as 8 North American teams accomplished something for only the second time in more than a year and a half of LCS.
Yeah.
This week's 6 highlights get rolling with the fight between 2 classic rivals, Team Solo Mid and CLG.
And they were, before this game, 1-0 against each other on the year. This game might even a thing or two out, actually. And first blood that goes to Doublelift.
Rush Hour doing a great job getting the first kill in the bot lane, but Doublelift seemed to want too much the entire time and was always there to be hooked in by Glebe.
Yeah, not really what you expect from Tristana's mainly, because Doublelift was great in the laning phase, but then poor in team fights, mainly because Glebe had him on lockdown.
And this kind of cascaded as well. The Dragon was taken there by Team Solo Mid. Where's the hook coming from this time? There it is again, on to Doublelift.
Straight from Glebe, followed by the Cocoon, and he gets obliterated. All those 259 minions Doublelift killed were for nothing.
Yeah, like Bjergsen said, if we keep throwing them out, we're eventually going to get someone.
Yeah, TSM really looked strong against CLG.
Coming out super strong in that game. Our next highlight comes from Complexity versus Cloud9, a struggling Complexity versus an inconsistent Cloud9.
Yeah, and early on, probably the first time he went a little bit aggressive on high, Meteos was there. That had to mess with his mindset, and it looked like Cloud9 was on pace to win.
But it seemed like that aggression was in the blood of everybody. Westrice continuously initiating with Shyvana.
Yeah, and you looked at this fight and saw how many things Complexity missed. Shyvana ult hitting no one.
That's true.
Bubba missing his crescendo. The flash, or the jump in by Robertsley as he gets headshot right here. And you look at the end of it and say, wow, Complexity still didn't lose that fight. You knew things were trouble for Cloud9 as soon as Complexity catches a good initiate.
Walking away, limping. Watch this initiation. Another one from Westrice, headstrong into the fight, not even giving C9 a chance to think about it.
Yeah, that was the good initiation, and that really marked the end for Cloud9. 10 minutes later, Complexity walks away with the win.
A very much needed win to help them move up in the standings, and we move on to LMQ versus Team Solo Mid, a highlight reel for more practically.
Yeah, the question here was going to be, can TSM hold the momentum from the COG game and take first if they were able to take down LMQ? First off, the gank from Amazing looked pretty good.
They do get that first blood. Amazing still helping the team with more cataclysms. But here comes more. Starting it off, launched into the fight by Dyrus's ulti, and they just keep reeling them in.
Yeah, great peel by Moore, but I'd say even better play by Xiao to dodge the initiation and then still get off a spectacular combo in the midst of the team fight. And if it wasn't for Wild Turtle being a god, that would have been an inhibitor for LMQ.
Big credit to slowing down LMQ in the end of that play. Another hook here for Moore. Amazing gets caught out. They capitalize.
Pretty much the same move that TSM was trying to pull on CLG earlier in the day. Amazing way ahead of the rest of the team. Could not retreat.
How about 2 more on one of the highest priority targets in the game?
Yeah, pops his Zhonya's. He's thinking, all right, I'm going to flash away. What's that?
No, you're not.
Gets caught once again. LMQ in full control. They went from a 5,000 gold deficit to victory.
Yeah, LMQ coming out very strong in that one. Faltering as well, back and forth, but coming out big there. Curse versus Complexity in our next highlight, and one of the most intense.
Yeah, may as well jump 55 minutes into the game when Curse is trying to jump into the Nexus. They get repelled quite well because of a great shockwave and good defenses by Complexity. And this is where things got a little bit crazy.
With Quas going down, there was so much time on the clocks, but here he's 8 seconds from spawning and then instantly teleports. His Complexity is just chaotic inside the base, not knowing to end or take inhibitors.
They did not have their plan together. They took both inhibitors as they were thinking about ending, and they didn't leave themselves enough time for the retreat. Quas teleported into their base.
With a counter-strike to save himself. 2 shots, counter-striking the Super Minion to keep himself alive, and the Cavalry arrives in a 57-minute matchup to end the game for Curse.
That game, this game that we're seeing, Quas doesn't even die by the end. Pretty exhilarating to win a game like that.
Absolutely amazing play. An amazing way to end that and start off Super Week because of all the teams going 1-1 for only the second time in LCS history. And ironically enough, the second week in a row, the standings look exactly the same as they did heading into Week 6. That means that Counterlogic Gaming, LMQ, and Dignitas are all tied for first place with Cloud9 and TSM 1 game off the pace.
And thanks to their insane win over Complexity, Curse is currently occupying the 6th and final playoff spot, with Complexity and the next generation of geniuses playing much better than their records would indicate.
And with 14 games in each North American team's match history and 14 more to go before the start of the regional playoffs, mathematically it seems like the perfect time to get a mid-split breakdown of the league, starting with the biggest surprises so far this summer.
And as far as surprises go, I agree with Vander. The biggest surprise for me is how competitive the NALCS has become. Not only did we have our second straight week where every team went 1-1, but we have 5 teams within 1 win of first place. And if you compare this summer to the other 3 NALCS splits, you can see there's a drastic difference in the parity of the leagues. Last spring it was TSM, Cloud9, and then everyone else. The summer before that it was Cloud9, XGG, and the rest of them. And way back in the 2013 spring split, it was actually St. Vicious's Curse and Scar's Dignitas ahead of the pack, but still not nearly as much parity. And while the 2 NALCS splits were controlled by a couple dominant teams, this summer has been filled with upsets, comebacks, and the idea that any team can beat any other team on any given weekend. And it's been a very pleasant surprise. On the flip side, though, the biggest disappointment of the summer for me so far has been Cloud9. Now, I'm not disappointed that they've lost nearly as many games in half a split as they had lost in their first year, but the way they've lost the games is the more disappointing part. So far this summer, Cloud9 has had moments where they looked lost, disjointed, and sloppy, while displaying that inconsistency that we've never seen from the 2-time champs. And while it will be unfair to expect the same kind of dominance from Cloud9 that they displayed in their first 2 splits, I don't think it's unfair to expect the 2-time champs to continue to display at least the same level of team coordination we've seen in the past. Instead, Cloud9 has regressed this summer, leading to sloppy games and several losses to teams at the bottom of the standings. But on a positive note, let's talk about my choice for the mid-season most valuable player, who is Counterlogic Gaming's Aphromoo. Now, while he doesn't have the most impressive individual stats, that's not what a most valuable player award is all about, especially from the support position. The MVP is about being the guy who makes the biggest impact on his team while also sitting near the top of the standings. And Aphromoo has done nothing but make big play after big play. And he does it all while making so few mistakes, fewer than any other support in North America. And a year ago, it would have been insane to call Aphromoo the best player in North America, especially considering he'd switched roles from AD carry to support. But halfway through the summer split, that's exactly what we're doing.
Well, congrats, Afro. You got about 3 days to enjoy the midseason MVP before you have to jump back onto the Rift for day 1 of the NALCS Super Week 7. That action kicks off Friday with LMQ taking on Cloud9, a team that's trying to turn their summer frowns upside down.
Then on Saturday, Dignitas looks to beat Team Solomid for the 3rd time this summer and lock down the tiebreaker against the suddenly red-hot Wild Turtle.
And Week 7 of the LCS wraps up on Sunday with Shifter and Dignitas taking on High and Cloud9 in the finale of our 5-game set. And while we're just moments away from a super week of games, we should take a moment to look back at the super plays from Week 6, or as Alltech now has the right to call them, the Penta.
Yep, at number 5, Sneaky gets blown up as he's unable to sneak away from Krepless Morgana.
On Dragon, still alive though.
Whoa, Sneaky
word!
That is the 3rd time this game Krepo has hit a key binding.
And at number 4, it's Wild Turtle with the fancy footwork as he picks up a double
They
kill.
are losing this one. It's pure chaos. Ackerman even jumps in. The Silly flashes forward in the fight. Wild Turtle can put out big damage, but can he to 3 more members? Blade of the Rune King, he gets a double kill. Wild Turtle with the orb walk comes out huge.
They think they've cut Turtle behind, but what an answer here in the duel.
Coming in at number 3, Kurt shows off some fancy tricks of his own as he hops over Froggen.
Oh, that is dangerous news here. Froggen actually going to run with the Ghost. Pops the Destiny as well. Gold card will actually lash down to the backside. Kurt, though, I think may go down. He dives in. Froggen's going to fall. Kevin CP saving Kurt. And Froggen and our cameraman completely confused by that one.
At number 2, it's Cottonex with the quick fingers as he made a pick with the kit.
Another minion wave coming in. Cottonex going in. Candy Butter out of position. Hits and bounce. That is it. Millennium can rush and turn onto this one. Beautiful, beautiful play from Millennium as they turn this game on its head and get themselves another 3 picks.
And the number 1 play in our Penta was Altek's Panic Kill.
They're going to be cleaning this one up. Altek with a few more kills. A triple kill to end out the game at 7-0-4 on his first Jinx play in the North American LCS. The last shot, going for the Penta. He gets a Penta kill! First play on Jinx in the LCS. EG wipes out Curse.
All right, that's it for this week's edition of the LCS Preview Show. But before we send it over to Cologne, let's relive Curse's last hit on the Nexus.
They're losing their Nexus turrets right now.
They're gonna go for it. There's only 12 seconds left on the death timers. This is it.
I have to stop them. 10 seconds.
Complexity is headstrong on trying to defeat Curse right now with the Nexus turrets. They do finally get the inhibitor.
Okay, we can speed them. I'm coming. TP quad. 4 seconds, 3 seconds. Our base.
The
inhibitor
the
teleport
back.
Quas is going for it. He's in the base.
Vinny wants a TP.
I use it already. He doesn't have it.
We're in trouble, yeah. It's might be GG.
Nobody in their right mind can stop Quas.
He's trying to back. I'm trying to cancel the back.
Nobody on Complexity can make it back to base except for Robert.
Oh my god. There's 1. There's 2. Is he on the far one? Oh, wait a minute. No way. That's going to be the damage. One last hit. They stop it. Boy's in. Here's the rest of the team. This is absolutely incredible right now. Another minute passes and the game hasn't ended. Quas is on it. 57 minutes in. Curse takes down Complexity.
I feel ready for Superweek. It's a lot more preparation.
I'm definitely ready. I feel really confident.
Personally, I'm really prepared for Superweek.
We had very tough week, so I hope the Superweek will be easier.
The last couple of Superweeks have not been going that well. We need to practice a lot to be able to get some wins out.
We're practicing as much as we can and hopefully it will be enough.
We need to actually win a lot of games to have the better place in the LCS. Getting a win is really refreshing. I guess we want to feel that again and win the rest of our matches.
Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to Week 7 of the European League of Legends Championship Series. I am Lee D-Man Smith, and I'm joined once again by Martin Deficio-Linger. We are broadcasting to you live from our studios here in Cologne, Germany. We're now halfway through the summer split, and with 16 games ahead in this massive Super Week.
And with each team playing 4 times, the standings could be shaking up as we begin to close in on the playoff. And of course, we look towards the World Championship.
Yeah, they are getting much closer. Before we get into today's games, let's take a quick look at our standings. First up, it is Alliance. They continue to be untouchable, and their 5-game winning streak has them in first place at 12 wins and 2 losses. SK Gaming are still in second place, although they are now 3 games off the pace at 9 and 5.
And Millennium, they continue their run in 3rd place where they have 8 wins and 6 losses. And then we have Fnatic and Subaru now in a tie for 4th place with both 7 wins and 7 losses.
And we've got 5 games coming up today as teams look to change that table. And we'll be starting out with Roccat versus Fnatic, and then it's going to be SK Gaming versus Gambit.
And after that, we have the Copenhagen Wolves who will take on Roccat, followed by Millennium versus Fnatic, and we'll conclude the first day with Alliance going up against the Super Hot Crew.
And we'll be keeping our eyes on these players throughout the week. First up for me, it is Tabs, and you know, we have to give him MVP last week because he had some fantastic performances. He really was excellent all season long as well, and will be the man to keep an eye on as Alliance look to increase their lead at the top of the table.
Then we have Youngbuck. 4.10 as a patch should benefit him with Aurelia and Renekton being top picks here in Europe. And the Wolves, they really need him to play like he did in London to help the team move away from the bottom of the standings.
Next up for me, it is Reckless. Last week we saw Alina, Mina, Kina Reckless going more aggressive. His team needs that right now, and as they sit tied in 4th place, they will be facing Alliance on Thursday and will really need him to be on form for that matchup against Tabs.
Then we have Genja, the mastermind. He had some extra time to research the 4.10 patch, and I expect him to bring out something unexpected this week, which may surprise his opponents and of course us, the casters here. His synergy with Edward has looked great, and they have carried multiple games together already for Gambit this split here. And of course, they're chasing towards the playoff spots. Genja could be the hero they need.
You never know what you're going to get from Genja. Finally, for me, it is Soaz. I feel that the 4.10 patch should suit Soaz the most. We've seen a mix of bruisers and AP top laners, and he can play them all. I want to see how he spent his time adapting this week, and if he has anything new to show the world. So remember, you can find the stats for all of these players, along with much more, over at lolesports.com. That's also where you'll find today's schedule of games. While you're there, weigh in and let us know who you think will win each matchup.
Click the thumbs up next to the team you think will come out on top, and we'll check in before each match to see who you voted for. And to find out how you can join us here in the studio in Cologne to see the European LCS live and in person, just head to the tickets link at the top of the page.
Yeah, we'd also like you to join us on Twitter as well. And today we want to know which European LCS team has the strongest pick and bans and why.
So we have to say Alliance, to be honest. They're the #1 team. We always talk about how they mix up the comps and you never know what they're going to play. Same thing can be said by Super Hot Crew though. They kind of mix up things a little bit. Selfie all of a sudden. Nocturne mid lane.
Well, some teams come out well in pick and bans but just can't perform in the game.
True. I like the Nocturne pick from Subaru. It was a smart idea. It just didn't work for them, of course. But we want to hear from you guys, to send your answers to us at LoL Esports, along with the hashtag LCS, so we can highlight some of your responses later in the show.
Now let's get things started off with our first match of the day as Roccat square off against Fnatic. The head-to-head is currently 2-0 in favor of Fnatic, but the last time these teams met, it was far from plain sailing for them. Roccat pushed them hard throughout the game, with it ending 16-12 in kills and a Baron apiece. Roccat had arguably the toughest schedule last week, facing the top 2 squads with losses to both Alliance and SK Gaming now behind them. They'll be looking to come away with some victories in this Super Week.
But if their last week wasn't hard enough, then their coach, Veggie, actually went out and said, we didn't exactly know how to play on 4.10 yet. We didn't feel confident enough, and now they had a few extra days to practice. But I'm not sure if it's enough for the 4 very important games they have this week, because they definitely want to win some games in the Super Week to move up the standings. One thing we can say for sure is that Roccat as a team, they favor a very slow and safe play style, and they put a lot of focus on blue buffs for Overpower. He's very important in this mid lane here, and they make sure he can always pick up the blue buff and do well in the laning phase. However, one thing they don't do too well is the dragons, because Roccat is a team who wants to force a team fight, win it, and then take the dragon. They don't risk anything, so if they don't get a fight, or if they lose it, they give away the dragon, and more often than not, we've seen them actually lose these fights or just give the dragon for free. Therefore, they are the worst team in the LCS at the moment at getting dragons.
Well, all season long, Fnatic have been consistent, but not in a way they would like. They've won and lost equal amounts of games every week all season long. They will do anything to prevent the Super Week being another 2-2, and honestly, they have actually looked better as a team as the season progressed.
Yeah, they have looked better, and they're middle of the pack now with 7-7, so they're still in a playoff spot, which is where you want to have Fnatic, because we know Fnatic can always and will always deliver once you get to the playoffs here. So as long as they secure a top 6, we should never count them out. And the player who's really stepped up for Fnatic in the last few games has been Source actually up in his top lane here. He had a 3.0 KDA the first few weeks of the LCS, but he's now stepped it up to 5.82 in the last few weeks. And overall, it's been a great improvement. He's gone from being the 5th best top laner, if you look at KDA, to the 2nd best in Europe now. So things are looking better for him. And I just have to give some respect to Reckless for stepping up his gameplay as well, changing his playstyle a little bit. He talked about how he was too passive. Last week on Lucian, 9-0 and 12 against Copenhagen Wolves. Very aggressive performance.
And got some insane stats in solo queue as well at the moment. We've been checking that out. Let's check out the lineup. So for this matchup, on the blue side, it is Roccat. That means in the top lane, it will be Zazas. Jankos is the jungler. Overpower in the mid lane. Selva as the AD carry. And Vanda alongside him in support.
And on the red side, we have Fnatic with Source in the top lane. Cyanide as the jungle. Xpeke in the mid lane, of course, Reckless as the AD carry, and Yellowstar on support.
Well, we are about to begin this game, so let's check your predictions before we get into the game. And picks and bans will be starting in a moment. According to LOLesports.com, Fnatic lead this one by 79%. Expected?
They are the favorites. However, as a team, often they tend to get pretty badly out of pick and ban phase. I mean, we asked the question, who has the best pick and ban phase? For me, Fnatic sometimes end up in a bad situation where they don't have the champions they want to have, or they get counter-picked and therefore lose the game. We've seen it time and time again.
And how does that come about? I mean, is that simply lack of research? I mean, they obviously got Aaron Ayer alongside them now as a coach. Is that going to help improve in the pick and ban phase? I know he was heavily involved back when he was in SK Gaming alongside Ocelot. They used to talk about the pick and bans all the time. It was those two that basically led the field.
So definitely going to help because you have extra set of eyes now. Also, you have someone who researches the other regions and see what do they play, when do they counterpick certain champions, and what do they use to counterpick it. Therefore, Fnatic can use it in their champ select. But still, I'm not sure if they tunnel too hard on certain picks, and therefore often early pick, like we saw Reckless last week, first pick in Twitch. And Subaru Crew just counterpicked it and won the game.
Yeah, they didn't know what to do with it. So here we go, ladies and gentlemen. Pick and bans about to get underway. How will this first game go? Blue side for Roccat, they get the first ban. It is Twitch straight away, taken from Reckless. Kale followed up. No surprises there. Kale being a very strong champion in the last few weeks.
And Roccat banning Morgana as well. Last week they banned Morgana in both their games. And both games against Fnatic last week, Morgana was banned as well. So clearly, Yellowstar has been doing work on Morgana in scrims and also in the past in the LCS, and teams respect it and ban away. But he can play multiple support, so I don't think Fnatic actually worried too much about this Morgana ban.
What do they leave open? Kassadin has been taken away, as well as Twisted Fate. I should also point out that Shen, Rengar, and Nidalee are not available. Yes. They are globally banned right now in League of Legends for the tournament.
Jax is open. Could be a potential first pick for Roccat. We could see a Lucian first pick if they want to get it away from Reckless. Of course, he spammed it in solo queue the last few days here, so he really wants to play Lucian if he gets the chance. Therefore, it could be a potential first pick for Selva, who is an AD carry, where we often talk about how deep is his champion pool actually.
Interesting, they went for the Elise. They feel that obviously that's Jankos' strongest champion. Evelyn and Lee Sin have both been played by Jankos to great success, honestly, over the last few weeks. So, Jax available. Will it get first pick? Do Roccat feel they've been maybe forced into this Jax pick in the top lane?
And the thing about Jax, he's still a very, very strong pick, but he's actually dropped down the list a bit. He's no longer just first pick every single game you have the chance. His early game has been touched a little bit by this patch, and therefore it's harder for him to farm because the sustain on Dawn's Blade and Blade of the King has been nerfed. Still, strong pick.
Honestly, I mean, Zazas has picked that in, but if anybody saw Zion Spartan playing Jax the other week in the North American LCS, they'd be thinking, we must take that away at the start because he was immense on that one. Ziggs and Lucian, though, very quickly locked in for Fnatic.
So we get the Lucian for Reckless. Ziggs, of course, being a very strong pick for Xpeke as well, pretty much throughout the entire split. Also, last split he liked to play it. And overall, when you just lock in Ziggs and Lucian, you already have a very safe comp, you have a lot of wave clear, and you can siege towers really well, and you have strong laners. We need to see if Source up in his top lane wants to play Lulu, or Renekton maybe into this Jax to try and shut down Sasus early on, and make sure he won't get to his late game point.
We'll see whether that gets locked in. Of course, Reckless on Lucian does put Selva in a bit of a bind. And he's kind of the champion he likes to play. I wonder if he's going to fall back to Caitlyn. It has kind of been the counter in Europe. We do see Lee Sin currently hovered over. Roccat is the man there, where it's actually discussion with an admin, so I'm not sure what's going on. It's just simply deciding what champion they're going to pick in. Lulu is potentially going to be the choice. Will it be Overpower that will play that one? It looks like it's going to locked in. It looks like it should be. Yeah.
Should be Lulu mid here for Overpower. A bit of a hard lane for him early. He likes to play Lulu because she brings so much to the team fights. But we talked about it last week, how she's no longer lane bully. After you change to Q, you can no longer get 2 Qs of 1 E on the target. Therefore, she's more of a safe laner. You just want to farm as much as possible. So expect you should have the control of the lane. We need to see if they want to go Caitlyn over Rocket against this Lucian pick from Reckless here. Otherwise, he might just say, I'm perfectly happy. We go 2v2 in this bot lane here, go towards my Bladed Ruin King, and just become very strong.
So interesting one here. Thresh getting picked up for Yellow Star. We've seen Nami almost the fallback and first support that they go towards once Morgana was taken away from him. But it seems Yellow Star is going to favor Thresh. Of course, alongside him will be Evelyn. That's going to be the jungler for Cyanide.
Yeah, so no surprise jungle-wise. And Nami could have been an option here, especially because she provides sustain, which is so big now and so good in this in the early lanes. If this Zyra gets locked in, it's a very good pick against Thresh. Always been, because you do so much poke towards him. You can even put up a plant right in front of him when he tries to hook you, and he just hooks into the plant, and he won't be able to engage with you. So as long as you dodge around the hooks, you can just poke and poke and poke onto Thresh and Lucian, of course. So very strong bottom lane for Rocket here. Not sure if Fnatic want to try and lane swap away from it to make sure Reckless can pick up the farm he wants and get towards his items.
And it'd be interesting to see how these two AD carries do itemize. We've seen Infinity Edge and Static Shift sort of shining through, but it's something that Reckless does not believe in.
Yeah, he's one of the people who, I wouldn't say he hates it, but he dislikes the fact that your mid game is weaker when you build Infinity Edge into Static Shift, because again, you need time to build up, you need your third item, Last Whisper possibly, before you really become strong. And that's where Lucian fits him really well, because he can go Bladed the Ruin King into Ghostblade and just be so strong in the early and the mid-game points, which is what he likes. And again, if you check his match history in solo queue, there's 9 wins in a row on Lucian with the exact same build. Bladed Ruin King, Ghostblade, Infinity Edge every single time.
Wait. Wow. Okay, what is going on here? So as I talked about at the start, though, how he may pull something new out in this top lane. Will it be Ziggs or will it be Orianna up against the Jax?
So I know he played Ziggs yesterday against Maima in solo queue and destroyed him up in his top lane here. And it's going to be very, very hard for Sasus to farm against him, because all the range poke. Of course, you can set up a gank fairly easy with Jax, and Lee Sin coming up, jump in with Jax with your counter-strike to stun the Ziggs, and then Lee Sin comes in. He's very, very squishy, so you can kill him very fast before he can jump away. So we need to see how Swords want to play late. If you just want to push it over and over and over, just trying to deny as much farm from Sasus as possible. But this does leave Fnatic without a real tank. Going into the team fights here, yes, Evelyn will build tanky, but it's not enough. She's not able to make sure people attack her straight up. I mean, the Jax, when he gets Trinity Blade and then tank, you have to kill him in team fights, and he's going to be very tanky, otherwise he's going to kill you. Evelyn is not the same case. She'll be tanky, but she won't be able to kill people one-on-one by herself. Therefore, Fnatic without a real tank here might be something Rocket can take advantage of.
It's going to be a problem when Jax gets going, that's for sure. So, which lineup do you think has the advantage? Tweet hashtag RockWin or hashtag FNCWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll see who you think came out ahead. And it's going to be an interesting one, that's for sure. We thought so as May pulled something out. Cast your mind back. If you're new to League of Legends, or if you think yourself a veteran, go back to Season 1, the World Champions Fnatic. Double AP comps in that top lane. Shushei on Gragas used to be in that top lane, who ironically is now in the meta.
Yep.
But we talked to Soaz, but both you and me, we cornered him in the player lounge. We were like, what are you going to play? What are you going to play? Is there something new? Is it White's going to get pulled out in the top lane? If you look at his match history, you can't garner anything from that. But it is Ziggs in the top lane. So this is the first time we've seen it up there. I think in LCS history, I'm trying to think, cast my mind if anyone's played it in there. I'm pretty sure they haven't.
I think it's the first time.
Yeah, I'm even trying to think if OGN have even played it up there as well.
No. So, exhaust on the Swords in this top lane here. Of course, can be very strong in the one-on-one against Sasus. Still, he needs to be careful, because Rocket might put a lot of focus on trying to gank him, or if Rocket gets a lane swap, I want to see if he's going to run around with Cyanide trying to farm the jungle. Of course, he won't really be able to tank the minions because he's fairly squishy here early on. So he's jungle potential in the 2v1 shouldn't be the best. And therefore, Rocket might look for lane swap now, even though they have a very good bot lane.
I'm interested to see how Rocket's actually set himself up for this one as well. You can see he's got his flask on him as well, so whether he's actually runed specially for it, and then just double check his magic resist, see if he's pulled that out. He's only got 43 magic resist, so standard blues, I think, on him there. Vander, though, going to get caught out potentially. Ooh, flashed out of the death sentence from Yellowstar. That's immediately a pain point, and Cyanide may well focus on that bot line.
At least Fnatic for now going in, putting up some wards, trying to see if they can spot where Rocket is moving and make sure they get Source in this one-on-one with Sauces. Unless they're just looking for him to get the lane swap himself. We need to see if they can spot them out. For now, Reckless is recalling, so it looks like he wants to go towards the top lane.
So will it be a straight up 1v1 at the moment? As you said, he has recalled, he is going top, so it's going to be straight up meta. And that means, of course, that Reckless and Yellowstar are going to be up against Sullivan and Evander. It is, as you mentioned, potentially an advantage for Rocket in the early phases.
Yeah, but now without the flash from Vander, we might see Cyanide coming down early, trying to set something up with the Lantern from Yellowstar. For now, though, they're just looking towards the red, spotted by Xpek and then backing away. And just standard buffs, standard lanes.
Good defensive duties there, though, from Peke, quickly stepping across, saying, yeah, I know you're going to come for this one. I know you want a delayed invade. You're not going to get it. Cyanide quickly warning him out. So, Yanka starts off with the blue buff. Soaz delays those first hits, of course, and this is really going to be a key lane to see how this one works out. Soaz, I expect to be doing that very early on for a lot. Every time Leap Strike's available, jump on Soaz's face.
Yeah, also have the flask for some extra mana regen here, so should be able to jump Source whenever he wants to, as long as he doesn't take too much poke every time he tries to go for a CS, because you see Source just waiting for him every single time. Hit him once, try and land a bomb as well, get him as low as possible, but there's a lot of sustain on this Jax here early on with the flask and potions.
Of course, if he waits for that passive every single 12 seconds, it's going to be coming up as he's got it right now. If he can throw that into Zaz's face rather than a minion, it will do a lot more damage. Bottom lane, let's have a look at these two. They're both just hit level 2, no crazy aggression coming out from the pair. As expected, Fnatic are going to play this one defensively for the start, despite it being the Lucian Thresh combo. There we go, Zazas once again jumps on Soaz's head, counter-strike, leap strike, jump on him. But I tell you what, the return damage from Soaz was pretty good.
Yeah, it's a bit risky for him jumping in every single time, but he needs to try and get some poke onto Source, otherwise he's just going to take so much damage, forced to go back early. You need to use teleport to get back to lane, and there's 240 seconds before he can do it again, so he just needs to pick up as much farm as he can for now, trying to sustain the best possible. And down this bottom lane here, Silva and Vander pushing the lane early on, which is one of the good things about Zyra. You can push a wave very easily. And we also see Yankas early on because he's expecting Cyanide to be down this bottom lane here due to no flash on Vander, so he moves there early, even though there's of course no chance for him to actually get a kill because they're under the tower from the side of Fnatic. So basically just there for counter gank.
Counteracting, seeing if they can keep them away. So talking about this, you talked about this early on. Sullivan and Vander, obviously on Caitlyn and Zyra. What is it that makes them stronger in this early phase? You can see clearly they are. They're pushing both Yellowstar and Reckless back onto their tower. What is it that gives them the advantage in this early power spike?
Well, both of them, first of all, have very long range on their poke, which is the big deal, so they can stand far away, land an auto tag onto Deity Carry. Once he goes for the last hit, you get some poke in your advantage, and Caitlyn, of course, has a net, so she's safe. And at the same time, her Q does a lot of damage early on here. Zyra is the same deal. You put up your plant, long range, no chance for Yellowstar to actually do anything in return, and therefore you get a lot of free poke on the side of Fnatic, where they won't be able to return it back. They have to all in, pretty much onto the side of Rocket, which is very, very risky early on.
Moment, this mid lane, we haven't had a chance to look at those two, Lulu and Oriana. Oh, again, Yazazas jumps onto Soaz, launches himself away with that satchel charge. Jankos maybe having a look up here. If he can get caught out, he has got flash available, and that exhaust again, he gets leaped on. Zazas putting some good damage down. Jankos cannot land that sonic wave. It was flashed out, Soaz though, without flash, that's a danger in that top lane. Ziggs without flash is a problem.
Sana though, moving towards this bottom lane here. Didn't get spotted by anything. Vander still doesn't have flash. Should be able to go in here if Yellowstar lands a hook.
Good counter because they knew that Jankos was in that top lane. They're going to go for Vander. In comes Cyanide around the side. This could well be first blood. Who's going to go? It will be Cyanide that takes it. Puts some damage back on towards Sullivan as well. The passive plant will land on Cyanide. He's taking a fair bit of punishment from Sullivan as he escapes.
For Yellowstar, didn't need to land the hook here. Just flash forward. Flayed instantly onto Vander. Knew as long as I land my flay, he's gonna die no matter what here. So he had to use the flash from the side of Yellowstar, but still picked up a kill. Reckless now conform. Yellowstar might have to go back though because he's fairly low.
Yes, standing on a trap as well, trying to back in the bush. The eyes, of course, giving full vision, and the minions interrupting his back. So, Xaxus in his top lane, 35 CS, has been back, got himself a Doran's Blade, as well, of course, Soaz, who was forced back, goes for the triple Doran's Ring. This is something we've seen Ziggs doing in the mid lane, of course. Overpower, I think it was, that did it last week. And it's something that Soaz has done for many weeks back in spring.
Yeah, so the standard thing for Ziggs still is actually going towards the Fiends, because you need the mana regen. But up in this top lane here, there's no need for Source to build defensive items in the start. Therefore, he might go towards a Morello Normicon and just focus on this lane dominance early. Doran's Ring, just do as much damage as possible in this early laning phase. And then, yeah, go Morello Normicon and just try and spam away on Xaxus. Leaves him fairly squishy, of course, and Xaxus going once again.
He's in trouble here. He's going to get caught out, stunned, and now Xaxus tries to turn it around, but Soaz again responds well, puts a lot of those basic attacks, jump back on him again, and he's continually in trouble. But Soaz is trying to bait this one. Cyanide comes around, not too sure whether it was his spider senses or the fact that Peke had left the mid lane that forced him to back away.
So a lot of damage being traded back and forth. Once again, Cyanide staying around. Jankos doing the exact same thing. They want to try and set something up. Remember, no flash on the side of Source here. And we also, of course, have to remember he could have gone for Fiends, because Jax does do some magic damage. He could have used it, but still, probably not worth it here and just want to go full lane dominance. And possibly a Morello Normicon as first item.
Well, it's going to be an Athenes for both of these mid laners, that's for sure. Peke and Overpower. Currently the votes standing at 81%, increasing from the 79 that you guys have been voting all week. So you guys still feel, despite the fact we see a Ziggs in the top lane and Orianna in mid lane, that Fnatic are still going to take it. Of course, the Fnatic fan base, no doubt, out in force for this one. This first game of Super Week, 16 games, of course, for the European LCS, followed by another 16 from North America on Friday, Saturday, and Sunday. A jam-packed week of action.
Now still only one kill here. Managed to kill Vander in his bottom lane because he had to use the flash at level 1 once Fnatic engaged in, but everything else has been fairly quiet, of course, except for some action in his top lane. They keep jumping back and forth on each other, but his mid lane basically just been a farm fest. And we actually saw this matchup last week where Froggen played Orianna, and where he said there was it a 300 CS by 24 minutes or something, just farmed away the entire game long against Overpower actually on Lulu. This time around, they keep it fairly even in CS.
Yeah, and one thing we didn't really highlight heavily at the start is the fact that obviously Soaz did have to go with that exhaust. You talked about it. But Xaxus, of course, has teleport. So when this Dragon Fight comes around, it could be problematic. But of course, that Mega Inferno Bomb that Ziggs has, his ultimate, can be thrown quite some distance. So he doesn't need to be exactly at the point of field if there was to be a fight from range.
Still also looking late game once Jax becomes really strong and can start split pushing. Fnatic don't have anyone who can go up there and actually hold him one-on-one. So they're going to be forced to group up as a team and look to siege down tower. Jankos going on Cyanide.
Cyanide caught out, kicks him back into Overpower. Overpower actually missed the Glitter Lance, and the Shockwave pulls in there. And now they're going to try and come around. Jankos, though, gets on towards Cyanide. The Ignite should be enough. Or is it? No, Peke gets on towards Jankos. He goes down. Cyanide gets away with the chugging of health pots, I think it was, that made him save the day. And very well reacted from Fnatic once again. Yellowstar coming up the river at a key moment.
Yeah, the fact that Yellowstar joined in with his team here, turned the whole fight around, and they managed to pick up one kill, and Sana just flashing out in the very end. One more hit from Jankos, and he would have died. But he managed to get away here. Fnatic 2-0, looking good in gold. And also Dragon, of course, is still up here. No teams decided to go for it yet, even though it gives more gold here early on. But standard lanes normally means slower Dragons.
Well, bottom tower, nevertheless, goes to Roccat. The pressure from Sullivan and Vander was strong enough. Of course, Reckless had to be a bit more passive because Yellowstar was not there. He had to go and assist in that mid lane. It gave Roccat the advantage, so they do have that 1+ in their side. But currently they're down in gold, but I don't think they're going to worry too much about this one. It is still very, very close between them.
Fnatic really needs to make sure Xaxus doesn't pick up too much farm. We quickly talked about it before the fight here with the teleport, the split pushing potential, and how Fnatic will be forced to go as 5 and siege down towers, because if they send one member up top lane to stop Xaxus or just wave clear, he can just teleport down the other side of the map, join in with his team, and it's 5 versus 4, and therefore should be in favor of Roccat. So it could be very hard for Fnatic late game to deal with him. And they need to shut him down because he's farming really well, keeping even with Source now.
Yeah, keeping even. Meanwhile, down this bottom lane, it is a slight advantage for Reckless. I want to keep talking about this lane. They're now both at level 7. And of course, the item disparity will start to show. We see the BF sword from Sullivan, but of course, Bilgewater Cutlass going in towards that play of the Ring King for Reckless. Who is now stronger at level 7? Well, if Vander's going to be joining, it's definitely Roccat.
Well, so basically, normally when you talk about Vintage and BF sword early, it's a bit like a wave. Because early on the wave goes up, when you get the BF sword you're actually strong, but then you go down in the mid game once you have to complete your Infinity Edge, your static shift, and your third item. Jankos missing the Q, nothing happening there. But then you go a little bit down in the mid lane, or in the mid game, where of course Lucian will go up because of his blade and his Ghost Blade here. But then late game, once again, Caitlyn will go up, outscale the Lucian, and be very, very strong, especially with Infinity Edge and Static Shift as the first few items here. So Silver, at the moment, with the BF sword, should be stronger than Reckless because he didn't complete Blade of Ruin King yet. Once he completed, he will be the stronger for some minutes at least.
That may well be at a key moment. Cyanide still lingering in this bottom lane. He's actually been hanging around for a long time, losing the experience. Jankos, meanwhile, the moment he missed that Sonic Wave, went straight back to his jungle to keep that farm going. Cyanide now doing the same. You know, talking about the late game, everything going on, Orianna in the mid is a pretty late game champion. You're not really going to do much until you have those items. I guess you could say the same for Ziggs as well.
Well, both of them are in the situation where they're strong laners, and then mid-game, they need to farm up to the items and get to the late game point again. So yeah, they work a little bit like Caitlyn. In the case, early on you're strong, mid-game, still need some items, late game, you become very strong once again. So for Xpeke in here in his mid lane, it's all about farming and overpower. He's just a champion who's strong all around, brings a lot of utility, but doesn't have the same carry potential as an Orianna late game, and he needs to be careful.
No flash available, gets pulled in by the Sonic Wave. His wild growth should be enough to save the day. Jankos was there to safeguard if needed, but he just simply shields himself up and walks away. But that ultimate is down, as I mentioned, that flash not available. We'll see where the Cyanide takes another visit. He did use his ultimate there to try and get on towards him, wasn't enough.
And Xpeke actually pulling ahead in CS now. They were even before, but now he's starting to pull ahead, and of course even further by the fact they could force Overpower back to base. Get a few hits on this mid tower as well. Drop it down. If they get it down to about 50%, it's perfect because then later on you can do a fast rotation into the mid lane and just easily take it down. That's also why Yellowstar is joining in now, to just get down to this 50% point, back away.
One thing you talked about with Rocket, of course, having that... Oh, I tell you what, Cyanide caught out here. The kick is available. It doesn't matter. He's going to take the Lantern. Yellowstar saves his bacon once again. The fact that if Zaza's split pushing, he becomes strong. The problem is the Fnatic have very good wave clear. They have a Ziggs in there. They have an Orianna. And, of course, Reckless with the Cullen. They can clear those waves no problem against anyone split pushing.
However, if they're not able to deal with Zaza's ult and just wave clear, then he will slowly, over time, keep taking down the tower. And at some point, he will just dive onto the Ziggs or the Orianna, whoever is defending, and just kill them under the tower. So yeah, your wave clear is going to be nice for extending the game. But if you don't have anyone late game to deal with the Zazas, what's the point? I mean, you have to finish the game early on then.
Something I always love from those Thresh players is they do the fake. They throw the Lantern back and then walk towards the other support. It's like, I've got support, have you? But of course, he's just calling his bluff there. Bit of poker face between Yellowstar and Vander. And again, coming around the side, not going to get caught with the grasping root. These two supports going head-to-head, down, parallel down this riverside. Meanwhile, Reckless still yet to go back and complete that Bilgewater Cutlass. Salavar, he has gone back and got that pickaxe, so he's not too far away from that Infinity Edge.
Oh, once you get Infinity Edge, we need to see if he wants to go for Phantom Dance or Static Shift as the next very important item. I know Kopi was talking about it in the LCS, how you need a crit item. You need to synergize with this Infinity Edge here as your next item. Otherwise, you're simply going to be too weak for such a long time. So we need to see what he decides to build. And also, if Rocket want to put him in his mid lane after this laning phase is over, and he just sits there and farms forever until he has all the items he needs, and then he goes towards the team fights. Reckless did complete his blade now, going towards the Ghost Blade, the second item. So now he's really looking to start. He's looking to make some plays, and he's gonna be very strong in his mid game point.
Also, we have the Athenes completed by both Soaz and Peke, of course, Overpower as well. Trinity Force not quite completed by Zaza's teleport was just used as well. And whether they're going to spot that one out, because Fnatic, they're making a move for Dragon now.
Dragon's still up a bit weird. Zaza's used the teleport, but he wanted to defend the tower, so he had to teleport top here. At least that's what Rocket was thinking. And Fnatic now, you just see Source. He moved from this top lane instantly down towards the Dragon. It's going to be 5 members from Fnatic. They should be able to pick this one up.
And you can just throw that Mega Inferno Bomb into the top lane to stop Zaza's pushing the tower. So it could be a Dragon Fort, but at the moment it's a 4v4 down in that river. There's the Mega Inferno Bomb. That's going to clear out most of that wave. He just leaves that single Siege minion. Meanwhile, he can see Rocket coming back around there. So is going to join him. No teleport available. Zaz having to make tracks down that river. There's the Scrying Orb going down. Vander caught out a little bit by Peke. And Rocket, they're going to have to give up on this one. It's a Dragon. Well fought by Fnatic.
Yeah, so we're pretty late into the game for the first Dragon, which meant Fnatic were tanky enough to just stay at the Dragon. They could even take some poke from Rocket. Wouldn't be an issue. And with 5 members, of course, could take the first dragon here. So because the teleport was used top lane, due to Source pressuring the lane over and over, there was a dragon. Oh, nice hook onto Celavar.
Yellowstar going in for this one on the tower nonetheless. You can see Reckless with him. Reckless burning the flash to get the kill. Beautiful. But he gets it nevertheless, and that's going to be the tower as well for Fnatic.
Well, Syra, no, Vander actually backing away. Sana coming in as well here. She should be the tower. Beautiful setup. Walking straight from Dragon. Just lands to go over the wall. Reckless comes in. Don't even care about the tower. They knew Vander wasn't nearby. A very nice kill here. Blade Rune King was of course used by Reckless. Still, 2v1. I don't think it was the items.
Are they going to come around? Vander's got to be careful. He's got Cyanide coming around. He uses the Stranglethorns. That's a problem. Oh, Yellowstar trying to flash hook there. Not landing it. This time, and now he's in trouble. Flays Jankos back away, but takes a lot of punishment. And there's escape. Cyanide is still waiting on the wings. He's not going to join in though this time around. Roccat have defended that turret nicely.
Yeah, they managed to defend it. Everything was used by Vander here, except for his Ignite. Had to use ult, put up double plants, just clear everything. And of course, Janko was there for backup. We actually do see up in his top lane here, Source decided to build the Fiends. So the standard Ziggs thing, because you need the mana regen. Still, the triple Dorans, simply because you wanted some early lane dominance to try and poke out Sarsus and deny him some farm.
So, as it stands, it's still Roccat with the advantage in turrets, but you can see Fnatic now that 3,000 gold lead. There's the first turret of the game for Fnatic, and it goes in the mid lane. It's an important one as well. Overpower not able to hold that one out. The old lane bully that was Lulu losing out to Peke's Orianna.
Yeah,
and losing out pretty big in terms of farm as well.
Yeah, they were even early on, but then Peke simply just said, you know what, I don't want to deal with this anymore. I'm just going to start out farming you, go to Raves every single time I have the chance, pick up the Rave camp. So of course some of the CS are from the small Raves, which only give 5 gold, but still, it all counts. And we do actually see at this point, just to highlight, bot lane tower is very low for Roccat, top lane tower as well is very low, because Fnatic have been pushing down these lanes over and over again. So they might look to just take one big route on the map, first top tower, go down bot tower, afterwards take it as well and get a big gold power spike.
Roccat looking to maybe tower dive onto Sawaz. He has got exhaust if he needs it. Throws the bomb, bouncing bomb into the bush, realizes that's clear. Now he's going to go straight into the second one, puts the ward down quickly, gets the hell out of there. Not going to stick around for that one, spots those two out. You know, maybe Peke watched last week, saw the first 300 record, maybe thought, maybe can I go for it? We're only 18:20. It's possible. He's up to 240 already.
We'll still go for it, yeah.
It's 23 minutes, 22:50 maybe marker that Zheo collected and started out. Maybe he's going to go for that record. He's starting to take a lot of wraiths.
Yeah, he should go to his wraith now then if he actually wants to stop walking around in this middle lane, not farming.
Doing it. He's going for the enemy wraiths
instead. Pick up these wraiths. Get the small ones at least. No, come on.
He's going more interested in actually overpower, I think, which is probably the right thing to do. He does get the big wraith and the little waif as well. He's going to leave that one for his opposite number, overpower. Meanwhile, Soaz pushed pretty far up the lane here. Soaz is thinking of going for this one. Mines go down. Soaz just happy to back off again. Equal farm between these two. Mega Inferno Bomb going to clear out the wave, make sure his tower is safe for now. Trinity Force was picked up by Xaxus and his teleport is available. Peke, he may go for it, you know. It's 19 minutes, 250. He's going to go for the red buff here. We'll get the red buff as well. It's good steal.
And I wonder if Fnatic wants to group here very, very shortly, simply because Ghostblade is almost completed on Reckless. You already have Death Cap on the side of Peke here, and you can start grouping early and just start pushing down the lanes, apply a lot of pressure. Because I wonder how this Ziggs and Orianna is going to work late game, teamfight-wise. If it's just looking to try and AoE, wombo, combo everything, or they're looking at you to never really straight up teamfight, but just poke as much as possible. And once the target is low from Roccat, they might go for something. I'm not sure how they want to play it exactly, but if they do land the wombo combo, Orianna ult into Ziggs ult here, they will have a lot of AoE damage, of course, with Evelyn as well, putting down her ult in the start.
Well, Peke is getting very close to this one. He's actually getting assistance because Vander keeps throwing down plants, which is giving him a little help. He just went and picked his blue buff as well. He's going to speed himself up. If he
didn't get the ward.
Didn't get the ward, but he's at 270 at 20 minutes. We'll see how this one continues. He's maybe thinking of going for a kill there to keep that record going. Reckless down in this bottom lane on Sullivan, putting the Culling down, putting a lot of damage on towards him. That's going to force him well away from this tower. Jankos is going to try and land that Sonic Wave. Not going to happen. There's the tower for Reckless.
So I got the first tower here. Still need the top tower up in this top lane, where it's down to about 40% HP. So if they quickly move Reckless and maybe Sign up there, they should be able to take the tower fairly easily. Xaxus for now, just been farming as much as possible. Trinity Force will most likely look towards the Blade Drone King, unless he wants some magic resist as the next item, maybe some tankiness, if he's looking to join in for some team fights.
2250, by the way, is the record that Peke is aiming at right now. He's at 283. He's going to get himself another 4 here. He's going to have to go for the enemy rates, I feel.
Go enemy rates.
Get it. But of course, the problem is Dragon is spawning in 20 seconds. That's
Who needs the Dragon? Who needs the Dragon, man? It's all about the record.
287. There's the enemy race. They're going for it. You can see, because Yellow Star's helping him out of the free step of the way. Mega Inferno Bomb again being used in that top lane, clearing out. Peke continuing to chase his record. So has caught out in the top lane now. Mine's going down. He does manage to satchel charge away. Out flash, but Jankos comes in and gets the kill.
Very, very nice setup here. Still, Dragon spawning. Only 2 members from Fnatic at it because it's Peke and Yellowstar running around farming in this mid lane here.
He's 2 CS away from the record, 21-30. I'm pretty sure Peke is going to set a world record here.
Minions coming here.
4 minions in that mid lane. He needs a minion wave. Someone give him minions. The wraiths have spawned off the side. They can see Yellowstar's helping him. This is cheating. Top wave is going down. That's going to be the turret. The Dragon was picked up by Fnatic and are now at 21-50. There it is. Ladies and gentlemen, Peke sets a world record for 300 CS inside. I think it was around about 21:57. I'd have to double check the replay on that one. I'm sure someone can confirm. Everybody out back watching it.
And he didn't even waste some time walking around this mid lane early on, man. Someone else can beat his record. For now though, Fnatic still need to be careful because they just lost the top tower. Sasus managed to pick it up, traded it for the Dragon and a kill onto Jankos, and he is actually building towards the Blade as second item. So once he completes it, he should be able to just jump source and pretty much destroy him in a matter of seconds.
I know we should point out, 260 CS at 22:33 is not bad for Overpower.
Oh no.
But he's just being overshadowed by Peke at the moment, who's on an absolute mission to get this farm on. And this is the problem. He's got 2,600
He's dead again.
gold. He's going to go back. Soaz is in trouble. Counter-Strike comes in. Jankos does not need the kick available. Maybe he will. He's going to come around. He's just going to keep him completely zoned out. And it's another kill. And this is a serious problem starting to develop in this top lane now.
We did see the idea from Fnatic, however. They're moving multiple members to this top lane because they want to get this last outer turret down and then start grouping up and start sieging down the next set of towers here, putting in some deep wards. But it was just a little bit too early. Swords were too far up in the lane. Jankos, no tower of course, could just walk straight up, join in with Sasus and pick up another kill. Sadly for Rocket, 2 kills onto Jankos, 0 onto Sasus for now.
So Reckless and the rest of Fnatic all move into this final outer turret. It is going to fall. I don't think Rocket are going to...
They can take mid-tower though.
They could take mid-tower, and you can see they're actually pinging it, quickly reacting to it. We do see the rest of Fnatic all moving in. Tower will go down. The question is, will they keep pushing?
Well, for now they can actually push, but Source is very far away, so there could be 5 members from Rocket collapsing onto them, forcing a team fight. Source won't be able to join. We need to see if they stay, push it down. They do have a minion wave. Celebar is running, coming all the way from the bot lane to try and join in.
21:52, confirmation of the record as Rocket close in on Fnatic. Death Sentence does not land that ball.
It's a good ball.
Used defensively, catches Zazas nicely, slows him down. Vandal with a good Stranglethorn, grasping root on towards Peke. He quickly gets pulled away, and Fnatic do back off. And while this is all happening, Soaz, he's keeping pressure on the mid lane.
Just pushing down. Overpower is there to clear it out. Fnatic staying in his top lane here. Source now wants a piece of these Wraiths. Everyone wants to kill the Wraiths in this game. Fnatic keeping the pressure up. We need to remember Lucian, Blade Drone King and Ghostblade, so he's very, very strong at this moment, where Caitlyn still needs her second item completed before she can even do anything.
Teleport behind them. Zazas is coming around the backside of Fnatic. He's going to jump in. Counter-Strike is running. A good play from Yellowstar. Keeps him at bay. It does only catch on towards Peke. Peke himself goes out. Shockwave pulls in. Catches back on towards him. Mega Inferno Bomb lashes back on towards him as well. Jankos has to come away. Bouncing bombs rattling onto Rocket, but everybody escapes with their lives. Overpower caught off at the side there. Snow comes in. Yellowstar gets slowed down. Lantern gets thrown out just to keep him safe there. Can he land the death sentence? Not going to happen. Overpower speeds himself up, and not one person goes down.
Should be the tower though. Yeah, Fnatic managed to get the tower here. They disengage. Nice setup by Rocket, teleporting behind Fnatic, jumping in here. But the Wild Growth, it didn't hit anyone because Yellowstar flayed Sasus away, so the Wild Growth missed. He only managed to stun Peke, who then flashed afterwards, and everyone could disengage then from the side of Fnatic here. So beautiful play from Yellowstar, making sure multiple members didn't get knocked up.
And look at that instant reaction. Fnatic take down an inner turret. They're taking all the outers. Rocket, we need vision. Quickly picking up 4 pink wards straight away. Red buff is going to get taken away. Jankos comes in. I think he actually secured it as well. I'm not too sure. I think pretty sure that was his red buff. Smited it away. So Fnatic do not manage to steal that one away. So Fnatic currently, they have the advantage. They have the gold lead, they have the tower lead, and the kill lead. What are Roccat going to do to try and counteract this one? The Dragon will be up inside 2 minutes.
If they can manage to get engaged like they did before here, but doesn't get flayed away, so they land the wild growth comp with Jax jumping in first, they should be able to collapse onto Fnatic and pick up a kill or two, and therefore delay them from pushing down. But Fnatic showed good ability to disengage, and might just group up once again and try and do the same thing where they push down a wave. Source could potentially stay in this mid lane, and they push down the side lane and go towards the next tower here. 2 towers already gone this top side, and they're obviously just looking to use the gold advantage they have to try and pick the right fight. Dragon, 1 minute and 14 seconds, so still some time before it spawns.
Looking at Zaza's build, he is going full nuke mode. He's going to get that Blade of the Rune King next in there, so he's going to be a bit of a problem if he can get onto a target. And that's a big if, because there's a lot of protection coming out. The defensive ball, of course, from Peke, the satchel charge from Sowers to blow someone away, and of course, Reckless is going to be pretty mobile with a Thresh in there. We saw it last time. Yep. Tried to jump in with a counter-strike, quickly got flayed away by Yellowstar.
It's always been the issue for Jax. He's such a strong split pusher and in these 1v1 fights, but in team fights, it's very easy to kite him. Make sure once he jumps towards you, you knock him away, you stun him, you slow him, and then you just walk away from him. And he won't be able to use all his power, all his damage for anything in these fights here. So as long as Fnatic can disengage when Stasus jumps in, they should be able to control him unless he starts split pushing once again and get to his late game point.
We'll see how that power spike works between the two ADs. Salavar has completed that static shiv now. Reckless, of course, got the Yomu's Ghostblade. But also, looking at the two APs of Peke and Soaz, have them death gaps completed. Also avoid staff picked up by Peke. Lots of damage on Fnatic's side. Roccat, of course, they're trying to get that spike out, but they're a little behind in builds right now because of that gold disadvantage they have. And Fnatic are going to try and use that bullying power to take this Dragon. You do see Zaza jumping in there. Wild Growth used way too early. Didn't knock anyone up. And that immediately is a Dragon for Fnatic.
Yeah. If Roccat missed the engage, just Zaza's jumping in, getting the Wild Growth, they will never be able to get onto Fnatic, and they can just kite them for days. So twice now they tried to do it. Twice they missed it. Costed them a tower on this top lane, now cost the Dragon as well. And they have to use ult to disengage from Vander.
Yep, Stranglethorns from Vander to keep them at bay. That may give Fnatic the power to push this mid lane. You can see the waves being picked up by Reckless. He's clearing that one out. The rest of Fnatic are ready and waiting to stave them off the side there. Soaz has got the clearance power to keep this wave clear. Reckless has picked up the back wave, and Roccat are moving into defensive formation.
So they have some decent wave clear. Lulu, Zyra, and of course Caitlyn should be able to keep Fnatic away from the tower at least, but they just need to be very careful they don't get too much poke from the Ziggs, from Reckless of course. Zyra here clear the tower, still takes some damage because Reckless moves in, gets the lantern, few hits, backs away.
Safe tower hits there. He almost got caught by a grasping rip there from Vander. Quickly took the lantern the moment he saw it reeling towards him. Pink Ward giving vision to Roccat actually. Mega and Phenobomb going to clear out that top wave, and Fnatic, they can just keep pushing, and if they can secure both of the blue buffs, it's going to be a problem for Roccat.
We just see how important it is to get the out of turrets out of the way simply, because you can move into the enemy jungle safe. You can put deep wards, you can make sure you can always spot them, you can even get wards deep in the lanes, and you can see them move around into the entrance, into the jungle, and therefore you can just take buffs, you can move over to Dragon, to Baron, and be fairly safe that nobody from Roccat is waiting around, and therefore also just start sieging up, like we see here from Fnatic's side, poking away, blue buff on the Ziggs, non-stop poking now, who comes to Yankers, takes some poke, and this tower is so low, unless Roccat engage onto Fnatic, then it's going to go down.
Well, they're looking to. Overpower was sticking around the side for a long period of time. They're desperate to try and create something. Xasos came in, but quickly the defensive ball from Peke thrown across the side there. You will get slowed if you try and come this way, and immediately they have to disengage. So, middle inner turret going to Fnatic, now 5-3 in their favor. Reckless caught a little bit out of position, going to try and clear that wave out, and you can see Roccat, they're trying to set up for it, but a good ping ward from Fnatic spots them out, spots the danger.
There's a lot of gold on Reckless. He should be able to complete an Infinity Edge by now, unless he gets stopped here by Yankers. Going towards him.
He can kick him towards it. There's the ace in the hole. Kicks him on the wall, actually. That may well not be enough to slow him down. Reckless going to try and get away from this one. Will flash away. He could be safe here. The lantern's going to be available in just a second time. Quickly throws it out. There's the lantern. There's the shockwave. Yankos gets pulled in. And Soaz picks up the kill.
So another kill for Fnatic here. They might look to chase. Expected coming here is very low on mana, however.
Oh, and he's caught out with the grasping root. Vander's going to catch him. That will stop that attack dead in its tracks. And it will just be one. Good attempt by Roccat. They knew they could try and single out that AD champion. Zazas is going to get himself some free time, though, on this inner turret, and he will take this down very quickly.
Should be able to get it here. Fnatic, though, coming into behind him. Are they going towards Vander, or will they actually try and collapse onto Zazas here? Cyanide moving up. Reckless following as well.
Good counter play. Cyanide finds him, catches on towards him, immediately throws down that ultimate. Dodges out the way of the counter strike. Zazas leaps in towards that pink ward that's been in that bush for a long time. Death sentence is a mile off on Zazas there. They will clear out, you got to assume they're going to clear out that pink ward because he just leapt to it. So they will go for that one and clear it away. Roccat now in a precarious position because Baron is a possibility for Fnatic.
So they did manage to get mid tower here, only had to give up the life of Jankos, who of course tried to get a kill onto Reckless, who dashed into the rest of his team. But still managed to get a mid tower. Very important for Rocket to get as much gold as possible. Because they are behind them, because Fnatic are using this very strong mid game
finally
to take all these towers, and they didn't actually
Did they not realize what Zazas had jumped to? Panda actually coming around Yellow Star, trying to keep some vision in and around that Baron area. Roccat are coming in. Jankos very close, actually, going very aggressive, trying to single someone out. And while Peke is not there, he was taking... Was he taking Dragon down the bottom there? No, he wasn't.
No,
That's not
farming the bot lane. Farming the bot lane. Roccat notice it, just move in towards the Baron, trying to see if they can start a fight, but again, they lack some engage. They really do, because the 2 times they tried, denied completely. Zazas never managed to get a stun on knock up onto multiple Fnatic members, and they were able to disengage. Now they're looking for a fight, maybe. Good from Yellow Star once again. Missing, but they're staying around the Baron, trying to bait Roccat to come and face check them.
Yeah, back to vision denial for Fnatic as they clear out all the wards. Well, Roccat not really that interested. They're clearing the mid lane. Now the Baron is going to get started off. Scrying Orb being used by Sullivan. That's going to uncover all of Fnatic. They have the vision for now. They're going to come around the side there. Overpower will get spotted out.
TP
in there. So Jankos has to go in. He gets knocked away. Tries to get in there. The smite doesn't happen. Gets caught out. Does manage to get away safe though. So it's currently a 1-for-0 to Roccat despite the Baron going across. Mega Inferno Bomb landing on Roccat. They have to back away from this one. They're looking to engage. Jumping. Counter-strike. Lands on 5 members. Peke comes in. Shockwave does get himself a kill. And a lantern from Yellowstar pulls him to safety. Now Celabar caught out. He gets singled down. It's Reckless that picks up the kill on that one. The rest of the team back away. And Fnatic are safe.
Perfect coordination by Fnatic here. Once Rocket fell, we can go in once again. We have 5 members alive here. They jump in, expect a flash away, gets a kill, and then just takes the lantern to safety. Beautiful play by Fnatic. Managed to pick up a second kill, and now going towards this mid lane.
Can they push the inhibitor turret? That's the question. 17 seconds before Jankos comes up. Sullivan not there. Wave clear going to be at a premium right now. They're going to push in. It's going to be Yellowstar that will choose to tank this one out. They have the damage. That's going to be an inhibitor turret going down.
We'll at least get the tower. Will they go towards the next one? Still fairly low. Cyanide is very far away, so wise enough playing it safe and backing away. There's a way pushing out this bot lane. They can push into the tower at least, and then go back and shove. We should have quite some gold at this time after the Baron and everything. Let's just see the fight again here. Zazas in the bush, he jumps in, actually managed to land the stun on multiple members here. Peke flashing away, gets the kill, and then just takes the lantern. Yellowstar staying in the back, just throw out the lantern, say, yeah, you know what, I've done my job. Take it. I'm now the MVP.
Well, maybe he is. We'll see how that one works out. He's currently 0-0-5, so been involved in 90% of the kills so far. Another Dragon, 4 out of 4 now for Fnatic.
Bit of a different game from Yellowstar. Last week when he played Fresh, he just landed hook after hook after hook, and everyone was like, oh, fantastic game, setting up so many fights. This game around is more about him actually using the lantern and the flay to make sure Rocket could never pick up kills. We didn't actually see him connect any hooks, or at least very few. This game around. So it's been more he's playing the safe style, the disengage style.
It's a pretty slippery team to grab, to be fair to him. Obviously, Overpower can speed himself up, jump up.
Oh, yeah, by no means saying it's bad. I mean, he's been playing his role pretty well. He's been there to save the team multiple times now.
Yeah, it's a tricky situation. Jankos and Sullivan coming in. Reckless out of position, gets caught out. He's got the Baron buff, but I don't think he's going to save him here. Kicked away, tries to turn it around. Good culling comes out. Ace in the hole will finish the job. And Sullivan gets the kill. The rest of Fnatic, though, they're pushing in the mid. That's an exposed inhibitor.
Rocket needs to recall fast here. Sandler once again, though, was in the base. So Fnatic actually not able to push. Only a few members. Reckless being dead. Sandler comes from the base here. And Rocket were there to defend. So they actually finally get a kill by ganking Reckless in the spot lane here. Much needed kill, especially on the Sullivan. Also picking up red buff, I believe.
Well, it should delay that Baron buffed up team. And looks like it is going to be enough to keep Fnatic away. That Baron, of course, will run off before they get back in here next time around. So Roccat safe for now, but they can see it's a 12,000 gold disadvantage to Roccat. And that is a serious problem, as the rest of Fnatic, well, you can see Peke and Soaz starting to build a giant amount of ability power. Overpower actually keeping in track, but you can see he's a full item behind on Peke right now. That's on his hourglass completed. Meanwhile, the AD carries, we were talking about them at the start of the show. You can see the builds right now. Big advantage for Reckless. Got the Infinity Edge and the Last Whisper in there now, adding into that Ghost Blade and Blade of the Rune King. Meanwhile, full item behind for Selova. And of course, as you can see between them, he's gone for the Static Shift and Last Whisper with the IE.
And this Orianna in the mid lane, because Xpeke managed to pick up so much farm early, he never really had a weak point. He got the death cap very early on, straight into Void Staff, and then he was kind of over his I need to build up towards death cap and Void Staff for my mid-game, somewhat weak point of Orianna. Actually got straight to the late game early on, so there was never a time where Rocket could say, we don't have to fear Orianna, we can tank the damage. Nope. Already from the first team fight, Xpeke would do so much damage and be able to, I wouldn't even say one-shot someone like Celebar.
One thing that does surprise me, because Fnatic actually pushing in right now, is the lack of magic resistance from Roccat. They know they're up against the double AP team, yet only just now are the Negatron cloaks starting to be born.
Well, first of all, they need some offensive items in the start, otherwise they do no damage. I mean, Selva doesn't have a choice. He needs to build towards damage in the start. Sazas was actually building towards split pushing, but because Fnatic grouped so early and started pushing their towers, he was forced to stay with the team, and therefore he's not really been able to use his Trinity Force and Blade to anything. It would have been better for him to go something like Trinity Force into tank, and then try and survive in these fights. Because he was forced to group so early, could never get the split push going, and also delayed his magic resist. They do have the Locket, which gives some magic resist to the team, but it's not enough.
Not enough. We'll see. Guardian Angel going to get picked up by Zaza soon. Still looking to land that big 5-man counter-strike. Everybody stacking up, but nevertheless, Inhibitor goes down, and Fnatic keep their advantage pushed in. Jankos needs to be careful. He's pushed deep in towards his bottom bush. He's waiting. He really wants to kick someone on. Can he land one of those magic moves? He lands onto Soaz, gets to the other side of him, kicks him back across the screen there. Jankos, though, takes all of the culling damage, and Roccat are in trouble now. Vanda's getting taken low. Zaza's picked off. Fnatic just culling their way through this one. That's a double picked up by Reckless and the tower.
Fnatic are so strong at this point. They're so far ahead in gold, and Rocket needed more time. They needed Celebar and Sazas to go to the real late game points before they could start winning these team fights. Fnatic, still 5 members alive, might go for the finish.
They're looking like they're going to go for the game here. They got the minions coming in that mid lane. Super minion is coming in as well. Fnatic going to push on through onto towards this one and start their Super Week off in style. That's going to be one Nexus turret going down. The second will follow. Overpower. Selva caught out. Wow! Just exploded right there. Soaz is the man that comes on and gets the tower, but it was Reckless that got the kill. The Nexus turret will fall, and Fnatic start off their Super Week in great style.
So while they didn't manage to shut down Sazas in late with the Ziggs pick from Soaz, they really managed to group up early and just force Jax into team fights, a point where he doesn't want to be, and then just take towers, again and again and again, poke away. Whenever someone from Rocket tried to engage, they disengaged, turned the fight around, picked up more objectives. I think Fnatic picked up every single dragon in this game here, so they just kept extending the lead. Yes, they didn't shut them down completely in the laning phase, but they didn't have to, because the big game, while grouping, because they got so much farm, especially on Orianna and on Reckless on Lucian, was so strong.
445 farm at the end there by Peke, and let's not forget, 2152, the record for 300 minions taken down by Peke. We'll see, he's throwing the gauntlet out, I feel, and I've noticed, obviously, you can just look at the last 2 weeks that the mid laners have suddenly picked up. We can take Wraiths again, guys. Yeah, we can take Wraiths again. And suddenly everybody's starting to go for this record. We'll see how long it stands. It may well fall. Nevertheless, he did have a bit of help from Yellowstar, that's for sure. True. And of course, the plants from Banda were assisting him on the way. So very well played. Fnatic overall, fantastic performance. Fantasy points ahoy for everyone, I think, in that one, because they just farmed the point fake to victory. It was only 10-4, wasn't a lot of kills overall, but
too much.
They got all the objectives.
So if you have Fnatic as a team, of course, he's going to give a lot of points, because they picked up all these objectives. Towers, you have Fnatic, I can see your big smile here. I have Soaz, who didn't actually pick up more than 1 kill this game. So obviously that doesn't give too much.
Don't be too salty.
He was very good last week, however, and I managed to beat Jet.
You did. You did. He mentioned it in the pre-show as well. I actually didn't mention it. He just said, if like Defisio, you've got a lot of European players.
He got like 284 points, I mean.
Well, it's all about Alliance for you, of course. Fantastic start for Fnatic. Of course, they've gone 2-2 last Super Week. Let's see if they can change that. They've been 1-1 throughout the entire season. But Roccat, once again, going down to Fnatic. Another loss for them. It's going to be a hard Super Week, I feel, for them. Not the best way they wanted to start it. We're going to go over to stage. Shox is standing by with Soaz.
Thank you very much, D-Man. I'm Eefje Shox here, joined on stage by Soaz, who pulled out a top lane Ziggs in the very first game of Super Week. We know you've been working with Aranea recently. Tell us, which mind did this pick come from, and what was the thought process behind it?
Kerp was playing, like, used to play it a bit, but I just tried in scrims and found that it was good. I played it in solo queue before, so I just asked my teammate if they were okay to play with Ziggs, and they said yes. We played it like 2-3 times. It was good. I used to play it with Ignite, so I have more pressure on lane. But since bot lane wanted to go for Ignite and they had Jax, I was like, I'm gonna go more utility Ziggs than Assassin.
Yeah, that was very good of you adjusting to seeing what they went and going for the exhaust. So how did that change the way you played the game? Because you're obviously used to playing with the teleport and putting pressure down on a map like that.
So basically, Ziggs is going to take all the aggro of the jungle, because if the jungle don't come top, I will just punish Jax really hard, since I will just push him at turret and then harass him quite a lot. So this game, since I didn't have Ignite, I had to play a lot more passive than I should have played normally. And yeah, I just try to farm as much as I can and try to not die.
Well, he didn't die all that much, and you guys closed it out. Congratulations. Final question. We've talked about it in the preview show. The couple of seasons before this, you've always been the absolute top laner with those great KDAs all around, and now it doesn't seem to be going that well in the general scope of things. How are you feeling in the meta right now? Because we know you're very vocal about those things.
The meta is actually a lot better than it used to. So yeah, you can play a lot more things, and it's a lot easier to force the 1v1 than before. So you can play a lot more heroes top lane. So I have a lot more fun than before.
Okay, cool. No, you have a lot more fun. Hope we see some crazy picks more. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to recall the base for a quick minute, but when we come back, we're going to be breaking down all the things about this Ziggs play, and SK Gaming takes on Gambit. We'll be right back.
We have to join lobby, boys.
Okay.
But first, let me take a selfie.
They have to back away from this one. They're looking to engage. Jumping, counter-strike, lands on 5 members. Pekka comes in, Shockwave does get himself a kill, and Atlanta from Yellowstar pulls him to safety. Now Selevar calls out, he gets singled down. He really wants to kick someone on. Can he land one of those magic moves? He lands onto Soaz, gets the other side of him, kicks him back across the screen there. Yangoso takes all of the culling damage, and Roccat are in trouble now. Vanda's getting taken low. Sassa's picked off, Fnatic just culling the way through this one.
Welcome back to the European LCS. I'm here with Joe Miller and Trevor Quickshot Henry to break down our last match where Fnatic defeated Roccat and coming in straight first game of Super Week and a Ziggs pick in the top lane. Joe, what did you make of it?
Well, it was a surprise for, I think, everyone. I don't think I'm the only one that was surprised by that. Obviously, they first picked the Ziggs, and we thought, okay, they're just putting priority onto that one. A safe champion for that mid lane, got a bit of everything to work with, and Peke, of course, has played brilliantly before. But then that last pick of the Orianna, and I completely think Roccat were just shocked by that one. They had no idea that Ziggs was going to come in top lane.
Yeah, I completely agree. And one of the reasons that I really like the last pick Orianna to make it a double AP comp is the fact that Roccat had no hard initiation. They had Zyra for peel. Their initiation was a speed-boosted Jax to run in. When you add the zone control, the poke, and the range that an Orianna and a Ziggs offer you, and you add Thresh into the mix with flays and boxes, there was no ways Roccat were ever going to make it to Fnatic if they played it well. And they did, so they won all the team fights.
Yeah, and you're talking about the team fights, but let's take a look at how it came to the fact that Fnatic was stronger in team fights as well, is they just dominated the early game.
Yeah, I really feel like Roccat mechanically are struggling to keep up in all of their lanes. In the top lane, Zaz has kept up with Soaz, which was surprising in the matchup. But Overpower fell behind Peke, who got a new record for 300 CS in the LCS at 21:52. In the bottom lane, Silva, again, falling behind his lane opponent. They were already at a disadvantage going to team fights because they simply didn't have the resources available.
And that's the funny thing, because Roccat, actually, if you look at their statistics, have gone a little bit better when it comes to farming, especially Overpower in the mid lane, from almost at the bottom of mid lane to getting up there into the top 4. And it just shows that it's not really enough against a farm-heavy champion like Orianna, who, all right, apparently Peke, by the way, didn't realize that he was going for a CS record. And we also have to say that Zyra's plants always help out.
Absolutely. It did look like he was going for it, actually. But as you mentioned, not the best team comp to fight from the side of Roccat. Then we saw they tried to go for something special, a flank. We're actually going to watch a replay from maybe a last-ditch effort. We're going to bring that up on the screen right now. They said, we're going to try and flank him and get them that way.
Yeah, you're 100% right. This is Roccat trying to jump on Fnatic. If you look at the minimap, Soaz is nowhere near. He does have a Mega Inferno Bomb from range, which is always going to help, but roll this clip out. And the main thing to just keep note of is how decisive Yellowstar is with the flays, with the box. You know, landing a key death sentence onto Overpower. And the only sort of CC that Roccat have to really lock people down was Stranglethorns, but it was too late from Vanda. And after they throw everything in the kitchen sink at Fnatic, Fnatic shrug it off and turn it around. They chase Roccat down. Now, unfortunately, Fnatic's team comp is a reactive one. So because they blew all of their CC defending themselves, they didn't necessarily have enough to get the kills, but that was a team fight that they did so often, and I'm just blown away at how great Fnatic's control was in that game.
Yeah, and that was the problem with that one as well. We saw how well they can control, even without Soaz in there, even without the bouncing bomb damage. Yeah, he got his ultimate in there, which was kind of the turn around and run point for Roccat once they saw that coming in. There were no kills for Fnatic, but you just saw that even Peke, who they did lock up as one of the only ones that they locked up, they still weren't able to finish him off. And if you can't finish that one guy, the rest of the team is just going to push you back with those ultimates.
Final question. We talked to Soaz just a second ago, and he said it himself. I like this meta a lot more. How key do you think that factor is to Fnatic going forward?
Oh, a massive factor. I mean, you go back to the spring split, their losing streak, Soaz took a lot of the hits personally. He struggled. I think a top lane Ziggs will work against some teams. Had he been punished more or focused more by a more decisive Roccat or Roccat with an engaged support, you may not get away with that same pick. So it's something that can work, but whether or not it'll work in playoffs or something more important is another question altogether.
But that's the thing about Soaz, right? We've already seen that if he's not enjoying how the game is supposed to be played right now, then he doesn't play well. That whole slump that Fnatic had where we saw Soaz, you know, at the end of his tether almost, where it seemed like this is a guy who looks like he could end up, you know, hanging up his mouse and keyboard at any point because he was just not seemingly having fun with the game. I think this the fact that he can play AP Champions top lane and play without teleport here today, which is something he was quite vocal about, that's going to help him, you know, get to the highest level and even progress past that.
I completely agree. I love the analogy of hanging up a mouse and keyboard, though I do think it's a bit weird.
Yeah.
You do
I was going to say
joke.
boots, but I realized it doesn't really make sense.
This has taken a depressing turn. Anyway, thank you very much, guys. We're going to send it back over to D-Man and the Fish Show as the LCS action continues.
Thank you very much, Shocks and guys. That brings us to our next match, which is between SK Gaming and Gambit Gaming. The head-to-head between these teams is currently tied at 1 each, but the last time they met, the game was anything but even. SK dominated the match, ending 18-5 in kills, taking 3 dragons, 10 turrets, and 1 baron, and of course the game inside 30 minutes. It was 25 minutes before Gambit could take their only turret of the game. However, SK Gaming have been quite dominant force that they haven't been the dominant force that they were in the spring split, which honestly was proven last week by their poor performance against Millennium. But they are still clearly the favorites in this matchup.
So they are the favorites, but as you just talked about, the game against Millennium was very uncoordinated from SK Gaming, and it was very weird to see them. The rotations didn't work, and this protect the Candy Panda comp with Zyra and Lulu, protecting Candy Panda in the team fights, it simply didn't work for them. He was caught out of position often by Millennium. He died, and once he was dead, there was no damage on the side of Millennium, and they ended up losing the game. So the comp didn't work, and neither has Svensson actually worked for SK Gaming lately. He's been in a bit of a slump. If you look just at his kill participation, he's actually only part of 66.1% of the kills for SK Gaming, second lowest of junglers in Europe. Normally, Svensson is the guy who sets up everything early game for SK Gaming, the guy who controls, are we going to win this early game or not? But in this split, or at least in the last few weeks, his ganks haven't been as effective, and therefore he's, you know, dropped down a little bit, his kill participation not as high. He needs to step it up again. And yes, SK Gaming, they are still top 2 in Europe, no question asked. But they need to be careful because now Fnatic, who just won, and also Millennium, of course, they're actually coming closer and closer in the standings.
Well, of course, Gambit returned to full strength last week, but they only managed an even 1-1, taking a solid victory over the Super Hot group, but then losing a close match game against the Copenhagen Wolves, despite Genja being 7-2-2.
Talking about Genja and Edward in his bottom lane here, last week they looked great for Gambit. They won the lane every single time around, had great scores here, and really looked strong as a bot lane together. I actually talked with Edward yesterday. He was very confident saying him and Genji together, they are top 2 in Europe at the moment. They can beat any bot lane they want to. And if they manage to do well, the rest of Gambit will look as a strong team as well, because Nick in his mid lane has already shown he can carry games. We know Diamond Proxy is a great jungler as well. My only issue, however, is actually with Darien up in his top lane, because his whole feed to win tactic is actually hurting Gambit quite a lot now. And he has the lowest KDA in the entire LCS, NA and EU together, with 1.27. And his jacks yesterday against Copenhagen Wolves, last week against Copenhagen Wolves, 1-4-2. He had 0 impact on the game here. He's a good top laner, but he needs to buy wards and needs to stop getting ganked so often so he doesn't give up so many kills to the other team.
So we'll see how it works out for Darien.
Just saying.
Of course, SK Gaming hasn't always had the best luck when facing Gambit. Candy Panda thinks that the team is much better than the standings would suggest. While Freddy, he's definitely wary about facing an aggressive Swagster in the top lane.
Against Gambit, we can get a bit unlucky sometimes. We tend to make mistakes versus them, like clumsy mistakes. I don't know why. Even last split, we did some really stupid things against them.
Fuzzies gets the Sonic Wave and takes him down a range. Punts Freddy back in there, and now Freddy's in trouble.
I think we will just try to not make a single mistake in the game, and then we will beat them easily, but that not usually happens, so it's gonna be a hard match for us.
Gambit is not bad. Everyone's underestimating them. Like 2 of their losses are like with the subs at London, so they should be in the middle of the pack.
Darien is pretty interesting to play against because he's pretty much aggressive in every matchup. Last time we played Gambit, Darien played Jax against my Renekton, and he tried to all-in me at level 1. Like, he doesn't care about the matchup, but he always plays aggressive. That's where he gets his fame from though, right?
Just by looking at them losing Alex, it would definitely look like they would go down, but Nick is doing a really good job and they're looking strong.
We will just play as long as we can until we die.
Well, I mean, Freddy pointing out there, the see hero, kill hero still stands very strong for Gambit. They will go aggressive.
Always, and you don't expect it, and all of a sudden you're actually going to die to it. almost happened for Fred in his top lane early game.
Yeah, we'll see how it works out in this game. Let's check out those starting lineups for the two teams. Over on the blue side, it is SK Gaming. That means Freddy122, the Englishman in the top lane, Sven Skern in the jungle. Mid lane, it is Jez's Candy Panda as the AD carry and N-rated in support.
And on the red side, we do have Gambit Gaming. We have Darian in the top lane, Diamond as the jungle, Nick as the mid laner, Genji as the AD carry, and of course Edward on support.
So before the players taunt us by hovering over those champions that they're not going to select, let's check your predictions according to LOLesports.com. You think SK Gaming will take this one 70% of the votes over Gambit. It's such a turnaround, really, the last 2 years I've had on Gambit.
Yeah, so favorites, SK Gaming, yes. But still, remember Gambit was the team who beat Alliance. When everyone was saying Alliance, they were the best team.
They stopped that 7-0 win streak. Yeah.
They picked a very good comp here. I believe Darren was actually playing Kayle top lane. Had a bad start, but then once he got to team fights, he just carried the team and did really well. So Gambit as a team can definitely upset SK Gaming.
Yeah, well, they've already taken them down once this split. Of course, it was the Superweek last time, I believe it was, that they took down SK Gaming. What do we expect them? We just saw some wild picks in that champ select. Soaz pulling out, Ziggs in the top lane. Don't believe that Freddy's one of the players to do that. He'll stick with the bruisers. What will Darian go with maybe? Will he pull something crazy out?
So he's really been loving to play Kayle, Jax, Renekton for both top laners here. Freddy, I expect him, yes, as you said, bruisers of course. Darian though, he might have something new, or Diamond Prox might have something new. I really hope we're going to see Skarner.
Well, we'll see how he goes. He was the original Skarner man. Of course, first ban coming in is Karthus, taking it away from Nick, and actually a laugh and a smile from Gambit Gaming there. Of course, Nick did play that one back in London to great success, honestly. Karthus, a lot of people are saying, is a strong champion right now. Kassadin picked and banned away, taken once again. 91% ban rate for Kassadin, bless him. He still never gets to show. Jess, of course, did get to play that one back in London as well. Rise, final second ban for SK Gaming.
So Rise being banned away, not a pick Gambit have used a lot. Used to, of course, be a very old Gambit pick. He always Rise mid for Alex in this mid lane here.
Darian played it a few times in the spring as well, didn't he?
Darren has played it a few times, yeah. And clearly SK feel they actually have to ban away against Gambit Gaming. So not sure what they were expecting with it, but want to play it safe.
Twisted Fate's quickly becoming the new 100% ban as over the last few weeks.
So I checked the match history for Jesses. I believe the last 15 games in solo queue, Twisted Fate. Every single game. So pretty easy for Gambit to scout it and just say, you know what, I don't think you're going to play this Twisted Fate. You clearly practiced it a lot the last few days. Nope.
Well, you could say the same for Diamond the last 15 games. Rengar. Lucian has been banned out. We haven't seen Lucian banned for a while. There is the KO ban. Gambit actually taking that one away. Don't want to let Jezza through. So heavily focused on the mid lane here from both teams.
Yeah, and actually was the thing happening to Jessis last week, and he early picked Lulu for mid lane. If SK Gaming locks in this Orianna, they're doing the same thing again. As long as there's mid lane bans towards them, they want to make sure Jessis can get a comfort pick, and therefore he might even early pick it.
Well, Orianna being hovered over, but you saw Jessis shaking his head. I don't know whether that was because he didn't want to play Ziggs or not, but maybe he's going to chase Peke's record. I did just tell him about it in the back, and he was like, yeah, I reckon maybe I could go for that one. We'll see how it works out for him. So, Gambit now, they have a lot of options. Jax is available. We just saw it didn't work out in the last match.
Renekton for this top lane. Could see Caitlyn early on for Genji, of course. Thresh is open for Edward. Gragas could even be a possibility for him. And mid lane wise, Ziggs could be the option for Nick here. We're not sure what he wants to play. He used to play a lot of Nidalee. Of course, she's now disabled due to the rework and everything. So it could just be a safe mid lane like Ziggs.
Maybe Darian's going to play Ziggs.
I don't think so. Or maybe. I mean,
you never know. You never know. Well, Nick looks like he may be getting that Ziggs. We'll see. We'll see. We don't know where it's going to go, but it looks like Diamond has fallen back to a tried and trusted champion for Evelynn. 8 seconds to go to select locked it in. There it is.
So Evelynn, even though Lee Sin is actually open, most teams take Lee Sin and Elise above Evelynn here. So I think SK Gaming are going to be fairly happy locking in either Elise or Lee Sin now for Svenskeren next time. They don't actually have to do it. They can just pick the bot lane here. And with Lucian being banned away, Caitlyn comes in as such a strong pick, such a strong laner as well. I'm not sure what Gambit is going to pick against it to lane, or if the Gambit is just now going to look for the lane swap.
And alongside him, Morgana has been a heavily banned support, but he has got through this time around and rated happy to lock that one in.
So Morgana, of course, binding, max range or max rank, you're just going to lock down a target for such a long time. It's very easy. once you land the binding to collapse onto the target, especially with the likes of Orianna. Just put the ball next to the binding, boom, instant kill the target, if it's a squishy of course. And with Caitlyn, you just provide even more safety. First in the laning phase, in the mid game afterwards where you need to farm as Caitlyn and get you a late game point, and once you're in the late game, you have a black shield, you have your net, and you have your long range. It's going to be very, very hard for Gambit to actually kill Candy Panda then.
So, Gambit, what are they going to do? What will their duo lane pairing be? Will it be Twitch? We haven't seen Genja playing that one too much in the LCS, but with Lucian taken away, it kind of makes him fall back to other options. Could be a classic lane matchup from Gambit here, along with Sona for Eddie.
I actually really like Sona here in 4.10 because sustain is so important with the life steal. All the life steal items have been reduced, you know, so Sona comes in here, provides a lot of sustain in the laning phase, a lot of poke, so it's a very, very strong laning support. Also against the likes of Morgana, because Morgana won't really be able to do anything against you unless she lands a binding, and then the jungler comes in, where Sona, of course, is a very squishy and immobile target. So generally, when you play Sona, there's a big sign on your back saying, please, come gank me and kill me, because I can't do anything.
Well, we see that Lee Sin has been picked up by Svenskeren, and again, Aatrox for Freddy in that top lane. Happy with that one, despite Renekton being available. Jax is still out there, Renekton's still out there. What is Darien going to aim towards? We'll find out in a second.
So I'm going to say Jax or Renekton as the two options. Didn't expect Darius. Didn't log it in yet though. It's Edward, he likes to troll around. Normally there's a Teemo as well.
It's a champion he played back in the summer 2013, I think the spring as well, and he was one of the few, I'm pretty sure he was one of the ones that started off the Darius craze in that top lane.
Well, against an Aatrox. I mean, Aatrox is very strong in the laning phase. Has a lot of built-in sustain. Of course, he's passive. Late game, however, Aatrox becomes more of a, I'm just gonna resurrect a few times. I'm just gonna be a tank, jump in your face. I have my passive, got an angel. You have to kill me over and over. So Jax, again, strong laning phase for Aatrox. Jax just needs to farm as much as possible, but then late game, everything switches around and Jax becomes the monster. Aatrox becomes the kill me multiple times.
We saw actually Freddy beating Renekton as well on that Aatrox last week. So how do we gauge these two teams? Bit of a difference, and Gambit actually, if you were to look at this back in 4.9, would have the ultimate team right there, I feel. SK Gaming may be moving with the times.
So first of all, we need to see how Gambit wants to do the early game. If they want to do 2v2 down this bottom lane against Caitlyn, because they have Sona as a very strong support in the laning phase. And then when it comes to team fights here, if Darien is split pushing, you have 4 members now with a lot of AoE damage together. Sona ultimate, you have the Ratatatat from Genja, of course Zex doing AoE damage all around the table, and Evelyn to start everything off here. So if SK Gaming gets, you know, caught out of position, if they're too grouped, and Evelyn lands a good crescendo or Diamondbox starts the fight, they can die very, very fast to this Gambit lineup here, and of course Darien would be able to join in as well. So a lot of wombo combo here for them, but also some pick potential with, of course, split pushing Jackson. Twitch sneaking around. Well,
with the wombo combo comes the pressure to actually land it and make it work. So now that the picks and packs and bans are in, do you still think SK will win this one? Tweet hashtag SK win or hashtag Gambit win. That's GMB win, remember, to @LOL Esports, and we'll see how you feel about their chances with these champions. 70% for SK Gaming previously. We'll see whether you guys stick to that one now that Eddie's back on Sona.
I feel like SK Gaming, they have such a safe combo. I mean, all the lanes are strong. Aatrox is good in the lane. Orianna is very good in the lane. We keep talking about it. Of course, Caitlyn, long range, good poker early on. Strong laning phase as well. So all your lanes are actually very strong. And your teamfight potential with in the late game with Caitlyn, with Orianna, with the Black Shield from Morgana. Everything should collide. Fit together nicely for SK if they do get to this late game point, but Gambit might look to punish them in the mid game.
Well, of course, SK under pressure. Millennium are chasing them hard in the league. This is definitely a win they need. But Gambit themselves, they were down in 7th position, and as we heard Freddy talking about, you know, their position doesn't really match actually how good Gambit is. If you look at them as a team, as the 4 members, you've only changed out Alex Ich in that team. This is still the team that took it. They came 3rd place in Season 2 World Championships. They managed to get to well, obviously they weren't as a team before Season 1, but the team, since they've been around, they got to Season 2, Season 3 World Championships. One of the few teams that have actually done that, stuck around and managed to compete at the top. They've got a lot of Intel Extreme Masters victories in their pockets. They're the most of any European and North American team, by the way. So they are probably arguably, after Fnatic, the most successful European team. They just have, of course, having a few problems right now. They're going to have a remake of the game, pick and bans, just going to be quickly swept through. Not too sure exactly what it was, but they're going to redo the game, which means we're going to have to rejoin it as well. So, overall, pick and bans coming in. History aside, SK Gaming, of course, are one of the teams to beat. I say, obviously, Alliance are the team to beat right now. Alliance are going to be sat watching this one. They've seen, of course, Fnatic pulling out something new. Wicked's not really a player to be able to adapt to an AP top laner. He's got to stick to the bruisers. And maybe we're also seeing that with the likes of Freddy and maybe Darian in the top there, because this is the difference, you know, the fact that AP champions, a lot of teams have tried it back in the spring. Didn't really work out. Obviously, they're not going with it this time around, but is it something we can see developing as the weeks go by? Of course, we've seen a lot of Gragas starting to make an appearance over in Korea and North America. We haven't seen it back in the top. Well, we saw Kevin do it back in the spring, and everyone was like, you're crazy! But now suddenly everybody's doing it.
Yeah, it was the full tank Gragas he used at the time. But so AP champions, of course, are strong in his top lane here, mainly actually because if you look at Gragas, if you look at Kayle, and especially Lulu, even though you fall behind on these champions, you still bring a lot of utility to the table. We don't see these high or hard carry top laners, AP-wise. You don't see, like we did go 1 year back to the Summer Split, where we of course had teams like Lemon Dogs, where they used to play a lot of Lissandra top lane, which then would go into team fights, explode a target. We don't see these kind of top laners or AP top laners. We see more the safe one, the utility ones. Then, of course, you have Kayle, who goes late game and destroys everyone. But even if Kayle falls behind, you still have intervention, and you have your heal, so you're still a very, very strong champion, which seems to be the thing for AP top laners at the moment. Bring a lot of utility, good laners, and you have to be safe. Where with the bruisers, we see a lot of self-sustaining bruisers now. Renekton, Aatrox. We even saw Lee Sin top lane in NA. And then, of course, we have Jax, just because he is so good if he gets to his late game point, even though he doesn't have any sustain.
So what is it that's forced this whole change in the top lane? Is it simply the itemization changes? Of course, Doran's Blade was lowered 1% down to 2% now in lifesteal. The shield can also just be picked up, and it's a standard item, but what is it that's created suddenly this ability power champions to be able to be used in this top lane?
Well, first of all, again, the utility they bring to the table, and the fact they can lane so well against these bruisers. Simplement, once we had we played Trundle, Shyvana, Renekton every single game, people were like, okay, what can we pick against it? Who can lane against it? Who can then do well in team fights? Suddenly Lulu came into the picture. Suddenly Kayle came into the picture, who could lane really well against the likes of Shyvana and Trundle because they could never get to them. They could just poke, farm, get to team fights, and kite them around. So therefore, it starts up. And we might see some new counter picks come up because now people are saying, okay, what can we play against Kayle? What can we play against Lulu? Find a new counter and then pick it into it, and suddenly the meta will switch around again.
I wonder if we'll suddenly see AD champions suddenly appearing in the top lane. Ezreal top. Who knows?
I mean, who knows?
We'll see how it goes, ladies and gentlemen. Game 2 about to get underway in Super Week. 5 games today, 16 games overall in Super Week. And then, of course, this is just for Europe, North America. Will follow starting out on Friday. So, SK as the blue, Gambit as the red. And we'll see whether anyone goes for an invade. Gambit, of course, as the blue team, generally go for a bit of an invade. But as the red, they are often passive. We'll see whether SK choose to go for something themselves.
So now they're both teams just scouting as nicely as possible here. And just another point about the top lane thing. The fact that the tanks actually been nerfed, with Randy and Zoman being nerfed again, ups the value of these AP champions who doesn't need these tank items because they bring utility from just basically their abilities. And therefore they also get stronger once again. So if you nerf some tanks, suddenly something else rises up. If you make the Dragon better early game, if you make TP 40 seconds longer in the laning phase as well, suddenly Renekton comes back into the picture, being a very strong one-on-one laner because he has pretty much so much base damage early on. Every time there's some changes, something new pops up. We just saw Ziggs top laner.
I think you are just basically giving a solid reason as to why it's so hard to balance games with 100+ champions.
Yes.
That the game balance team, of course, have. Right now, though, Gambit doesn't look like, or will it be, a late invade? It will be certainly a lane switch up, that's for sure. We can see it's going to be potentially a buddy system, I feel. I think Darian's going to be joining Diamond in that jungle.
I think this is a good idea by Gambit. Make sure Darian can pick up some farm in the jungle with Diamond and possibly go down to this bot lane once the tower is gone and just try and freeze the lane as long as possible with his teleport and just farm away so he dodges around this tricky Aatrox lane early, and at the same time you don't have Twitch against Caitlyn, so you make sure now Ginja can farm, because we talked about it, last game how the item changes for AD carries. If you get an early BF sword on Caitlyn, and then you get a Cutlass on the side of Twitch, well, Caitlyn is going to be a lot stronger in the laning phase then. There's nothing Genja can really do once or before he completes the play of the Drunk King. So, of course, lane swap going to benefit him.
Some really impressive poke there from Fred Edward in that top lane. Fredwood, I was about to say. Maybe Jedwood would be more of a UK thing. I'm not sure. Well, an Irish thing. I don't think we're going to claim that one. Freddy in that top lane. If you're not sure what the hell I'm on about, just Google Jedwood and you could laugh at these two stupid Irish people. Darian and Diamond, they are the buddy system in the jungle. It is going to be red buff for Diamond, of course. Darian just tagging along for the experience. Freddy was trying to do the same. He had a little peek towards the top and went, yeah, this is not going to work. I'm going to rejoin you back in the jungle. So let's go.
So it's the thing Freddy always does in lane swap. He will go top lane at first, try and get some XP, try and get at least a little bit of farm, and then he joins in with Svensson later on. This time he was forced to do it early because Edward poked him a lot. Now, multiple members moving into the jungle here of SK Gaming.
Well, there's nothing to steal. They're going to go for the white instead, so they're making sure they get everything taken away from them. At the moment, Darian, Freddy's going to come around here. He's going to find them, actually. Will he go to the left-hand side? He doesn't see them. He's going to see them very late. He comes straight in, tries to pounce away from this one. Counter-Strike's not going to land there. Darian, I don't believe, leveled up League Strike. I can't actually check myself. But Freddy is going to escape anyway.
He did have it, but he used it early. Then he used Counter-Strike afterwards, and Freddy managed to flash before Darian could flash stun him there. So flash gone, poke down Freddy. SK Gaming though, because they spotted two members up in the top side of the map, are now starting this early dragon.
Oh, Candy Panda and SK will be going for this dragon. You can see Jesus is going to move down there. So 5 members of SK Gaming taking for this dragon. The question is, can Gambit put pressure on towards that mid lane turret? They have the duo pairing. Darian and Diamond actually coming around the side here. So Scarron's got to be careful he doesn't walk into 4 members of Gambit. And they do manage to keep them away. Good, secure, good early dragon for SK.
So normally when we have these lane swaps, teams actually send, if they're up in the top lane with the AD carry, they send the support, the jungler and the AD carry towards the dragon to stop the other team from doing the early dragon. But because Gambit went into the jungle of SK trying to kill Freddy, they were completely out of position and SK could just walk in, take the dragon. It's a good early start. Remember, it gives more gold here in 4.10 early on. So SK Gaming will be happy, even though they had to use the flash from Freddy.
Well, I think Darian's gone the extended buddy system with Diamond here. He's still got his L plates on, maybe. Darian, not sure if he's going to be sticking around for too long. They're already at level 3. Maybe they're going to go for level 4. You can see they're continuing. They're going towards the white now, but Svenskaren's already taken it.
Yeah, so Darian has the issue that down his bottom lane, Candy Panda's not pushing. He's just freezing the lane.
Oh, he's going to walk straight facing towards it. Svenskaren's like, nope, don't want any of that. But he does turn it around because there's a great dog behind him. Dodges out of the Counter-Strike, and the rest of SK moving forces the flash out of Darian.
So both top laners without flash here and both trying to look for just some farm here. Darian moved up, face checking Svenskaren, nothing he could do against it. Had to just flash the wall because multiple SK members were nearby. But again, down this bottom lane, Candy Panda is just freezing it by himself. Which means, and raided up in this top side here, making sure the tower won't go down to the dual lane of Gambit. And now they might be able to push it into the tower instead.
Yeah, they have 3 members in this top lane. The top laner, the jungler, and the support. It's a weird mixed combo, but it's keeping this duo lane pairing of Edward and Genja at bay and forcing them back right now. We do see Darian, of course, was down at those golems. Pretty low on health, so he's not going to join them, and it's a full invade for SK. They're going to go towards that red. They may even go towards Nick, but he's got advanced warning that they are coming.
Candy Panda actually managed to get his wave into the tower now, so now it's going to start pushing towards Gambit. So a little bit of a mistake from Candy Panda, unless he wanted to break the freeze by himself. But now the wave is going to push up towards Gambit. So it's very important Darian comes down to this bottom lane and picks up the big wave being built up by Candy Panda. So he gets some farm, because otherwise he's going to fall too far behind compared to Freddy.
Nick in this mid lane. Svenskaren was sticking around. He's not going to cancel, he's just going to back off. So let's take a talk about these, because Jesus and Nick, of course, been going at it. They're just farming away quite happily in that mid lane. Equal farm between them. Who's going to be the stronger of the two as this game develops? Because, of course, at the moment, they're both being fairly passive. You would expect Nick to put a little bit of poke down, which is exactly what he's doing. But Jesus is keeping a very good job at keeping track of the farm.
Also, both of them are very strong in the late game. They just have some different things they give. I mean, Ziggs, of course, with the very safe wave clear. He can even use his bomb to clear a different lane here. So he's just all around. A lot of wave clear, zone potential. Both of them bring it. You put the ball from Orianna. You put down the minefield from the Ziggs, of course, to zone them away. And then you have a lot of AoE damage, a lot of skill shots. So overall, they kind of bring the same, just more safe wave clear from the Ziggs. We bring more utility from Orianna with, of course, your shields we just saw here from Jesus.
And of course the ball delivery system maybe for Freddy. We'll see if he
Sure,
loops in and
you bring
gets
some
of
engage too in that case. If as long as you get the ball the right place, you can use it as engage for Orianna.
Get good control. So both AD carriers actually going for Infinity Edge builds to start with, which does surprise me with a Twitch.
Very surprised. I mean, I've seen some Twitch here in 4.10, not too much. Over in Korea, they still like to play it a lot, and it's Blade of the Ruined King into either Vintage as the second item or Ghostblade as the second item, depending on if you go full late game style or if you're looking towards sneaking around, killing people in the mid game with Blade of the Ruined King and Ghostblade. So we do see Genja, but he can do it because he's in the lane swap, so he's very safe. He can just start farming slowly up here. We'll look to complete the Infinity Edge as the very first item.
Well, that's the thing. I mean, Genja, you have the rare occurrence, the rare game where he goes aggressive, but it is a rare occurrence. So he, if anyone, will sit and farm. It's not like he's going to go for the Blade of the Ruined King and Youmu's and then go looking for kills, go for assassin style like we've seen Reckless do it. As it is, he's just going to sit and farm. This could be a long game.
Could very much be a long game. Gambit are going to be happy going late game. SK Gaming going to be happy going late game too. I mean, you have Jack scaling up to become a monster, Twitch, Ziggs, all very strong champions in the late game. And on SK Gaming side, you have Orianna and Caitlyn being so strong in the late game. So both teams should be happy enough going late game here.
Oh, Darien being controlled in that bottom lane by N-Rated. It does keep him away from the farm for a little bit longer. Freddy is going through the same pains in those top lane. This is the pains of the 2v1s. I remember so many times the players talking about these horrendous 2v1 lane matchups they used to get and how they all hated it and how they never seemed to be able to get an even 1v1 duel. You can remember the tweets that Wicked would be trying to bait his opponent into, give me a 1v1, I'll take it. And I think very few would actually respond other than Soaz. Darien has changed around, and this time we are going to see finally a 1v1 setup. So Genja and Edward will be taking their way down towards the bottom there. Darien just about making sure he gets every last hit throughout this wave.
And he did actually manage to go down to the bot lane, pick up some much needed experience and some farm. So he's not too far behind compared to Fred at the moment. He should hit level 6 on the very first minion from the next wave coming in here. So trying to keep fairly even, just slightly behind for now, but still better than nothing for Darien at least.
Genja just dodging out the Dark Binding. Diamond actually shadowing Svenskeren down this river. Ooh, Svenskeren turns around, doesn't get vision of him just yet, but he will do if he walks straight towards this bush. Diamond catches on towards him. He's going to have the assistance of his mid laner as well. Remember that Mega Inferno bomb, the bouncing bombs come through. Mega Inferno will just dodge out of the side, and he will get out free.
So very good setup by Diamond here, moving into the bush so Svenskeren couldn't see him before he had to face check him and just went straight for him. And Nick, of course, trying to join in, but just on the wrong side of the wall here. Just is a bit easier for him to just walk through the river. That helps Svenskeren out. Didn't have to use the flash either. Just took a lot of poke here, with Dragon being alive. If he wants to try and go in for a smite,
Eddie caught out, Eddie taken low, Eddie going down. First blood, Candy Panda.
The power of Morgana, when you max your binding here, snare people, I believe it's 2 seconds now here. And Sona is so squishy, she's so immobile. Once she gets snared, it's an easy target, easy kill, and a dragon. Now, even though Svenskeren took so much damage, because they managed to get a pick on Edward, they could get the dragon.
So, second dragon for SK, as remember they got that early one. At the moment, we do see this bottom lane pairing, going to keep the pressure on. Freddy teleporting off the top, didn't need to use it of course, because he was already in position along with Darien. So they're going to continue in that top lane, actually building very equal at the moment. There's a slight advantage for Freddy because he's got that chain vest built out there. So, junglers, let's take a look at those because we haven't seen a great deal of Diamond and Svenskeren. They've been trying to assist, trying to help out. They've had the buddy system, they've had someone tagging along with them, so that's delayed, of course, their experience as well as the top laners. We'll see how they build out because there's a number of options available to them. We've seen Frozen Hearts coming out now, of course, Radiance was the standard, but we have now, of course, heavy bruiser comp in the top lane, so I wonder if they're going to switch back over towards those Randians or stick with a Frozen Heart.
We can say both of them kind of do the same because they reduce their attack speed, but because they build Elder Lizard on both of them, I wouldn't expect Frozen Heart to be an early item. Could potentially be a late game one, but Randy and Soman should be the early one to get the extra HP. Normally you only want to go Frozen Heart if you build Ancient Golem, otherwise you simply have you're too low when it comes to your HP, and it's too easy for targets or for people to take you down, especially if they do magic damage and you're fully built towards armor and very squishy then. In that case, so I expect Render and Omen for both the junglers.
Candy Panda taking rat-a-tat-tat damage there. Genja actually N-rated flashing to get the Soul Shackles down, but quick reaction flash from Genja quickly gets caught by another Binding and Tormented Soil. Ace in the Hole was also used by Candy Panda, seems to be burning it down the moment it's off cooldown on towards Genja.
So flash used by N-rated, but he actually forced both summoners away from Genja. He instantly flashed and then popped the Ghost for the movement speed to just get away here. Edward needs to be careful once again.
Binding once again catches on him. Piltover from Candy Panda. Eddie taken low. Soul Shackles, of course, not available, or the Ignite. But Candy Panda has got both Summoner spells available for this one. So both Gambit have to be careful in this bottom lane. It's, that Binding's so close. That would have been the death of Eddie.
Diamond coming down here. There is a pink ward, but it's from Gambit, so they didn't spot him yet. Look to Edward here. If he can land a crescendo onto Candy Panda or unrated, they could go for the kill.
That's a swing in the vote, that's for sure. Gambit coming out on top in the votes now, despite SK having a 70% vote in the early phases. Edward try. Oh, crescendo! 90 caliber netted away from by Candy Panda. Beautiful.
They have Black Shield as well, so wouldn't get stunned here, would be able to get away. So very good play by SK. Just staying around, playing it very safe. Instantly, Black Shields, they saw Edward move towards him. They expected the ult to come, and they forgot away safe. It's all down from Edward, and Diamond wasted some time in the bot lane. And it's a game again just looking to a long range poke with Caitlyn and Morgana. If they land a binding onto Edward now with 50% HP, they might go for the kill.
Red buff was stolen away by Svenska, and he snuck in towards that jungle while it was all happening down that bottom lane. They drew the attention of Diamond, and now of course they just defended off their own red buff, and he's going to steal that one away. So double buffs being picked up by Svenska, and well, 2 red buffs I should say, not so much double buffs, because the blue of course will be gifted to Chessers the moment it spawns. Freddy in this top lane starting to put some pressure on towards Darian.
And he needs to with Aatrox. I mean, he has to do better in the early game. The lane swap was fine for him because SK Gaming at the bottom lane frozen by Candy Panda, so Freddy actually managed to pick up some farm while Darian was just running around the jungle still. And therefore Freddy also been slightly ahead in XP and farm throughout the entire game, but Darian been doing a very good job farming back here. Staying fairly even in CS at least.
Another Dark Binding catches, followed by a Piltover, followed by 90 caliber, followed by 8 in the hole! The combo not quite enough from Candy Panda to get the kill.
But we do see again the poke potential when you have BF sword and a pickaxe. You have so much AD onto Caitlyn here. So you just, as long as you land everything, we just saw it on Edward, almost goes down without using anything else other than just purely your abilities here. Which sounded very stupid because of course you use your abilities.
Thanks, info. Diamond caught out this time. Again, quickly reacted. Genja basically the one playing defensive duties at the moment, trying to throw down that casket and catch Candy Panda low, but instead Svenska is now moving into position. He's spotted out by a ward, and the rest of the Gambit, they realise they're backing away.
And that's so low for me. And there's still flash on Edward. Still no flash on Genja, however, so if he's the target, he's going to die very fast, especially with Svenska coming in. There's the binding.
Crescendo just coming off cooldown. It may be used in a second. Soul Shackle goes down. That's going to be N-rated catching on them. There's the double kill. N-rated taken so low, but gets a heal come off there. Eddie's in trouble. Candy Panda comes in. One more shot. Gets the double kill. It's Svenska that steals it away. And the Mega Inferno Bomb not going to land either because N-rated dodged away from that.
So tower now as well will go down. Very low already. Picked up multiple kills for SK. Double kill onto Svenska. Such a nice gank because they land so much poke onto the side of Gambit. We have to say it, but he's been hit by too many bindings in his lane here. Over and over again, the binding would land to him, poke him low. Just a matter of time before SK sends someone down to actually kill him.
Yeah, N-rated setting up absolutely everything so far with those Dark Bindings, maybe proving why Morgana has been banned away in so many games over the last few weeks. Candy Panda, of course, also involved in 100% of that. Freddy keeping the pressure on his top lane, but Darian is happy to farm on that turret. The tower did not go down. Minions are going to take it down. There we go. And SK secure first turret of the game.
And look here, Diamond actually looking to build Frozen Heart as his very first item after the Elder Lizard. A little bit surprised. I want to see how it works in teamfights. If he's going to be too squishy, if it's going to be too easy for someone like Jesus to kill him because he itemized so much into armor and so little HP. We need to see what's going to happen. Or maybe he just keeps it as the Glacial Shroud for now, just to get some cooldown reduction, which is very strong on Evelyn, of course.
Yeah, it gives him that 10%. Of course, Infinity Edge now completed. Jez is walking headlong into Gambit this time around. Can they get themselves their first kill? No, they cannot. Jez's flash is out of the danger there. Mega Inferno Bomb, of course, on cooldown as it was thrown to try and get the kill on N-Rated. Svenskeren waiting for Diamond just off the side there, does not catch on towards him. I think this blue buff is going to be coming up shortly, but more importantly, the Dragon is now alive. And SK, of course, securing the last two, will be looking to take this one as well.
Some very good wards in the jungle here of Gambit around the blue buff so they can see Gambit move in towards the Dragon, try and land a binding over the wall once again, set up a kill. And Diamond actually moved up to this top lane, spotted by the pink ward, even though Dragon was alive. So Gambit, they don't want to try and fight for it. Didn't have ulti for Diamond, so it could be the deciding factor for him to simply say, okay, we're not going to fight.
Yeah, free Dragon for SK Gaming there. So third one secured in 17 minutes. Nicely done. Keeping on top of that respawn rate as well as the blue now coming up, of course. No one near this one from Gambit. So SK going to take this one for free as well. Ooh, Mega Inferno Bomb.
Too early.
Way too early.
Didn't have any wards, so just had to try and guess, see if we can get it again. Freddy now going very aggressive onto Darien.
Ultimate used by Freddy. Can he have the damage down? Genji's going to try and turn this one back around. The counter-strike will land, and Freddy passive should be dropped here. Genji, though, with the poison tick, not going to quite be enough to even pop the Bloodwell.
Still, tower should be able to go down here. Darien actually recalls. He has teleport. Let's see if he wants to go top lane and farm, or if Gambit actually want to kill this tower up here just to get some global gold. Eddie is nearby. Diamond as well. Genji just by himself should be able to kill him. Unless Freddy teleports up to try and stop him.
Diamond stealing away the blue buff, first tower of the game for Gambit. Meanwhile, the mid lane, SK reacting well, going straight towards that one. Shockwave flashed out off by Nick there. Svenskeren trying to catch on towards him, but they're going to take their second turret of the game. They're keeping pushing mid. Gambit have to react because Genji's not in lane here.
There's already 4 members here. Freddy can join in with his teleport. Genji, he needs to move the entire way from top lane if he wants to join for a fight. For now, Gambit just staying at the tower, but Diamond is off to the side here, looking to try and flank around them. We see him here moving in towards the mid lane.
Got good wave clear. Nick is actually holding off at the side. He's staying out of range. You can see Diamond, as you mentioned, flanking around. This is going to be a 4v5. SK Gaming are being cautious on this one. They realize it's going to happen. They catch on towards Diamond, quickly catching around. Genji's going to get focused on Svenskeren, kicks him back into the team. SK turn around, quickly focus on towards him. Freddy goes in, deep on that one. Bassing comes out. The crescendo was used on nothing from Edward, and SK Gaming get that kill with nothing to go towards Gambit.
So we talked about how Gambit had a wombo combo they could use where they simply land all these ultimates together, do so much AoE damage. Nick didn't use his ulti. Edward delayed his ulti by such a long time that nobody joined in with Diamond once he started the fight, and then Genji afterwards.
Too greedy maybe. Diamond going to catch on towards Svenskeren. How's he going to get away from this one? Red buff was picked up. He's going to get pounced on. Diamond's in there. Svenskeren tries to safeguard away. Diamond's now going to try and steal. Can he get away from this one? Darien jumps on towards him. He's got no passive now with the down. Catches on him. And Rayton comes around. Jesus joins the party. He gets himself the kill on Darien.
So sneaky plays here by Diamond, picking up the double buff. Had to sacrifice Darien, but they got 2 kills. So Gambit at least picking up something after the fight, but it was such an uncoordinated fight by Gambit. I mean, some members went in for the fight, the rest kind of backed away. I'm not sure if Nick was out of mana, but he didn't use his ult at all, even after 4 people got slowed by Diamond as the engage.
Not too sure if he had it available. Pana trying to clear out this bottom wave, keeping those towers safe. They still have the 2-tower advantage. And Gambit, they've regrouped. They're back in the mid lane, and they're trying to force something, anything out of SK. SK so good when it gets to late game. It's the strength where Gambit used to be. The question is, how's their decision-making changed so much now that Alex Ich is not in there? We hear that he is the key decision-maker over in Ninjas in Pajamas. And of course, maybe that's something that's missing from Gambit and why they're being a little lackluster when it comes to late game team fights.
I just went back and checked the team, but you were actually right. The ulti from Nick, 2 seconds off. So they engage, ulti not ready for him, couldn't join in. Edward did have his ulti, but weren't in a position to actually land onto someone. So they managed to do the wombo combo here and just had to back away, give up a kill onto Genji. But of course, because they managed to get 2 kills onto SK, and now maybe onto Freddy on this top lane. Diamond wasn't spotted yet.
Wants to see if he can go aggressive. Bloodwell not available from Freddy, so if they catch him, he will go down. Diamond looking to flank once again. He knows that he's going to be in that bush, but It's going to be easy escape for him. That tower, of course, within range, and they know they're going to have to go diving in towards that turret. But if they put enough punishment on towards him, they could take this turret down.
As long as they get a stun onto him, they should be able to kill him.
There they go, jump, leap strike goes on towards him. Freddy very low, he's going to go down. It's Darian that gets the kill.
Nice setup here. You see, Darian just walking in, pops the counter-strike and waits for Freddy to jump, and then he follows with him, stuns him. But SK Gaming here, with 2 members from Gambling on the top side, are pushing this bot lane here.
They're going to react, you can see they're going in towards it, but Mega Inferno Bomb is available. We'll clear that one out. Candy Panda tanking up some of the turret hits. The rest of Gambit do react. That's going to be the inner turret, I feel, in the bottom lane. Going there it is. Darian taking that one down, the second of the game for Gambit.
Really, really nice play, using the 6 bomb as well to clear the wave here. Now Darren recalling, has teleport as well, would be able to join in case a fight should happen. There's no teleport on the side of Freddy, so we might see Gambit try and start a 5v4. Diamond once again is off to the side. No ulti though.
He's going to see if he can flank in towards there. He's in a hole, and Eddie's still not quite enough to take him down. Candy Panda now is going to back away from this one. Genja using the rat-a-tat-tat to clear the wave, so that won't be available. I don't think Gambit want to fight now.
No, and they have no wards in this area here, so Diamond is binding!
Caught out in the binding, kicked straight back in there. He will go down. Soul Shackles was used. Darian not going to get involved in that fight. Diamond simply caught out by a pink ward.
It's not the first time in this game where the superior ward control from SK give them kills, or at least make sure Gambit don't exactly know where they are, not sure where they can move safely or not. This time around, Diamond just got a little bit too close, and therefore the binding landed, and now this tower should go down. Just one more hit from Candy Panda and backs away. So a kill and a tower now for SK.
Well, Dragon is up in 20 seconds time. Mega Inferno Bomb is back up, so we'll see whether Gambit fancy it. There's teleport available for Darian. SK Gaming, though, already moving into position. They're a little bit early on that one. Not up for another 10 seconds. Their timers are a wee bit off, but it doesn't seem that Gambit are going to go for it. Look at Genja. He's heading towards the top.
Look at Darian here. Playing it safe, actually. He knows they are around the Dragon area. Doesn't want to push it up too far, off the risk of getting ganked, so backs away. Smart play by him. But Gambit really needs to get in and clear these 2 pink walls from SK Gaming, because they're placed so smart at the blue buff and just right behind the blue buff as well, so they make sure all entrants towards the Dragon are warded and controlled by them, and therefore they can just wait around and look for the pick if Gambit wants to move towards the Dragon or the river. So Gambit needs to get in. Once they get the chance, so it's cleared. Diamond for now. Just heading on in red a little bit.
Just a little bit of poke, a little bit of taps. Freddy moving back towards that top and making sure that the Baron, Edward starting that Baron off to make sure he puts a couple of hits on towards Svenskeren. Darian jumping straight on Freddy from that tri-bush. That's going to force SK back. There's a big wave pushing in that bottom lane. It will clear itself out though, which is why Gambit are actually moving to try and go defensive. SK not able to push towards his top outer. It's absolutely the one they want.
We saw it last game. Once you get all the outer turrets out of the way, you just move one step in, put some more deep wards here, and then you start picking off people, and they're moving now. Multiple members up to this top lane. Jesse's still in this mid lane, pushing it out by himself, but should be able to join the team fairly fast, if needed be. Teleport is ready for Darren. He's sent down to this bottom lane to defend it, and just farm as much as possible. The tower was so low, no point for Gambit to do anything.
Edward now kicked in straight away. Soul Shackles comes out. That's going to be enough to lock him down. Or will it? Freddy goes in to make sure the job is finished. Darian teleports in. He comes around the side, but the rest of his team are in trouble now. Freddy's going to get locked out. Bloodwell was popped, but SK Gaming are in charge right now. Freddy's so low on health. Candy Panda finds Genja out in that try. Can't stealth up away like he used to on Twitch. Now Nick's in trouble. Jesus has locked him out. He's going to go down. One more hit's enough, and Jesus gets the kill there. It's a 3-for-0. SK in full control.
And everything starts with Edward actually being slightly out of control here. SK went on to him. We saw the kick flash from Svenskeren is kicking back to the team. They get a kill. Darren teleporting behind them. But by this point, Gambit were too weak to fight, and now this tower's gone.
The turret's going to go because Darian's still pushing the mid lane. You cannot split push against 5 members, Darian. Somebody tell him he's trying to get something because he realized obviously he can't defend off against 5 members, so he managed to get a turret out of it and something out of it for Gambit. But that's a big problem. Diamond, though, still tracking the entire SK team. It doesn't fancy that. They knew it was the roll push. But it's buying time. Darian may get an inner turret.
This was a great play by Darren, saying, I have nothing to defend top lane with. I'm just going to go mid lane here. Picks up 2 towers now for Gambit. A lot of global gold. Teleport wasn't used by Freddy. Was way too low to do anything. So while they lost the top tower, or lost all the top towers, they still actually gave away 2 towers mid here. So first, Edward is the guy they want to engage onto. Beautiful kick flash from Svenskeren. And Edward actually tries to ult on and raid it. Quick flash here, which means ult now gone from Zona, and her team fighting potential is pretty much It's out. Freddy with Aatrox is becoming just this tank where you have to go in, you have to die pretty much to buy time, come back to life, and just try and stay alive now. Until he builds a Guardian Angel, he's just going to do it for even longer and manage to at least buy some time for the rest of the team to pick up some kills. Genji on this Twitch, mixing up his build a little bit. I'm not sure. I mean, he's still going towards the Infinity Edge, but also has the seal towards either Static or Phantom Lancer. So he actually didn't complete anything, except for right now. Well, he got the Infinity Edge, but he's very far behind build-wise.
Yeah, gigantic difference. You can see Infinity Edge, Phantom Dancer, Last Whisper, Berserker Greaves all completed for Candy Panda, along with a upgrade on those boots. Alacrity, I think it is on those. Genja, meanwhile, as you say, way out of position here. Oh, Nick gonna get pulled in. Shockwave, that's him dead. Eddie goes down. And SK,
Baron.
It's cleanup duty time. They're gonna get the Baron.
This is what SK Gaming as a team does really, really well. Once they get the lead, they know exactly where to be in the map, they know where to push, where to put the wards, and just spot out the enemy team, get the picks they need, take the objectives, and then just close out the game. Diamond, he needs to steal this one.
Oh, can't get in there. Dark Binding catches him out. He can't get within range. And SK Gaming locked that one up.
Darren again, though.
Darian's just being a nuisance. Teleport top lane, though. Freddy's going for it. He's going to try and finish the game right now. Gets on towards the Nexus turret. The rest of SK Gaming are going to follow. And Freddy has a hell of a lot of damage. You can see that's one Nexus down. Edward's not going to be able to do anything about this one. It's only Edward, as you mentioned, is going to get himself the second Nexus turret down. He's just going to back away from this one. He's got Spenskeren with him that can finish the game right here. It's 28-minute mark. The rest of Gambit are back. And I think that's going to be SK backing away. It's forced Darian to stop pushing the mid, though.
So I got both Nexus Tower here. Mid lane is being pushed now by N-Rated and Candy Panda joining in with the rest of the team. There's no minions just yet for them here in this mid lane. Just waiting for them. Trying to see if they can get this tower down. All 5 members are alive from Gambit, but remember SK Gaming, they do have the Baron buff.
They do have the Baron buff. It gives them the health regen, and they're just going to tank that one down. That's another inhibitor turret down. Rat-a-tat-tat was just used by Genja. Didn't really do a great deal of damage and catch anyone, so that's another ultimate wasted. Dark Binding not finding his target. Super Minions continuing to push that top lane, which Diamond's trying his best to keep away from the Nexus, but the rest of SK are moving in. It's a 5-on-5 defensive force for Gambit.
Oh, they need to go in for this fight here. Darien, Counter-Strike.
Oh no, he was locked up and slowed down. Now he's going to get caught out, kicked away from the fight. Diamond gets found out. Freddy does go down though. It's a counter, but it's only his blood. Wow, the shockwave comes out from from Jez is catching on towards him. Dark Binding on Nick. He gets on the fountain, but it's SK Gaming again with another dominant victory over Gambit, just like they did 2 weeks ago.
So very nice lane swap early on here. SK Gaming managed to actually get a lot of farm onto Freddy with it. Candy Panda was just raising the bot lane. He was very, very happy. And as soon as we got to the dragon fights, as soon as we got to the team fights itself, SK Gaming were just the stronger teams. Especially their wards in this game here, they kept catching Gambit out of position over and over and over again. And Gambit would just never get the real team fight.
Fantastic performance once again. SK Gaming take victory and continue now towards that top table position. Can they track down Alliance? Alliance have the entire Super Week ahead of them. Of course, 4 games for every team. That's the first one for SK being picked up. We're going to be seeing them a lot this Super Week. Gambit Gaming, meanwhile, down that bottom lane. Bottom half of the...
Bottom lane.
Bottom lane. Well, it's the bottom lane of the table. The bottom half of the table. They have to turn their frowns upside down and get themselves some wins, because they are in danger of slipping out of the playoffs right now, and it's not a position that they like to find themselves in. It's not a position we're used to seeing Gambit in.
So if you just look at this game itself, I mean, the picks from Gambit, if they got some late game, would have been very, very strong. They had the whole wombo combo thing we talked about, where you land the Evelyn ult as the engage, Eddie follows up with Crescendo, and you have Rat-a-tat-tat going in, you have Ziggs bomb coming and just blowing everything up. They tried to do it in the mid lane. Well, Diamond was sneaking around them. He got into the back here. 4 members actually got hit by his ulti. But then Eddie wasn't in position to land his Crescendo. There was 2 seconds cooldown or something on Nick's ult. So he wouldn't be able to join in either, at least not properly. And then once Genji actually popped out of stealth, it was easy for SK to just turn to him, kill him, and win the team fight itself. So overall, for Gambit, it's a little bit 2 weak lanes here, and they didn't manage to get the early game going at all.
Well, we'll speak about SK Gaming. Shox is standing by with Jez on stage to see how that went.
Thanks very much, guys. Indeed, first off, congratulations. Very straightforward victory here for you guys. So tell me what the key factor was in taking Gambit down, because it seemed like it was very straightforward from you guys.
Yeah, we kind of just got some comfort picks, and we felt really confident going into this match. We had a strong jungler, we had strong... Like, every pick was like we had strong laners. We knew every matchup. We played the matchup many times, and I guess we just played the game out and played the lane phases out and just won out of lane phase and just ended the game.
Absolutely, very good performance. You talk about confidence, and let's talk about the season and what's coming up for you guys, because last season, of course, ending the regular split in first place, now trailing behind Alliance. What are the biggest challenges for your team going into this Super Week?
Well, going against Alliance, again, after losing twice already, even though we lost twice, I don't really feel too devastated about it. Like, I'm still confident playing against them. We did some stupid mistakes, some stupid team mistakes, and I don't think it's going to happen again, seen from our scrims in this week's practice. And from this match as well, I feel really confident, and I don't think we're going to do the same kind of mistakes that we did the first 2 games, and yeah.
So no mistakes versus Alliance. Let's step back from that matchup specifically and then see what is it that's going to make SK Gaming prevail in this Super Week?
Well, I practiced some new champions. We all practiced some new champions because of the patch changing, and we didn't really adapt as much last week. So yeah, we've definitely picked up the meta a lot more than last week. So yeah, I think overall we're much stronger as a team and individually everywhere on the every lane, and yeah.
All right, well, a great start from you guys here. Thank you very much, Jesses.
You're welcome.
All right, we're going to take a quick break, but when we come back, the Copenhagen Wolves take on Rocket. So don't go anywhere. We'll be back in 3.5.
Well, Aatrox is actually my favorite feeding champion as well, guys.
That's Shivana.
I do think he has quite a good death animation.
There's the binding. Crescendo just coming off cooldown. It may be used in a second. Soul Shackle goes down. That's going to be Enrated catching on them. There's the double kill. Enrated taken so low, but gets a heal come off there. Eddie's in trouble. Candy Panda comes in. One more shot. They catch on toward Diamond. Quickly catching around. Genja's going to get focused on Svenska and kicks him back into the team. SK turn around. Quickly focus on towards him. Way out of position here. Oh, Nick going to get pulled in. Shockwave. That's him dead. Eddie goes down.
Welcome back, everybody. Before we head into our next match, let's take a look at SK Gaming's win over Gambit. And well, as Jess has said, we got our picks, we were confident, we win in there, and we just finished the game. And guys, it was pretty straightforward.
Yeah, during the pre-game build-up, we heard from the SK players in one of the matches, the pre-game video, where they were saying in the previous matches they just made mistakes. And they feel that if they had played safer and smarter, they wouldn't lose to Gambit. And they demonstrated that. They didn't make super risky plays. They didn't go out of their way to force objectives because they were calm, they were controlled, and that style of play just worked for them.
Yeah, and just to reiterate that, I mean, this was a textbook victory, you know? No real mistakes, nothing too flashy, but everything by the book, do it as it should be, and win the game. There's really not so much to talk about in terms of what maybe SK did wrong, because they didn't do too much wrong. Yep. Gambit didn't seem to have much of a chance in that game, unfortunately.
Yeah, textbook victory, textbook team fights as well. So let's take a look at one of those team fights. We're going to pull it up on the screen, because as you said, SK doing very well, and Gambit, actually, there was a lot of synergy missing there.
Yeah, there really was. If you'll notice this early in the game, 19 minutes on the clock is already a 6,000 gold lead. SK had complete dragon control, and this is a great flank attempt from Gambit. Deficio rightly pointed out during the cast that Nyx, Mega, and Inferno Bomb came down very late. So let's roll this clip out, and you have a very good flank from Diamond. But Genja, with 0 protection, decides to open up with a rat-a-tat-tat. There's no front line with him. There's nobody to prevent him getting kicked back into the team. So SK easily peel, they get a kill on the rat, and Freddy's done a good job at, zoning the rest of the team away. So I think there's a lot of props to be given to SK for how they handled the flank, but it's more about Gambit making the misplay in the engage than SK doing fantastically.
Yeah, and we actually also have a big play coming from this game. I know, Joe, you're very excited about this one. It's from @Saberwolf, who says, that flash kick to make up for the dodged ward jump was very flashy. Well played, Svenskeren. Let's take a look.
Yeah, so this clip actually was just like a small highlight, a small moment of awesomeness, I think, coming out of Svenskeren. Let's just play that one here. Edward, obviously, somewhat alone from that one, getting hit with the Q, and we notice there the flash here, and watch his kick. He starts the animation before he flashes so that he gets Edward in the right direction back into the rest of the team. Okay, those are some things that sometimes may change the game. In this one, though, it was just a little bit of flashiness for the end from Svenskeren.
Sven's lead was incredible all game long, and those plays sicken me just because of how fluid and how easy they make it.
And because I can't do them.
Yeah, that too.
We're so jealous of that. Well, that was only one of your tweets, but of course today, earlier we asked you guys which European LCS team has the strongest picks and bans and why, and here's what you had to say. First up is from @Fodderall. As cliche as it is, Alliance has the best picks and bans. Nothing is harder than working against a possible bird pick.
Yeah, it's a pretty good point that he brings up. Anivia has got a loss though, not always the instant to victory. But what I like about Alliance's picks and bans, they're very vocal. They need magic damage, they need physical damage, and they need it all to be added together.
The next one is from @KeyBladeTerra25. Millennium does a good job of banning out their weaknesses and manipulating their enemies into banning the common pick show.
Yeah, but that's the thing about Millennium, that they do have sometimes a very solid ban and pick phase. I'm not sure how that tweet was meant to be worded in terms of banning out their weaknesses, in terms of banning out their own weaknesses, because we see Millennium constantly blue side casting bans, something that not really any other teams do. There are only a couple of them that are doing that, and maybe it's something that Millennium need to work on, but the fact that they've done it weeks and weeks and weeks in a row now tells me that they actually don't mind having to ban that Cassadin out.
Nope, and third place in their league right now, so it's going well for them. The last one is from @FishToads. SK Gaming, they may not be the best mechanically, but their strategizing and teamwork absolutely makes up for it.
I completely disagree with mechanically. I think they're fantastic. But on the topic of the picks and bans, I completely agree. The most impressive thing about SK with their picks and bans is they adjust their playstyle based on the team comp. So if they run a split push team comp, they play split push. If they run a pick comp, they play pick comp. And it's not something that you see from every team in both regions of the LCS.
Yeah, that league clip proved that they are very good mechanically as well. Thank you for those tweets, and we'd love to hear more. Remember to follow us @LOL Esports and use that hashtag LCS to join in the conversation throughout the week. We're ready to head into the third game of the day, so let's send things over back to D-Man and the Fish Show.
Thank you very much, Shox. We are ready for the next match, where the Copenhagen Wolves will take on Roccat. Both of these teams currently fighting hard in the bottom half of the table, and the record is currently tied at 1 apiece in the head-to-head, with the last match going to Roccat. The Wolves picked up a vital win over Gambit last week, which may have given them a little bit of hope coming into this Super Week. But before that victory, they were on a 7-game losing streak. They were really trying hard to challenge the 0-9 you set back in spring 2013, Deficio.
So a little advice for the people at home. If you're on a 0-9 losing streak, there are a few things you can do to fix it. Step 1, of course, you need to be very positive. You need to keep the mood going. I know Copenhagen was as a team now. Very good synergy together. Have fun. Keep the mood up. And step 2, you need to find a 17-year-old Danish guy called Bjørksen. You need to get him on your team, give him a pentakill in the LCS, and all of a sudden you will start winning games. Copenhagen was this time around, they don't have Bjørksen. However, they do have Woolite, who is a very, very good AD carry as well. I was about to say Bjørksen, of course, is a mid laner, but Woolite as an AD carry here. Let's look at his numbers, compare them to Forgiven from last split. If you look at Woolite himself, he had the third most kills for AD carries with 62. 4th most in the entire EU LCS. We also look at his deaths, however, not the best. But compared to Forgiven kill-wise, he's looking good. Forgiven had 80 kills in 28 games, Woolite 62 in only 14 games, so he's looking good. Issue, Woolite has the most deaths for AD carries in Europe. Forgiven had the same issue last year, or last split, sorry, most deaths as well for AD carries. And I think it's because Copenhagen Wolves as a team, they play around this AD carry a lot. So it's easy for the other team to say, okay, we're just going to have a comp which can shut down the AD carry, kill him over and over again. And as long as we do that, we will win the game.
Maybe Bjørksen could be AD carry. We saw his Ezreal back at All-Stars was
he's
pretty impressive.
Terrible. No, he's a terrible AD carry. I have played with him in bot lane. Terrible.
3.
Sorry.
Not a bad Ezreal.
Nope.
Well, we'll see how it goes. Maybe it's a future for him and Wild Turtle decides to step down. Earlier today, of course, Roccat lost to Fnatic and looking at their mid laner Overpower, who used to lead them to victories. Of course, you think of the Mordekaisers, everything they used to pull out and surprise everyone. He just had 0 precedence in that last match. What's actually happened to him in these changes?
All right, so first of all, we have to highlight he played Lulu in both the games here where the CS records were set against him.
Bully.
Used to be a lane bully. Was nerfed, was changed. The Q no longer double Q, so he's no longer a lane bully, just a safe laner. And when you're against Orianna, who's a very strong lane, it opens up for the Orianna to push down the wave every single time, go to Raves, pick up the Raves every time, and come back to lane. And therefore, you won't be able to shut them down when it comes to CS. And it could explain why Xpeke and Froggen set the CS records against Overpower on Lulu. But still, Roccat as a team and Overpower as a player, they do need to step up things if they want to get towards the very important top spots.
Well, with 1 loss today, they're definitely going to step things up. And of course, Roccat feel pretty confident coming into this match. But the Copenhagen Wolves know how important a victory would mean for them in the standings. And Unlimited, well, he believes that the team has what it takes.
We should definitely beat Roccat. It's really important for us overall for the standings. I mean, they're close to us in the bracket, and I mean, if we want to advance, we need to beat the teams that are close to us, especially.
I think that every team in LCS is much better than Copenhagen right now. I don't know the reason, but just how it is.
If we lose versus Copenhagen Wolves, it will get only worse for us, so we have to win.
Roccat is one of the teams that we can beat without choosing them. They have really strong players. I have a lot of respect, especially for Vander and Overpower.
I think the point where they lost Forgiven and Amazing was a turning point for them, because now they cannot close up games and they don't have that good area as well.
Only Woolite may be, the best of them, and the rest is just not that good. There's no, the weakest link, but there is not the strongest link as well.
So the question is, can Roccat back up their words? Because they were pretty brutal there.
Yeah, they were. And the question is, what is the Copenhagen Wolves cheese? Because Unlimited said we don't need cheese. Is it the jungle Yorick which was the cheese here? Or I'm not too sure.
I loved it when he got selected. And of course, everyone's surprised, including Joe Miller. So let's check out the lineups for these two teams. Over on the blue side, it is the Copenhagen Wolves. That means Youngbuck is in the top lane. Maybe he's got some cheese he's going to bring out in that top. Aoax in the jungle. Could he go with that Yorick once again? Kaltard in the mid lane, Woolite is AD carry, and Unlimited on support.
And on the red side, we do have Roccat with Sasos in the top lane, Jankos as the jungler, Overpower in the mid lane, Selva as the AD carry, and of course Vander on support.
So what are we expecting between these two teams? Because if you actually compare the standings, it's actually pretty close. And it's a problem. But before we do get to that, let's see the champions. Let's see who you guys think will win this one. With 69% of you voting on LOL Esports, you've got for Roccat to lead the Copenhagen Wolves. That's It's an impressive vote. Of course, we'd also like to remind that these seats are available here if you'd like to join us in Cologne and watch these games live. As we head towards the end of the split, things will certainly keep hotting up. Just check out the tickets link, lolesports.com, for all of the details. So, pick and bans. What are we thinking? Have they going to bring the cheese? They said they don't need it.
They don't need it.
They don't
According
need
to
it.
Copenhagen Wolves, so I don't think I think we're going to see a standard come from Copenhagen Wolves at least. I wonder if Rocket is still going to ban Morgana, because the last 5 games banned her away. They used to ban Twitch every single game because Celevar didn't play it, so I feel like they have a few champions. They just want to ban every single game. Don't even want to try and risk playing against them.
Well, we'll see which ones they do go towards. They're going to be ready in a moment. I was just to mention the standings. Of course, Rocket already played 1 game today. They're currently at 5-10, so not a great record. Copenhagen Wolves at 3-11. If they do manage to take a victory off Rocket, they are both
this is very important.
Absolutely anchored down the bottom of the table. Right now, though, Lulu has been banned away, as has Rise. Kassadin, of course, got more bans than On Gamers right now. Jax also being banned away.
So 2 standard, very strong bans here from Rocket. No Morgana yet, however, but once again, the Rise being banned by Copenhagen Wolves. Well, not by Copenhagen Wolves, but being banned on blue side. Seems like there's some teams who've been practicing Rise, maybe as a last pick here on purple side, and therefore you banned away. And now Kale being taken away.
Banned away by the Copenhagen Wolves. I would have thought that's one they wanted to maybe let sneak through. Coutard, of course, big champion for him. So that means, let's see what's available. There's all the AD carries are out there.
All the AD carries.
Everybody available. What do Rocket think?
Orianna has been a big pick. I mean, SK Gaming first picked Orianna in the last game here, and we've seen Orianna against Overpower twice now. Over 300 TS by 24 minutes or 22 minutes. So potentially a pick Coutard could take. I'm not sure if he's going to first pick it, as I don't recall seeing Coutard actually play Orianna. So I don't think it's going to be a first pick for Copenhagen Wolves. Might go towards something else, however.
Another Twitch ban as well from Rocket. That's something they've done a lot throughout this season. Zigzo first picked for Coutard. He seems happy with that one.
Yeah, so it wasn't the Orianna, but was a mid lane pick we would expect with Ziggs here for Coutard, which of course always been a very strong pick for him. He seems to really enjoy playing Ziggs and then Yasuo, which are the 2 champions he does really well on. So Copenhagen Wolves really value getting him on a comfort pick early, and also take it away from Overpower, who's played Ziggs quite a lot and really shown he likes to play this aggressive laner.
Well, we're waiting to see what Rocket are going to react with. Of course, they did play Lulu in that mid lane. Morgana was taken away and banned out. Just had a fantastic game for Enrated in the last matchup for SK. And it seems that he's going to make another appearance this time for Vanda, despite Thresh being available. They have gone with that one, and Lee Sin, of course, for Jankos.
But still, the binding, the pick potential when you have Morgana is so strong. I mean, you can pair with pretty much everything. Land the binding, you get so much poke down or the engage, and you just get this kill here, take an objective. So she's just so strong around these objectives here. Her laning phase, not necessarily the best, but it's not terrible either. I mean, again, you can set up ganks and you have the Black Shield to be safe with your AD carry. So overall, very good pick here. And Rocket really showed, with banning it away so many times and now early picking it, they really value her as probably the #1 support.
Yeah, they went with Zyra, of course, alongside Caitlyn in the last matchup. It looks like Caitlyn probably will get selected again for Rocket here, because Lucian was just taken away. That means Woolite will be on that one. And Renekton back in that top lane for Youngbuck.
And Youngbuck played Renekton twice last week. Actually,
he plays a very aggressive Renekton, like aggressive build-wise.
He builds Blade of the Ruined King on it, and even in solo queue when I've been watching him, he even goes some Ghost Blade sometime and just go full split push, want to just try and kill people one-on-one. We saw Renekton a lot over in NA, where pretty much everyone except for Dyrus built full tank. Dyrus put in a Tiamat, and then he went full tank afterwards. So we see the style in NA, very tanky Renektons. In Europe so far, we've seen Blade of the Ruined King a few times, put some focus on the lane and trying to split push a little bit before joining for teamfights later on. We need to see which style Youngbuck wants to play here, but it's already shown both solo laners for Copenhagen Wolves very early on.
Well, interesting change for Celevar, finally going towards that Corki, moving away from the champion, of course. He's played it a number of times before, Week 5 back in London. But as I mentioned, he's basically, this is the North American matchup, a Lucian versus Corki. It's what we've seen so many times over there. Like you say, it hasn't played too often. Went with Caitlyn in the last matchup against Fnatic, despite the fact Lucian was already selected. So obviously something has happened in between that. Obviously they had a loss to start with, but they didn't do that badly in lane.
No, but the thing, Corki brings more mid-game power as a champion itself. His laning phase is good. You can build Trinity Force early on. It's something Piglet did it over in Korea when SKT T1K played against Samsung Ozone just a few days ago. He went Corki, built Trinity Force as the first item, strong laning phase, good mid game, and even your late game, if you build Infinity Edge, is actually pretty good. It's not like you're not a hyper carry or the best, but you actually have a pretty good late game. So overall, it is a strong pick, and therefore for Celeber here, you might see him trying to challenge Wulai, trying to shut him down, try and get a few kills on him. Possibly even in the laning phase with this Morgana if they do land a binding, and then Jankos joins in for some very easy ganks. Requires a binding though.
Yeah, we didn't mention, of course, Aurelia was selected for that top lane for Zaza. So, Woolite has locked in the champions. It is going to be unlimited on Zyra, and of course it's going to be Evelynn for Airwax.
So Zyra is a very strong pick against Morgana in the laning phase because you can break her Black Shield so easily with your Q, with your plan, then you can land a root afterwards, and because you can poke so much from range. As long as you dodge the bindings, you're perfectly safe and you can just poke away. So we might see Rocket also with this Aurelia pick look for the lane swap here. Make sure they don't get Aurelia against Renekton early on and don't want to get this Morgana into the Zyra as well. We need to see how they want to play the lane swaps, and if they do get lanes, or standard lanes, we might see Jankos be very aggressive with the ganks, trying to help his lanes out.
Well, the mid lane is the selection we're waiting for. What is Overpower going to pull out? Of course, Lulu banned out. It's what he played against Fnatic in the first game of the day. Hello, Xerath.
Hello.
Being hovered over. Will it get locked in? We'll wait and see.
Yes,
it will. So Xerath coming out in the mid lane up against a Ziggs.
So two very long-range pokers against each other here, but also with a lot of AoE damage for both of them. Remember, of course, the Seraph ultimate. Such a long range, you can fire free shots of it as well, trying to just kill people from very, very far away. And we can actually see both mid laners focus on farming and then just step a little bit towards the side lane and fire down the ultis to try and help out the lanes. Of course, Seraph should have a slightly less range than the Ziggs ult, but can move down, try and help out both lanes here if they want to, try and assist in the kills. But Rocket here with some very good poke, both with Corki and Seraph now, and you have, of course, the binding from Vander to land, and you just destroy the one target you have managed to hit with the binding, and you have disengaged on both. Of course, the stun coming in from Seraph with the ball, we have your Black Shield, you have even Lee Sin to disengage if needed. So we might see Rocket here trying to group fairly early and just try and siege down and poke down Copenhagen Wolves.
Well, we'll see how this one works out. Which team landed the better lineup? Who do you guys think at home? Tweet us #CWWin or #RockWin to @LOL Esports, and we'll see who you think came out ahead in the champ select.
It's actually very much the same style. Copenhagen Wolves have the same thing. You have Ziggs and Lucian to poke away, and you have Zyra to disengage. So both teams looking really to poke towards each other. Who's actually going to start the fights? I'm not too sure, because they're engaged for both teams is not ideal.
That's a worrying side.
I mean, you have Evelynn, of course, who can flank around, and Renekton can come in and try and land a stun here, but Zyra is not a support who engages. She's disengaged, pretty much. Unless you land the root, you flash root, of course you can start a fight. On the side here of Rocket, I mean, Morgana, again, disengage. Unless you land a binding, you might start a fight. And then Aurelia or Jankos have to go in from the side as well. So both teams, without any hard engage, and a lot of poke.
I should point out also that both of these teams have the longest average game length in the European LCS. And when you say there's not much engage, it sets me a little worried. We also saw an absolute epic, crazy clash between the Copenhagen Wolves and Alliance on the last day of London's road trip. So we'll see how this one works out. So, Copenhagen Wolves starting out as the blue team up against Rocket as the red team. And we instantly...
Yes! Setting the tone for the game here. We take our time, no rush. I mean, again, there is options for both teams to start the fights. Evelynn, Lee Sin, both supports can land the skill shot.
I'm going to throw it out there. You know, as team-wise go, Copenhagen Wolves always have the best tops. They had that one that was bad, but generally they have very good tops in that top lane. Alliance could learn something from them. No, we're not going to. No, not got a favorite top. I mean, you had a couple. You had NIP, you had a Wolves top yourself, no? You're not really offering much with this one.
Nah, well, I don't actually like the new shirts.
You don't like them?
I like the old ones, the Adidas one. They were awesome.
Well, the Rocket ones are pretty good as well. I'm not gonna lie.
Okay, they're cool shirts.
Yeah?
But not as cool as the old Copenhagen Wolves shirts. Oh, they're definitely cooler than Alliance.
The original Adidas ones, yeah.
Definitely cooler than Alliance, however.
They're definitely cooler than Alliance. I think everybody's as cool than Alliance. I'm trying
True.
to think of it now. Rocket's got some pretty cool shirts. At the moment, there is a pause. You can see us Unlimited talking to the admin there. And now you can see me. I'm talking to you.
Did you call it tops?
Tops, yeah.
I didn't even know it was shirts. I was trying to figure out what you were talking about.
Denmark, ladies and gentlemen. Tops. Yeah, Tops shirt.
There's been some viewers who didn't know Tops was a shirt.
Really? Okay.
I'm pretty sure.
All right. Maybe a bit of an English slang coming in there. Who knows? Tops shirts. I mean, what did you think I was talking about?
First of all, you're talking about Youngbuck, and then you start talking about Wicked. I was like, I'm not going to sit here and compare the two top laners with each other.
Okay, top laners. Now I get where you were going with there.
Where are you going with this one? Because you kept referring back to Alliance and Wicked and everything. I was like,
you could have talked about Wicked.
I could.
You could. Who
but
knows?
then it would have been even more awkward because you were talking about the shirts and I would start talking about Wicked.
We're talking about shirts, ladies and gentlemen. Who do you think has the best shirt? Tweet us at LOL Esports and we'll check that out as well. Don't forget to vote, of course, hashtag CWWin and hashtag RockWin to see who you think's come out on top of this one. We will find out in just a few moments. Right now, the game is back underway and the Copenhagen Wolves, as the blue team, looking to see if they can go for an invade. Both these teams actually built identical all across the board in items. The only little difference is a biscuit and a health pot.
Both top laners, Dawn Shield. We keep talking about how Dawn's Blade now gives lifesteal instead of on-hit health, which of course is better early game, but lifesteal is going to be better late game here. So both top laners get into Dawn Shield so they have some sustain. And again, we might see Rocket go for this lane swap here. Unless they feel confident enough, they can actually take just standard matchup and then rely on trying to outplay Copenhagen Wolves and Jankos having more impact than Airwix. We have to say though, Airwix on Evelyn, it is a champion he normally picks up a lot of kills on. And he's actually the jungler in the LCS with the most kills at the moment. Also one of the most deaths, but who cares? All about kills.
Who cares about those deaths? We don't want to worry about those. So it looks like it's actually going to be even lanes. Nobody's going to be making any of those lane swaps we thought about, although despite the potential buddy system for both Rocket and Copenhagen Wolves, so maybe they're expecting some switches, who knows. They did get the wards over at that Tribush area in the top lane. Rocket, are they going to go for that cheeky early aggression? I think they're going to move in for this one. I think they want to try and catch out Waller early.
Just if they land a bind and then the Q by Silver.
No,
gave it away a little bit. Should have done a little bit earlier.
Straight out there, straight in towards the face of it. So we'll see how this one works out between the two once the game sounds gets back underway. Sullivan and Vander keep on poking towards Unlimited and Walleye. Who will get level 2 first? It looks like it may well be Rocket.
Both teams very aggressively here, just trying to push the lane. You see both supports trying to go towards the caster minions. In favor of Rocket. However, Copenhagen Wolves will even it out here and just wait for the next wave to meet.
Ooh, bit of damage on Overpower in the mid lane. Kautar already landing some of those bouncing bombs, it seems, and Overpower going to have to be defensive and make sure he sidesteps. Of course, he's going to be slowed down every time he holds down that Q. But in the moment, the bottom lane, aggression on towards Salava, trying to take him low. Woolite putting the pressure down.
Taking a lot of damage here from the poke from both Woolite and Zyra early on, so it is a bit risky for Rocket. Have to use the health pot already still. Heal for Silver in case it's needed, but he's taking a lot of damage now. Actually, only level 1 to the level 2, so early level 2 for Copenhagen Wolves. Managed to get a lot of poke in.
There we go.
That's the game sound.
Yay! Woo! Amazing. You can hear those effects. Silver taking damage, but it seems that it will keep them at bay. Top laners, let's have a look and peek towards them because Zazas and Youngbuck, this is an Aurelia versus Renekton setup. It's something we've seen probably a few times back in the spring. We haven't seen too often. Unlimited caught out. He's going to take some damage. Quick burst out from Sullivan, but they haven't got that instant burst potential right now in this bottom lane.
No, but these bindings, especially for such a long range, which Vander actually managed to land a binding here, Unlimited, he needs to dodge them. Every single one, because if he dodges around the bindings with Zyra, he will just control the lane. And normally it is actually the supports deciding the lane, especially early on here, because they're the ones providing the CC, and often also a lot of the poke here. So as long as he dodges around the bindings, he will be able to constantly poke on Celavar and force him away from the CS. And every time he tries to go forward and hit one in the middle of the lane, Wula can then join in and poke onto him as well, and therefore put everything in favor of Copenhagen Wolves.
Rocket push out. Jungler's not getting involved in this one. Teleport used by Youngbuck in the top lane. Yasazas is still sitting around farming out those CS and keeping himself as even as possible on Youngbuck. Youngbuck, of course, used to be known or famed before he's Renekton and on top lane, but since then there's a lot of players that have absolutely proven, I would say, to be better, honestly, on Renekton. Freddy being one of them.
Freddy's definitely been very strong with Renekton, but still, Youngbuck, he likes to play the bruisers. We've seen him try some AP tops as well, with mixed success. I think we can say his Vladimir's not really shown us anything, but his Renekton has always been solid, at least. And this game here, just trying to bully out Sazas as much as possible, but both top lanes actually just farming. They're not really going aggressive towards each other, just farming away, and as I said, they go aggressive.
Well, Zazas puts a little bit of pressure down onto Youngbuck, realizes he hasn't got the mini advantage. Jankos going to get spotted out, that warp just timed out, but nevertheless it saw him in time, so it did its job. We see Oiwax making a counter, and maybe looking to go towards overpowering this mid lane. If he uses that Arcane Pulse, if he holds it down, while accurate, it can slow him down.
Slows him down a little bit, yeah. Still, we would need to see a satchel coming in from Kauta, knocking him a little bit back, otherwise it's going to be too easy for him to get towards his tower. Kauta has been pushing the lane pretty much all the time and forcing Overpower to then try and push it back as well, so they're not really hitting each other, they're just using a lot of mana farming away. And Youngbuck with a very big wave up here, actually going to freeze it a little bit, just letting all his minions die, while Sazas now is forced to recall and potentially even to teleport back to lane, and therefore won't be obvious he needs it for the dragon, something else the next few minutes.
Quite enough to go for the Phage. Instead he will teleport back down now onto the minion, by the way, so that's going to affect his cooldown timer, but he really wants to keep pressure on Youngbuck. He was putting a lot of good pressure on towards him, and considering he was staying even in farm in the CS, despite the fact he hadn't backed away, and actually keeping pressure on him, Youngbuck needs to be a little bit more careful. We saw how aggressive Zazas was being early on. Now he's going to go back in towards it. No Dominus available for Youngbuck in this one. Zazas puts a lot of pressure down on towards him. Minion-wise, it's actually even between the two lanes in terms of how much they can push back on towards him, and that's why Airwax is coming up to help out.
We actually missed it early on, but Youngbuck had to go back to base already and use the teleport, already picked up a Dorn's Blade, the first back here, so Sazas now needs to be careful though.
Goes what? Instead, flashes downwards straight on towards his face. Safeguard comes up from Jankos. It was bait, it was very overly aggressive bait, I think it's safe to say, but Sazas is free.
Manly bait.
A manly bait.
Knew Jankos was gonna be there, knew he could survive it. Took us by surprise, managed still to get away from the gank here. Flash is gone though. And Copenhagen was actually didn't use any summoners up in his top lane. But this bottom lane, they're still taking so much poke.
Salavar also tanking out the minions as well, which is adding the extra damage towards it. The tower trying to put the damage back down there. He should be able to keep up all the farm. But again, a lot of aggression from Woolite. We saw earlier on, he's got 62 kills so far in the LCS. He's chasing on towards that 80 that Forgiven, of course, set in the spring. Overpower backing off, everybody going to buy. Chalice picked up by Kauta, Chalice picked up by Overpower, both going even on that one, and we are seeing potentially the Trinity Force coming out for Salavar early on. While Woolite, he's going towards the Blade of the Rune King build.
So both of them actually, I mean, going Trinity Force first on Corki is very smart, especially in the lane, because it makes you stronger in the lane phase. You can't really afford building anything else. If Woolite had went back and bought a BF sword, he would have been stronger now, but with the Cutlass and now towards the Sheen from Salavar, they should still be fairly even and just looking to farm, but still, it's about the supports. The poke from Unlimited will really out-trade the ones from Vandal unless you eat every single binding in your face.
Absolutely. Something that was really alluded to mention is obviously the BF sword did get a buff. Of course, it is now 50 AD instead of 45, which it used to be before, despite being the same price. So it kind of is a good item still early on, and as we've seen, it's even the very best AD carries in the world still can't decide which is the best build to go.
No, and often, again, it depends on how much gold you have when you go back to base. It depends on, are you really looking for complete late game team match? Do you know your team can stall the game out long enough for you to go Infinity Edge as first item and get towards your late game points? There's a lot of things always going into the mindset of people or the thoughts of people when they have to pick these items here. And also because the patch is still fairly new, and you're just waiting for someone else to break out something new, and you're like, oh, now this is the best thing. Whatever it's gonna be, I don't know. Could be Cutlass first into BF Sword into whatever item, and also that's the best thing. We have to wait and see.
Overpower falling slowly but surely behind on Kauta. Airwax clearing out the pink ward. Jankos finds him, but they are too slow to react. The pink ward goes down. Back in the top lane, Zazas and Youngbuck going at it, and Zazas having to have him back away. Has felt fairly behind in terms of CS, of course. That aggression that came out from the walls with Airwax has put some pressure on him, and he's going to have to use his ultimate to clear this wave out, I think, maybe towards that tower.
So it's a big wave for both junglers, or Jankos being nearby, and the fact he was actually pinged here by Copenhagen also means they know we're not going to try and go for any crazy tower dives. Airworks already moved away from this top lane, even though there's a big wave coming in. Often we see teams move the jungler up when there's a big wave because they want to force the enemy top laner to move away, lose all the farm, lose the XP, and therefore fall even further behind. But because Jankos was nearby, was never an idea by the Copenhagen Wolves. And just looking to continue to pressure the lanes. Youngbuck doing well his lane, bottom lane of course, doing really well. Now Kauta with the blue buff starting to push in the lane as well.
He's going to come around, find that pink ward. Still no dragons, so this may be the first one of the game. Copenhagen Wolves moving into position.
Opal's back in base.
Ward from Roccat actually showing the entire vision, which actually may be enough. No teleport available for Zazas in that top lane, whereas Youngbuck does. Of course, could get interrupted. They're actually not going to go for it yet.
Oh, so the Wolves back away from it. They are actually forced Overpower back to base, and because Zazas teleported to a minion, his teleport wouldn't be ready either in case they had started it, and Youngbuck was in a good position to push out the wave and teleport down for Dragon. So I actually felt like Copenhagen Wolves should have gone straight for Dragon as soon as they saw Overpower recall and just communicate to Youngbuck, push out the wave, be ready to teleport in case we need you, and they would have been able to pick up an early Dragon here, but they played very safe, back away, and now lose the chance of some fairly easy goal in my opinion.
Yankos looking to try and create some aggression on Kautard in this mid lane. Can the shocking orb land from Overpower? Can he land that stun? It's going to be important in this gank. He's going to move in towards it. The minions have been cleared out. Does manage to get the Eye of Destruction down. Not quite enough. Quick Arcano Pulse will force him away and take him low and puts him out of lane for now.
Yeah, they're pushing down the wave here. Kautard using his ulti actually in this mid lane to just clear it out. And we do see Airwax now going towards the top lane. It's the thing we talked about just before. Moving up, force the enemy top laner away from his tower, and therefore trying to deny him as much CS and farm as possible. But he has teleport, and now the Dragon just goes to Roccat because there's two members top, and Copenhagen Wolves didn't take it before when they had the chance.
Yeah, quick reactions from Roccat. At the moment Airwax shows himself up there. Teleport is back available for Zazas, so he can even go towards the top if needed. He's just going to walk his way in there because no pressure's going down from Roccat, so from the Wolves onto that tower. Now he will teleport back in there. Not sure why he didn't walk past that last little bit. Was he
There's no
fearful of
anyway.
Youngbuck between the lanes?
Yeah, he's probably afraid of Youngbuck zoning him away, so he had to use the teleport anyway to just get to the tower and pick up farm because Youngbuck was between the two towers farming. Would have stopped him from moving unless Jankos had moved all the way from this bottom side up to help him actually. So he had to use teleport. Of course, 240 seconds cooldown. Overpower though in this lane. Falling slightly behind in CS, but landing a lot of poke onto Kautard.
But as we've seen again, falling behind in CS, as you mentioned, this is something he did against Peke. Peke afforded himself the record in that match, and as it stands, Overpower. But we have seen before, in the past, with Xeraths, they can be lean, mean killing machines. Actually, Kautard in trouble. He's going to try to charge away the ult. Will he be able to catch it? Doesn't matter, because Yankos comes in and finishes the job.
So very nice setup here, landing the stun first and Jankos just joining in, getting the kill. Didn't even have to land any of the ulti charges from Overpower. He knew, therefore he missed on purpose. Now Youngbuck going on to Zazas top in his top lane.
I'm not sure he missed on purpose. Zazas taking some damage. Mid lane, tower taking some abuse. Airwax trying to clear out those minions with those hate spikes, smiting them down. Stun not quite landing from Overpower, actually putting some aggression back down on him.
Damage.
Roccat actually coming out in favour of the vote, despite the Wolves, of course, having the advantage early on. Binding does land, this time on Unlimited. They are keeping them at bay, but Unlimited and Co. and Wallite still keeping that pressure on that bottom lane.
It's going to be a scary thing for Copenhagen Wolves. Once Roccat starts grouping up here, you have the binding you need to dodge, but you also have the stun from Seraph. Now the ball is thrown towards you. If you get hit by just one of them, the next one is going to follow because it's so easy to land it and you just CC'd for such a long time. We often see Morgana with Elise doing the same thing. Now, of course, it is with Seraph in this mid lane instead. And if they can chain the CC together, they do have a lot of poke and a lot of damage to kill someone and then take a tower or whatever objective afterwards.
On the pick and ban, we talked about Youngbuck, of course, going with those aggressive builds, and again, it's going to be the Blade of the Rune King first item completed for him. Meanwhile, he's going to be up against the Triforce Zazas, and that's going to take him a little while to complete that one, so he should get the Blade before Zazas.
Yeah, so the whole idea about Blade of the Rune King on Renekton is because your W, it applies on-hit effects and you hit multiple times with it. So when you have Blade of the Rune King with 8% of current health per hit, and you use the W, you have a lot of burst you put down with the Blade, and it's passive. Ooh, that was very, very close. Unlimited would have died.
He landed it, but he didn't go for it.
Oh, no, he didn't. Did he?
Oh, no, it wasn't. No, it wasn't. It was Salavar's Q that was showing him. That's all it was. Yeah.
Very confused.
Yeah. You are correct, of course. So, Wallite making sure he doesn't get caught down, as he would have been a dead man. But, of course, Yankos shows himself in lane, which does mean it buys time for actually a blue buff steal potential coming out here. Wolves going for this one on Rockat's blue buff. We do see Yankos actually caught out of position. The culling coming out from Wallite, not enough damage to take him down. But Van Dijk put in the shackles down.
Oh,
Mega Inferno Bomb dodged out of. The blue buff did get stolen away. I didn't see actually who had it. I think it may well have been Airwax using the smart.
Kautard got it, I think. Kautard at least has a blue buff. No, actually, Airworks managed to smite away. You are correct here. Overpower needs to be careful here. He didn't spot him yet.
Yeah, Airworks comes around, catches the hate spikes on towards him. The bouncing bomb comes in, not quite landing. Mega Inferno bomb not available. Airworks stunning out. Overpower getting blown satchel-wise. Oh, flashes out of the bouncing bomb and gets away to safety.
And Overpower was actually waiting with his stun, just waiting for Airworks to get in tower range. And as soon as he landed the stun, a lot of damage onto him and forced him to move away here. Still, Overpower had to flash with the very last bomb.
Ooh, he's got to be careful. Hasn't backed away just yet. Yeah, now he's going to back away. Tower is playing with the water bombs. Vanda is going to defend this one. Just about bounced by the satchels. Zazas and Youngbuck back in the top lane. Look at this. They're poking each other once again with their pointy sticks. But this time, it may well be Zazas that's going to come out on top. No, Dominus popped out. Youngbuck not having any of that one. Going to force him away.
Smart little bait by Zazas, however. First of all, he's like, I'm going to go all in on you. I'm going to force your ulti. And as soon as Youngbuck pops the ult, Zazas knows there's a minion right behind me. Jumps to it with Q and just gets away. So Youngbuck effectively didn't actually do anything with his ult other than just regain some of his HP here. This bot tower, however, is still taking a lot of damage. Same goes for Celabar.
Slowly but surely, Warlight and Unlimited are going to take this tower down. They have the CS advantage. And in fact, if you look across the board, Copenhagen Wolves have the CS advantage all across every single lane, which is a danger for Rocket. It's something that's plagued them throughout the summer split, falling behind in those lane phases. And you could even argue in the spring split as well. And this tower will go down eventually.
This is why we talk about Rocket potentially lane swapping, because they had the weaker lanes, just 2v2 and 1-on-1. Decided still they felt confident enough going to standard lanes, or maybe they were hoping Copenhagen Wolves were trying to guess they went top lane or whatever, but still, it meant they got the standard lanes, and it meant they fell behind in CS all around the board.
For all the smack talk they gave, the Wolves are certainly giving Rocket a run for the money. Kautar's in trouble, he's not getting away from this one. Jankos catches him down, Overpowered with the assist.
So 34 seconds on the Dragon here. Kautar is gonna spawn and he needs to run straight towards the Dragon if Rocket is in a position to start it. Zazas, however, used teleport up in his top lane, so he won't be able to join unless he starts running now.
Airworks comes around the side there, does manage to catch the slow one towards him. Vanda's going to be the focus target. They're currently doing the damage. He flashes away, and he's away from this one as well. Celabar now getting taken low. He's going to drop. Oh, will he? No, he escapes as well. And Rocket with the great escape. Meanwhile, they're pushing the mid lane, and there's nobody to defend it.
Still only 1 minion left here. Will they just tank it up? They should do it and get the tower here. Dragon is up now, but the bot lane has been forced back from Rocket. However, mid lane just took 2 towers. Now they're going to lose one in bot lane.
Will they be able to take it down? That's the question. They're going to keep pushing across. Youngbuck takes the top lane turret down. Zazas is going back in towards that top. Warlock should get this turret down. Overpowered coming across. There's the ult. He lands on towards Airwax. Only catching the one though. He's got no vision. It is blind shooting just down in that lane. Does manage to catch 2 shots in it. Coming around the side is going to be Jankos. Jankos will catch on towards it. Airwax is going to be the focus, but he's stealthed up. He's got no vision of him. He is the blind monk though, if he can get close enough. Instead, he dives around. Airwax tries to get around from the side. Overpower catches on towards him. Strangleballs bouncing Celabar in the air. Vanda not catching on with the dark binding. And the Rocket only going to get 1 kill out of this.
Youngbuck is pushing the mid lane here. Zazas was up in his top lane pushing it down as well. No teleport for both of them, so mid tower for Copenhagen Wolves. Youngbuck also took the top tower while we had the whole chase going on here, so a lot of towers going down for both teams.
All 3 outer turrets now down. Remember, the Dragon is up, which is why Zazas is making his way down, but he's got Youngbuck in between them with that ping ward, giving him full vision. Meanwhile, back down in the river area, they're catching each other out. Zazas is going to get aggressed upon. Youngbuck putting a lot of damage down on towards him. Zazas is in danger here. He's got flash available if he needs it, but that means he's not available for this Dragon.
And we just saw the burst here you can do with Renekton when you have to play at the Rune King. Straight onto full HP. Irelia, you do 8% again on every single hit from your W, and you just bursted him down to around 50% pretty much instantly, forcing him to run away. So a lot of damage here from Youngbuck, and now going towards this Dragon.
Didn't even use the active on that one either.
Don't have to. It's all about the passive.
Yeah, just simply got the damage down on towards him, didn't slow him down. So, Copenhagen Wolves move in for the Dragon. Rocket are going to try and defend this one. Teleport still not available for Zazas, so he's making tracks to get back down here. Rocket simply trying to delay it, and the Wolves are not quite sure about their power right now.
No, again, a bit weird for Copenhagen Wolves. So they move to the Dragon. They actually move away from the mid lane. And yet they don't start it instantly while Zazas wasn't there. So I'm not sure if they're looking just to land some
Airwax found out here. He's going to try and catch on towards them. But Vanda's straight in towards it. Quick turnaround from the damage. Overpower catching a good eye destruction on the Copenhagen Wolves. Jankos stealing away the red buff while this is all happening. Great delay tactics from Rocket.
Copenhagen Wolves took some damage for this engage here now. still poking away. Ulti wasn't used by Airwax, remember, he can still try and flank around, but it's very hard for him because he's in this river area here around the dragon. He needs to either run all the way around the blue buff or straight into the face of Copenhagen or Rocket.
Jankos actually going into the face of them, caught out the side there, has to use the kick, but it's a great effect, and Xatus bounces on it. Quick ultimate coming out, Overpower trying to catch the damage down. Nice. Out. Jankos goes in, hits and runs. Overpower gets the kill on towards him. The rest of Rocket chasing on towards this one. Wallet's going to be the focus target. Jankos catches on towards him. Dark Binding was already used. Soul Shackle's not going to do enough. Does get the damage down, but doesn't have the stun effect. Overpower going to try and clean up. Dragon, of course, still available, and it looks like Rocket are going to turn and take it.
And it was Jankos here moving the entire way. First into the red buff of Copenhagen, then he moved behind him here to start the whole fight. We saw Overpower. He wasn't even close, but he just used his ulti, tried to hit as many members as possible here, and because Copenhagen took so much poke, and because it was Rocket who got the engage onto them, Copenhagen had to just run away. We're gonna see it again here. Jankos moves in, Jumbo actually goes towards him. It was a beautiful kick. It's multiple members, there's a lot of damage onto them. Countered fourth way. Overpower, he's standing in the dragon pit right now. He's trying to fire his ult. Celabar joins in. It's actually a Rocket team out of position. I mean, Copenhagen Wolves are together as a group, but because they have landed so much poke and because they managed to just be so mobile and move around them, they still managed to get a kill here before the rest of the team joins in. Well, couldn't pick up any more kills, but still got the dragon.
So Trinity forces all around, of course, now being picked up. Meanwhile, Blade of the Rune Kings. It's a Triforce versus Blade of the Rune Kings between these two teams right now. Of course, the Wolves currently trail though, 4,000 in gold. That's a big advantage swinging Rocket's way after that fight. They were already in the gold lead, but only 1,000 gold. Now they're starting to swing it. Of course, they've got those 4 kills as well. Despite every single lane effectively winning for the Wolves in terms of farm, they had a good advantage in tactical play, but with that mid turret down, it's a problem for the Wolves, and that takes a lot of vision away from them. If you look across the map, all the vision was placed down that bottom half, around that jungle area, but actually in their own jungle, in and around the defensive quarters that they needed. There's no vision right now, so Wolves are fairly blind.
And they only have this outer top turret here to give at least some vision in this area, because mid lane, Rocket can move down and place a very deep ward and just try and spot Copenhagen who's moving around. It is, however, the Wolves sending multiple members to this top lane here. Rocket going aggressive, might backfire.
This might going to be a 2v2, and you can see Youngbuck coming in. Mega Inferno Bomb lands on the targets, and now Xasus. Can this be the first kill for the Copenhagen Wolves? Xasus is going to be that target man. They're still running away from it. The bouncing bomb will go down, and it's Kautard that takes the kill after the tower hit.
So Copenhagen was just sending multiple members up top here. I'm not sure if they predicted Rocket to try and set a gang up, or they were expecting Rocket to group up in this top side to get the last outer turret down, and therefore they were there before them. Still managed to get a kill, pushed a wave out here. Rocket couldn't do anything in return. And it was a kill over to Kautard as well on the Ziggs here. He died a few times, but been farming really well, so still going towards the death cap most likely as his next item, and will be very, very strong. Overpower, of course, with 2 kills and 2 assists, already picked up the death cap.
Yeah, already very strong. Rocket maneuvering, making sure they have some positional play. Somebody's going to have to make a move. It's going to be Woolite, by the looks of it, that's going to go down towards that bottom lane wave, which immediately, because they've pushed it out, Rocket, all members moving in towards the top, they're going to go for that top turret.
Yeah, so they're doing it now here. Teleport is ready for Youngbuck, but he won't be able to hold the tower by himself, and the rest of Copenhagen Wolves are very, very far away. So they moved up there earlier, got a kill, but then they moved away from it, so Rocket was simply just waiting and saying, okay, now we send the members up top, and we should take this tower without any issues. And Overpower staying around as well in case a fight should break out.
Yeah, it's all down to Celabar just clearing out, keep pushing that wave. They're going to have to tank it through. They've only got 1 minion. I think they're happy to do that.
Come on.
As the Wolves show themselves. There goes the turret. And Youngbuck, the only defensive member. Airwax looking to flank around, actually. There is only 4 members of Rocket here. The rest of Copenhagen Wolves moving for it, but Woolite's not with them, so I don't think they're going to go for it. They may look towards this mid lane of Xasus, though.
He's farming away here. Airwax coming in, still on him, and Woolite will be joining him. Nope. Not really going to go in for anything here, and Copenhagen Wolves couldn't really start a fight top because Aurelia had TP. Instant up there, AD carry, of course. Didn't bring TP and wouldn't be able to join in on the side of Woolite and Copenhagen Wolves. Now they are grouping here. 24 minutes into the game. Might look to try and come down and land some poke onto Rocket, but they need to be careful. Again, binding or the stun from Overpower, and then Rocket can engage.
Well, they're going to sweep out the ward and see if the Wolves will take anything from this one. It seems that they are going to back away. They've got no advantage in any of the lanes. The top lane's going to get cleared out. Xasus is going to continue that farming spree. So, we're hitting the later phases of the game, 24 minutes in, Zazas will become stronger now, you feel, than Youngbuck.
He will, and definitely in team fights, Aurelia is very, very strong in the late game. Or even in this mid-game point here, once you complete the Trinity Force, you hit your first power spike as Aurelia, where you become very strong. You have a lot of damage. If you get onto a squishy target, you will be able to take them down. And because of your passive, with the extra tenacity, it is very hard to stop an Aurelia running towards you. Knock up, luckily for Copenhagen Wolves, works really well. That's where, of course, Zyra comes in to the picture. But still, Aurelia in these late-game team fights will be able to do a lot. It will be very hard for Copenhagen Wolves to control. And we actually do see Zaz as well building tank now. So he's not looking for the second damage item and looking to split push. He's more going to say, okay, I need, first of all, I have 24s. I want to build for a bit of everything, and especially for team fights, by getting some tank in it, so I won't be a squishy target when I'm going.
Currently, it is even in terms of farms starting to develop out between them. You can see Rocket, of course, with that gold advantage, they have the objectives, they have the dragons. And it looks like with 40 seconds to go, they're going to make a move and try and secure this next one. Ward's being placed out. Lane's being pushed out. Zazas has that teleport available. He's happy to keep himself active in the top lane. Blue Wolf this time will go to overpower, so he's going to have that for the fight as well. Jankos is backing off though. 30 seconds to go before that dragon spawns. They know they have a little bit of timer, but it's actually affording Copenhagen Wolves positional advantage. And they now have the river area covered out.
The Copenhagen Wolves, everyone went back to base. Board used all the gold they had, and then they ran to Dragon here. Overpower is actually sitting on almost 2,000 gold at the moment. Won't be able to spend it before the fight unless he wants to give up the Dragon to the Wolves, but they're moving away actually now. He's still staying around, just airworks, scouting away, see if he can find someone. Oh, trying to get some poke down at least.
Oh, Mega Inferno
Bomb.
Oh, it only caught on Vander, yeah, and didn't really do a great deal of damage, so that ultimate's not available. That's a big item to go down. Overpower, though, caught out of position around the side there. They're calling doing the damage on Youngbuck. One more hit. Safeguard from towards it from Jankos, but Airwax does get the kill on Overpower, and that will give them a big advantage in this Dragon fight.
So with the pink ward here, Copenhagen Wolves were just waiting around for Rocket to make a move, and Airwax, he already moved to the mid lane like 10-20 seconds ago, just waiting for something to happen. As soon as Overpower moved into the river, he just collapsed onto him, killed him with Youngbuck as well. Nice setup, flash was used. And they actually tried to push down the mid lane, but because both towers are already gone, they don't have time to do it.
Yeah, there's no advantage to gain. They are going to steal away the blue buff. That's a small gain, honestly, but that's the first dragon of the game for the Wolves. So, Jankos actually going aggressive on this one. They're going to keep on chasing. The rest of the Wolves are following. Can they catch on towards them? They could have position, or you can see Awax coming around the side, actually. They've spotted out Zazas. Overpower does have ult, and yeah, they realize that they can't go too carried away on this one. But look at the bottom lane now. While they're keeping the pressure on, Youngbuck is putting pressure on this bottom lane.
So he can just push it into the tower. Zazas is nearby to defend it and pick up all the farm. And the team fight so far in this game, we do see the lack of hard engage for the lineups, because they go in, they pick up one kill, and then they back away. They don't try and chase for too long. They know they can't really continue to chase or lock down a second target, so they get a kill, back away, get a dragon, and we kind of reset the whole game once again. We go back to farming, and both of them just looking to reach the point where they feel like now we can start grouping up, trying to land some poke, land a binding, and then we can maybe try and go for a kill. But none of the teams so far have been at that point. They're only looking for dragon. Whenever one guy dies, he goes to the other team.
Go back around their merry way. So, Copenhagen Wolves did close the gold gap a little. Only a little. That's all they managed to get. Can they try and keep that going, though? If they can pick off the likes of Overpower, take down one of those carriers, Salavar may be out of position. Maybe even just catch out Zazas, who knows? He's the man that's going to be split pushing. And just looking towards the top lane, you can see Salavar long way out. Copenhagen Wolves thought about it, but he's not foolish. He's not going to keep on pushing that way. He's not going to go too deep. And he will step away, which means, of course, the ways will continue to be cleared. So let's look across the map. Let's see who is in a big advantage right now, because AD carry ice, you can see it's the Infinity Edge and Triforce being picked up by Salavar. Meanwhile, Warlight went with the Yomu's Ghostblade and the Blade the Rune King. But now that those Trinity Force and Infinity Edge are completed, Salavar is stronger, surely.
Yeah, he's very, very strong at this point if they do get in a fight. But the burst potential from Moonlight for the 6 seconds when he have the Ghostblade, he will or should be able to at least do more damage than Salavar, but only for those 6 seconds. And then Salavar started doing more damage for the rest of the fight here. And we do need to see if the Blade Rune King is actually close for Woolite. I didn't see when he got to shop. No, he's only on about 1,000 gold now, so he needs a lot of farm before he can complete the Infinity Edge and start becoming stronger as well in the longer fights and not just rely on his 6 seconds of burst with the Ghostblade.
So It's got a while to go on that one. We do see some tank items starting to be picked up by both top lane. Starbinding on Youngbuck will lock him in position, but no damage. Follow up. The Wolves continue to clear out those wards. Maybe looking towards that Baron area. Sullivan, very aggressive stuff. He's confident, he's got his Valkyrie available and his flash, so he knows he can get out of a sticky situation, but he's got to be careful he doesn't put himself in one in the first place like Airwax has. Doesn't quite get locked up by the stun there, very close. Instead, you're going to see the ultimate overpower, putting the damage down. He has vision, but they don't quite have enough to finish him off. And look at that, Walleye putting the damage down on towards Jankos, the Cullen burning down his back, and he's going to step away. While that was all happening, the bottom lane pairing have continued to push. And still, these teams are not confident enough to finish the job. Both junglers caught out.
Again, they have a hard time actually directly starting the fight. They're just poking back and forth here. Airwax keeps trying to sneak around people, trying to get the flank, start a fight here, but the rest of Copenhagen Wolves were not in a position to help him, so he had to run away, drop very, very low, and then we actually saw Jankos with the exact same thing. He tried to get around them. Selavar popped, Woolite popped the Ghost Blade here and just hammered Jankos down, forced him away from the fight. And this bot lane thing with the two top laners, they are pushing the waves, but they don't actually fight against each other. They're just pushing it out, and the next guy is like, okay, I'm just gonna wait here. Thank you, take the farm. The other guy moves away, goes into the jungle or whatever. So we don't actually see them fight each other. They're just both ready to teleport in case they need to, and just farming away, just trying to become as tanky as possible now.
Oh, I thought he was gonna maybe come in and steal out with a smite. Didn't have a vision there though. He could have. There was nothing to stop him, but he just didn't put the ward down. Instead, he went towards actually giving himself some coverage. Of course, the Dragon is up in 1 minute 40, and that is probably the next focus for the Wolves as they push this bottom wave up.
Airwax, once again, he keeps looking for these fights here. He really wants to try and stay as far behind Rocket as possible, so they don't expect him to all of a sudden show up behind him and start everything. Copenhagen Wolves pushing his mid lane here. Jankos coming down from his top lane. There's 4 members now from Rocket in his mid lane to try and defend. And of course, they do have a lot of poke with both Corgi and Overpower with his long range. Also his ulti, if someone should drop low, you can try and finish him off with the ulti. You just see the wave there right here. Boop.
What's stopping them in the bottom wave? They could just go straight towards the tower, and that's exactly what they're doing. I've wondered why they were not just simply 2v1ing and pushing the pressure on. So the Wolves take themselves down the 4th turret of the game. That puts things even between them, and again, brings that closer. Gold ever so closer between these teams. Vander putting the pink ward down. Dragon up in 50 seconds. Youngbuck, you are backing away in a dangerous position, and he's going to step away from that.
Steps away again. Both top lanes have teleport. He can go back, buy some items to be ready here. Both teams basically doing the same thing. I mean, we talked about how the last Dragon, now we're going to have 5-6 minutes. So
we also talked about how this game may be long.
Right, right. I think we are correct so far. The teams are taking it slow, farming up, want to go towards these late game team fights. We do see Youngbuck picking up a giant spell for the team fight, which is going to be very good for him. Sasa's actually stayed, even though he has teleport. I'm not sure how much gold he has. Oh, there's about 600, so of course couldn't go back still. Slight advantage for Youngbuck at the moment, but still Aurelia is very, very strong in these team fights.
6 kills in 33 minutes. It's the exact opposite to what 4.10 was like last week when the teams had newly discovered this patch. Dragon is up. Rocket are taking it. They're in the advantage position. Copenhagen Wolves are going to have to push on this one. The World Dragon's going to go down. It's finished off. Airwax tries to come around and steal it, but he goes down. Stranglethorns goes down. Not going to hit anyone. Mega Inferno Bomb does catch a little bit of damage, but Kautard has to flash away. He's caught out with the kick. Jankos goes in, secures himself the kill on that one. He's got nowhere to escape, though. He's going to get locked out. It is a 3-for-1 so far, and it seems the Rocket are just about done there.
And everything actually starts with Youngbuck being out of position. He was in this mid lane, very far away from the Dragon. Notice here on the minimap, Youngbuck had to run the entire way to help the team out. The Dragon is already gone. Airwax tried to steal it. Again, Evelyn, you need to flank around. If you just move straight in their face, they're going to spot you out. They're going to land some CC and just kill you instantly. You will never be able to get your burst, or you're never going to be able to even get your shield if you just get locked up instant, like Rocket did here against Airwax. Again, look, his ulti is still ready. Didn't even have time to use it, just dropped down instantly. Rocket managed to clean up the fight, or at least pick a few more kills.
I think he tunnel visioned so heavily on getting the smite steal that forgot actually, you know what, if I do get this steal, there's a big fight straight afterwards, so kind of a little bit out of position. Nevertheless, that gives another gold advantage, swings straight back to Rocket. So the Wolves, they claw it back in the lanes, they claw it back, the Dragon spawns up, they lose the fight, Rocket take it, and again, another big gold spike for them, back in 5,000 gold lead.
And they
Question is, with Baron available, will Wolves maybe pressure for this?
well, it could be the next thing to dance around. At least we see both teams coming in here. There's actually no pink wards down around the Baron, so nobody's actually denying any wards, except for the one sweeping lens being used. So both teams can now go back. Supports Unlimited will most likely pick up a pink ward here, go back and place it around the Baron if they want to try and take control of it. But the Copenhagen will should have been in position to make sure Rocket didn't actually start the Dragon before. But they were a bit split up. Youngbo was in the mid lane, farming away here, so Rocket just took the Dragon. And when the teams put so much focus on Dragon, you have to make sure you're there. When it's finally spawning and there's a fight about to happen, you need to be ready. Because if you give it all to the team, you just give them this advantage now for the next 6 minutes until the next Dragon spawns, where both of them have been farming away, and there was no reason to actually do it.
Especially when you've just invested a whole bunch of wards to get in that position and that vision in the first place. So Youngbuck clears out this bottom wave stack. It does, of course, give his position away, but he does have teleport available if Rocket were to try anything out in this top lane. While, of course, this is keeping 4 members of both teams active, we do see Zazas continuing to push that top lane. They've already put damage on towards that top turret. It is pretty fragile right now. Jankos looking to sneak around. He's trying to flank it
move down, take the tower.
Get some damage, and they're pushing. There you go. Jankos comes around. Zazas on it. Teleport in there. Mega Inferno Bomb being used to clear out the wave. But that's going to be on a cooldown now.
Yeah, so worst case for Rocket here, they forced away the ult from Kauton. Good enough. They got some damage on the tower as well. Youngbuck has been pushing out this bot lane, so it's going to slowly push towards the tower of Rocket, but there's still a while before it gets to the tower, and the tower itself should be able to clear the wave fairly easily. And of course, coming too far away,
Selva, big burst damage, has to Valkyrie and Flash and heal away. It actually didn't have a heal available just to get the hell out of there. So quick burst damage from the Wolves, and that gives them some positional advantage to move.
They get the pinks now. Now they can move in, place all the pink wards, clear the wards from Rocket, and try and force Rocket now into a bad situation where they either have to face check onto Copenhagen Wolves, or just maybe risk Copenhagen Wolves starting the Baron itself. However, it's going to be risky against Overpower here, because he's going to be able to destroy you very far away.
They do not start things off, they're just going to bait it out, and the dance, or the waltz, whichever you prefer in there. Maybe it's a little bit of salsa. We do have Tango Evelyn, I believe it is, in the top there. As it is, Zazas has found him. He's going to have to run, speeds himself up, and gets away from that.
So, every single time Airwix has the chance, he moves around, looking for the chance to start a fight. But of course, without any hard engage, we are just looking at each other for now, trying to scare each other away. Find some pink wards, kill the pink ward here, small victory for Rocket. Still a few more down around the Baron pit. They can go and clear if they do manage to force Copenhagen Wolves away. Do however lose the blue buff, which is important over Zix now, so he can start poking away. Overpower needs to be a little bit careful with his mana. And now Copenhagen Wolves need to be careful they don't lose all the pink wards they just placed.
Yeah, you wouldn't want to do that. So, let's look across and see who actually has the advantage. I mean, obviously Rocket do with in terms of gold. In terms of items, it's going to slowly become closer. So, as we approach the 40-minute mark, who's going to have the stronger late game team? I mean, you'd assume I would look towards Rocket, but the Wolves are still in good position.
So I'm definitely looking towards the top lanes when we talk about late game, where it's heavily in favor of Aurelia, these late game team fights. But the Blazer King actually made Renekton better in the late game, because you had quite some damage, and then you can just build full tank afterwards. But still, I would give it to Aurelia in his late game points here. And Overpower against Kautrod, I mean, both of them do a lot of burst damage, a lot of AoE damage in these fights, so it's all about who gets the best engage for them. And of course, AD carry-wise, well, Kogi's fine in the late game with Infinity Edge. Honestly, I think I'll give it to Lucian still late game wise, but it's very much up in the air. I don't think it's going to be too much about the champions here. Actually going to think about who starts the right team fights, because it's very hard for both teams again to start the fights. So who gets the proper engage, or who managed to start controlling the map. Try and sneak a Baron, try and take it away, or maybe get 1 or 2 towers because you out-rotate the other team, and therefore you get some advantage and try and win the game, and not necessarily just depending on the champions they have.
Well, of course, looking at the junglers, we do see this Hex Drinker was picked up a long time ago for Jankos. And he's, it's interesting, we've been focusing a little bit on, of course, the junglers over the last few games, because we're interested to see how they're itemizing. There's been a few changes for them. Rocket, though, poking on towards the Dragon, not going to start it off this time. She leashed it out and backed straight off. Banshee's Veils was picked up. Hello, Overpower going. Kotar caught out, but he doesn't go down. It's enough. He can step away at the side there. Mega Inferno Bomb thrown out, but again, only catching the damage on Vander. Meanwhile, back in the top area, you can see Overpower. Youngbuck trying to single him out with the Dominus run in. LX comes around. Zazas is going to get locked up. Has to flash away from this one. Youngbuck goes big on this one. Can he get the final damage down? Yes, he can. It's the Cullen from Woolite that does it. But now the Copenhagen walls are really low, and Roccat are backing away. They could try and pick up some kills here, but instead, they have to back away. Scrying Orb was used. They didn't see who managed to get on towards it. The Dragon is going to get started out. Meanwhile, Woolite, he's putting pressure on this mid lane.
So Unlimited staying around this Dragon for now, but everyone else is so low here for Copenhagen Wolves. Woolite already moved to the top side. Should be Dragon for Rocket, so while they lost the team fight, they do pick up the late game objective here and more gold. There's only one kill again on the side of Copenhagen Wolves. I don't think we've had a team fight, except for one, with more than just one kill here. Youngbuck joining in though.
Teleported in for this. Not sure really that he wanted to go and be full aggression, but it forces Roccat to back away nonetheless, and it did force some damage away. Woolite looking to try and catch somebody out. Doesn't manage to catch out anyone after all, and instead it doesn't really put any pressure on anything. They're going to go Baron though.
Well, they're moving here at least. Still, they don't have any pink ward to place in the Baron pit, so they won't be able to clear the ward unless they're usually sweeping here, but Rocket can move down, place a new ward, and just poke away from distance. So no pink ward from the side of from Copenhagen Wolves, therefore they won't be able to deny any vision, and now they already spotted them out.
Yeah, Jankos lands that, gives him immediate eyes in the Baron pit, knows that it's simply bait and they're not going to fall for it. So it's now a 7,000 gold lead or shy of for Roccat with a 7-4 gold lead, kill lead advantage. Everybody backing off and purchasing yet more items. We saw actually how close it was, despite there is that 7,000, 6,000 gold lead between the teams. It's still very, very tight between these. Simply someone getting caught out of position. Zazas was the man that went down.
And we saw how scary it was if you get hit by Binding, because instantly as the Binding landed onto Coulthard, Overpower just put his ult into his face here, almost managed to kill him. And it's actually a thing for Copenhagen Wolves, if you look at the items, there's only one member with Tenacity. That's actually Airworks in the jungle here. Youngbuck up in his top lane, he doesn't have any Tenacity. 80 carries, of course, building towards a Quicksilver Sash instead, so you have your cleanse now, but if you look at the side of both Coulthard and Unlimited, if they get hit by a Binding, it's a lot of CC, and then follow up maybe by the stun by Overpower, and the target is going to go down.
Right, but Zazas that went down in the last fight, and he's already picked up himself a Guardian Angel to make sure that doesn't happen again. Meanwhile, Frozen Heart picked up by Youngbuck. Big, giant, tanky wall of a Crocodile now. Zazas in that bot lane is split pushing. Copenhagen Wolves actually just still continuing to clear the wards out. Zazas is going to continue that pressure and actually eventually will reach that tower. But the Copenhagen Wolves have started the Baron off here. They're not committed to it though.
No, and Zazas is still in this bot lane here, just waiting. Because as long as they can hold them off with 4 members, he can keep pushing in the wave. And if they can keep holding them off, he's going to force Youngbuck then to go down the defend. He can't because he has no teleport, therefore he's actually forced to stay with the team. And every single time they started, Rocket tries to poke them and try and force them away. Now, this time around, they actually already got the Baron down to about 60%.
We'll see whether the teleport's going to come in. They're going to have to come in shortly. It's not being used just yet. They're going to try and peel on this one. They're catching around the side. Mega Inferno Bomb this time catches on Vander and Sullivan. Teleport is coming in this time around. Vander's already been caught out though. Zazas comes around the side and the Copenhagen Wolves are actually fairly low on health right now. Youngbuck's going to get caught out. Is it going to be enough? Yes, Sullivan gets the kill on him. Now we can see Overpower getting on towards Airwax. Does not land and connect those hits, but they can see the mines coming around. Jankos kicks Unlimited back into Zazas. Zazas locks him up. Guardian Angel gets popped. Woolite caught around the side. Stun does not land from Overpower. Arcano Pulse was going out there, but everybody steps away and it's just a 2-for-1 this time around in the fight. Roccat again coming out on top despite the Wolves starting everything off.
Yeah, so they lost Vander very early on here, but managed to just keep cutting backwards. Youngbuck overcommitted a little bit, took a lot of damage, actually went down for them. Woolite staying around, he wants more.
Yeah, you can see the damage that both Woolite and Overpower have there. Woolite almost 2-shotting Jankos, but everybody steps away once again. The Baron dance will continue its merry way for a 3rd time.
Well, first Dragon should be spawning in a few minutes. Could be the target and then towards the Baron afterwards. But we did see Copenhagen Wolves, because they didn't have teleport and Youngbuck, they moved all 5 members to the Baron, started it, and forced then Aurelia, or Rocket, sorry, to use their teleport to join in for the fight here. Traded 2-for-1 in favor of Rocket. But there was still the team staying back and just waiting, poking away, even though they're hitting gold. They're not the ones taking control of the map. They're actually the ones staying back, poking, and then trying to disengage every single time. And if Copenhagen Wolves then overcommit in fights, they punish them, and now they're actually the ones starting the Baron.
This time around, I can see Airwax. He's flanking around Overpow, actually. Woolite is a long way from this one, and that Baron is going down quick. Airwax is not close enough to get in and steal this one away. That's going to go towards Rocket. The question is, can they peel in time? They found Airwax. They're going to try and catch him around. Soul Shackles from Vander will lock him up. Overpow going aggressive. Meanwhile, Stranglethorns is simply just going to bounce them in the air. Immediately, 2 members going down. Airwax is getting caught out, and Limited goes down. And now Youngbuck's being chased. Woolite, though, quickly caught on. Zazas locks it towards him. Zazas, no Guardian Angel this time, will get taken down by Countouts. Mega Inferno Bomb. Youngbuck again. Zan Yankos trying desperately to get the other side of him to kick him towards the team, but the Baron and 2 kills goes to Rocket.
So this all started because Woolite, after the team fight, he stayed. He tried to do as much damage he could to Rocket. He took a lot of damage in return, and then he actually moved all the way down to the Wraith camp and to the red buff here. So he had to recall very late. Therefore, he's running for base now when this fight is actually on. Airworks, first target, I mean, pretty much nothing he could do. He was moving in to try and smite steal it, never really got in a position. He ended up dying for it. Woolite just have to run away here. Taking a lot of damage to Silva coming in with the burst. Youngbuck managed to get 1 kill, but still you lost the Baron at this point here. Simply also because Woolite stayed for such a long time trying to poke away, and then did red buff afterwards, recalled, while Rocket had already moved all 5 members to the Baron. So he had to run there and was never really a part of anything.
Wasn't involved in it. Yankos being tracked by the Wolves right now. But clearing the wards in the Baron pit, you never know. There's no Baron there to deal with. 20 seconds until the Dragon's up, though. That's going to be potentially a focus. Mercurial Scimitar was picked up by Woolite, actually. That's what kept him alive in that last fight. Managed to cleanse himself off and get the hell out of there. So Rocket with a big gold advantage now, 9,000. And, of course, that Baron buff are going to make their way down to this Dragon that's spawning in 2 seconds' time.
They've been playing very passive, but they've simply been waiting for their chance. As soon as they saw Copenhagen was out of position, being at around Dragon or Baron, they would start the objective, pick it up, and then just back away a little bit. Didn't necessarily want to actually team fight, but just get these objectives and back away now. And with Baron buff, with all the damage from Overpower, also Celavar, 4 damage items completed. Of course, another Dragon. Then we need to see if they actually want to start grouping up and try and move down, land some poke with Sasus, split pushing, and then try and force some towers.
The Wolves trying to force the mid-push, but simply put, now that Overpower's there, he can clear that wave very, very easily with that.
They're just delaying. They push the wave out as far away from their base as they can, and then you just move away here. So they delay Rocket a little bit from pushing. They can try and do the same thing up here in this top lane, kill the next wave, force someone from Rocket to move up and clear the wave, and therefore once again delay the whole thing and just wait this Baron buff out.
Well, you see Celavar's cleared that mid-wave, got that Bloodthirster now completed, and they are possibly going to show some signs of aggression. So, Vander, that man that was on your screen just there, can he land a Dark Binding? That will surely start everything off. Celavar's just got half the hit points down off the turret. Copenhagen Wolves, they were back in base, but they would...
But it's been the same deal the entire game. They are not fast enough to be at the right place at the right time, so now they lost 60% HP of their tower just by an 80 carry running in saying, okay, duk, back away, easy peasy. Next time around, Rocket can just move in, put Black Shield onto Celavar and let him kill the tower.
I never knew that was Corki's sound.
It's a duk.
It's a duk.
It's a great sound.
That's a fantastic sound. Airwax once again trying to flank around. Zazas meanwhile is pushing the bottom wave in, so they're going to create pressure in that 4-1 split. Airwax again, he's going a long way around to flank on this one, that's for sure.
Well, still, he wants to start a fight here. Sasus can join in. There's still Bloodthirster shield onto Celavar, of course, as long as he hits him in. He actually spotted Airwax and jumped towards him.
Yeah, actually, you can see Celavar going aggressive on this one. Meanwhile, Sasus is taking this bottom tower down. Nobody from the Wolves to react to this one. Way too late to the party. And now the 5th tower of the game goes down to Rocket. Of course, Airwax was forced away. So again, Rocket moved back into position to try and pressure this mid inner turret.
Pushing on a Ziggs though is not the easiest thing. He will pretty much always be able to clear the wave before it even gets close to your tower. But because the tower is already pretty low, because Sasus down near his bot lane is always pushing in, they should be able to get in and get a few hits on the tower and manage to actually kill it and open up for the inhibitor.
Dark Binding not going to land on Unlimited, just on the top of your screen now. Woolite, we just saw actually Woolite and Celavar. They're just a little duel back and forth between each other. Both doing incredible amounts of damage right now. Rocket keeping the pressure on Woolite. Really aggressive because you saw Airwax again trying to flank around the side, but a Banshee's Veil on Jankos is not the target he wants. It's the AD carry he's going to try and focus on. But honestly, I think if he pops on towards Sullivan, I think Sullivan's just going to turn around and explode him.
And there's no pink wards on the side of Rocket here, so they can't actually place anything around the sides to try and spot, except for the one right here on Overpower. And therefore, Airwax keeps dodging around instead on the other side of the map, and there's no additional pink wards, so they won't be able to spot him. You just have to say, okay, we think he's going to engage. Haven't seen him for a while. Once again, he's staying around. Now he's spotted.
But look at the side. Zazis is actually coming around the back of the Copenhagen walls. Sullivan takes a Mega Inferno bomb and it quickly turns it around, gets the lifesteal back on towards Airwax. While this is all happening behind them, we see Jankos coming around. Walleye catching out. Sullivan does manage to take him down. Airwax zapped out of it by Overpower. Zazis brought all the attention. Sullivan gets himself a second. Countdown goes down. Youngbook in all sorts of trouble. He's going to get caught out. Jankos trying to get on towards him. Can't quite kick on him, but it doesn't matter. The focus is strong from Rocket as they get a triple kill for Salavar. That's going to be the inhibitor turret. It may even be the game.
It will be the game for sure. The death times are so long. We have 50 minutes into the game. Rocket will be able to take it.
So 50 minutes gone. You can see they're going to tank this one through. They can take out those Nexus turrets. Rocket instead choose to go up towards the top because there's a big wave and they think, you know what, let's get another inhibitor.
Fantasy points for whoever has the Rocket as a team. It's additional tower here, inhibitor as well, now moving towards the base.
Now the minions come in. Actually, they go aggressive and they get a kill. Zaza's catching on towards Unlimited. That is it. That's the ace. And that is the Nexus turrets going down. Rocket, well, they smacked Taunt at the start of it and they finally backed it up, but it was far from convincing once again for Rocket. Another 50-minute victory, but it does keep them clear of the Wolves.
And Rocket as a team in this game here, they were simply one step ahead of Copenhagen Wolves. Or we could say Copenhagen Wolves were one step behind Rocket because every time they were late for Dragon or whatever objective it was, Rocket would start it, take it, and just back away afterwards. We had so many team fights where only one member died every single time, but the Dragon always went in favor of Rocket. So even though we had stronger lanes from Copenhagen Wolves early on and standard lanes, and they actually got ahead because they kept losing Dragon, because they kept being too late to the party, Rocket got the lead and also managed to actually win the game here in the very end.
Well, what a win, nonetheless. Not a convincing match by any stretch of the imagination, but nonetheless, with Superweek, any win is a good win.
Yes, especially for Rocket here, fighting to really climb up the standing, want to secure the top 6 spot. I believe they're 6th place now, and they want to stay there, at least, of course. Don't want to drop lower because you want to get this playoff spot, so you have a chance of going to Worlds. It's what every single team is playing for. Nobody even thinks about relegation at this point. It's all about, I want to go to Gamescom, I want to play in the playoffs and get a chance to go towards Worlds. Because once you actually are at Gamescom and you play this quarter-final game here, everything can happen. I mean, everyone can just prepare one tactic, beat whoever team they're facing, suddenly they're in the semi-final. You also secure your spot for next year's LCS. So it's all about the playoffs here for both teams. Even though Wolves, of course, should be thinking about relegation, it's not what's on their mind. Get this top 6 spot. Still Rocket, we saw the slow and safe play style. If we don't have to fight, we're not going to fight. We are just going to relax and just take the Dragon, back away, go back to farming, until we really feel like we're strong enough. Then we take the fight and we win.
Well, the pressure was on their mid laner. We called him out at the start of the show. He reacted. Shox is standing by on stage with Overpower.
Thank you very much, D-Man. And well, congratulations, Overpower, because as D-Man said, we did have a little bit of doubts of how would you perform in this matchup here today. And you went for the Xerath, a new pick coming in there. It was actually Kautar that played it as well in the Spring Split. You said you didn't know, but why did you go for this pick in this instance?
We decided to go for something crazy because we're not doing so great. And Xerath was working for us in Scrim, so we decided why not.
And then talk me through how it worked out in the game. You were up against the Ziggs, and then laning phase, as you guys do normally, really good in, but then it slowed down as the game progressed.
I actually didn't do that well in the laning phase. I catch some easy bumps, and yeah, but the mid game wasn't that good as well. I just don't know what's going on with us, and I'm really sorry for my fans, because we are playing really bad, and I think that it might change, but not necessarily now. And yeah, we're just doing anything to win the games, and that's why the Xerath was picked, actually.
Well, but it can actually be very good for the fans that you guys just bounced back from a loss earlier in the day. So, and your teammates as well, Selliver, Jankos really stepping up. So what will you work towards going into the rest of Super Week that is so important right now for you guys?
Well, I think we have actually some changes again. Millennium and Gambit. We play tomorrow and after the day as well. And we're working on our strategy, how to win the games. For now, we just try to win our lanes, and from that point, we try to close up games to actually win it.
All right, very insightful and honest. Thank you very much, Overpow.
Thanks.
All right, now it's time for a topic that we really need to get on top of. So let's go over to Joe and Trevor for a very fitting conversation.
Thank you very much, Shox and Overpower. And some sincere words there, and I think we can talk about that a little bit as well, because Roccat, again, got off to a good start, had control of the game, but had problems winning it.
Yeah, they really did. I think it stems from the compositions of both teams. Neither team really had the ability to force objectives. And again, Roccat demonstrates a hesitation in their mid to late game. They really play passive. They really play slow. They did, however, get a lead and hold on to that lead. So it was a deserved win, albeit it was a crawl over the finish line as opposed to a sprint.
So we also have something that we need to clear up, guys, from that game. So let's take a quick look back.
Did you call it tops?
Tops, yeah.
I didn't even know it was shirts. I was trying to figure out what you were talking about.
I quite like that little clip, if I'm honest.
So we have to talk about tops and what they are. And we actually had a few tweets about tops from this game.
Yes, one of them in particular. The first one comes from us at Punky1993. He taught me that tops are in fact shirts and that tea is yum. Obviously part of the London crowd, and it's what they were yelling, tea is yum, tea is yum. But Joe, I mean, really, tops, is it a British thing?
I think it definitely is. So there's different kinds of tops, right? So you got crop tops, tank tops, and all that kind of thing. But you only really need to call them not shirts. You don't need to know the difference, just call it tops. You've got jeans, you've got shorts, you just call them bottoms. Tops and bottoms, it's really, really easy. I mean, my favorite personally is a crop top. I'm not allowed to wear them though because I look like Gragas.
The thing is, you've got tops, you've got bottoms, but don't you British people also call underwear pants? I mean, isn't this a bit confusing?
So underwear is called pants in England, and I actually had at one event, an American cast who will remain nameless for this one. It was really warm at the event, and he said to me, "Why don't you just take your pants off?" And I looked at him and I thought,
it's a bit forward, mate.
It's a good idea for ventilation, but I'm not sure the crowd will appreciate it.
So I think we do have another tweet. This one I also was a fan of, at Stephen Nomogo. He says, Gambit suits are the best. Now, I personally like this, and I do think their suits are great. I'm hoping they pick up some wins on their birthdays and actually start wearing these suits around, because I think, you know, if they reveal their real naked ambition, it would be a shocking surprise to many of us. And, you know, I'm just hoping they don't remain behind, you know, closed trench cloak doors.
Well, guys, we've learned a little bit today. We know now what tops are, what bottoms are, wherever you're from in the world. But we need to take a quick break. So put on your favorite top and get your bottom back in the seat, because we've got Millennium versus Fnatic coming right up.
My mind is telling me no, but my body is telling me yes.
Has to use the kick, but it's a great effect, and Satas bounces on it. Quick ultimate coming out, Overpower trying to catch the damage down. Kaltard comes out, Jankos goes in, hits and runs. Inferno Bomb does catch a little bit of damage, but Kaltard has to flash away. He's caught out with the kick, Jankos goes in, secures himself the kill on that one. He's got nowhere to escape though, he's going to get locked out. While this is all happening behind them, we see Jankos coming around, Walleye catching out, Sullivan does manage to take him down. Elvax zapped out of it by Overpower. Satas brought all the attention.
You get to play a lot of games, and that's what I mainly like, you know. Getting to play different teams, always fun. I prefer to play more games, you know, especially if you play 2 games per day, so you kind of get into it, you know, get into the mood.
Welcome back to week 7 of the European LCS. I'm Joe Miller, and with me is Trevor Quickshot Henry. And we're about to get into our next game as Millennium takes on Fnatic. Now, the score between these teams is currently tied at 1 win apiece, and the last time they faced off against one another, Millennium came out victorious. They managed to take down Fnatic in front of that massive audience in London, and it was largely due to the incredible performances from Kerp on LeBlanc and Creaton on Twitch, and once again playing around, securing the kills before then challenging for the objectives.
Yeah, and I know that we keep harping on about pick comps and Millennium playing one style of game, but truthfully, when it's the only style that they play and win with, I think it's very fair and a valid point. They've actually won 7 games out of 8 playing with pick compositions, but they've only managed 1 win using a different style of team comp. So this really shows that they need to practice with other tactics, and maybe Superweek's the time to show it off. Last week, Millennium lost to Alliance, but they managed to bounce back and take down SK Gaming in a very convincing fashion. I think Kevin seems to be picking up his game, and his champion pool has extended to include Aatrox, along with Irelia. He's played them a massive amount in his last few games, and he's providing a solid front line for the rest of his team to pick their opportunity to engage and blow targets up.
And of course, on the other side of the rift, we have Fnatic. In their loss to the Super Hot Crew last week, they got completely outfought, and their Stag champions just couldn't handle the mobility of Selfie and the rest of the team. And when Fnatic even lost to Millennium in London, they struggled to deal with the engage power of Twitch, Twisted Fate, and Leona. And of course, when they lost that base race against Alliance, it was once again a pressure situation that cost them the game. Those problems, although, were not apparent earlier today when they picked apart Roccat in a very convincing fashion. Fnatic, of course, used that double AP composition with the Ziggs in the top lane, but it was Xpeke on Orianna that set a new LCS record of 300 CS, securing that at 21 minutes and 52 seconds.
So I'm going to start with the game from earlier today. At Fnatic, they just had a great team composition to kite their opponents and zone them out using Ziggs and Orianna. And truthfully, as a team, they never felt the pressure of Roccat. They held their nerve, they landed every ability necessary to stave off the aggression of that Jax jumping in, and they simply dictated the exact tempo of the game to close it out. Now, I do think that Fnatic crack when they are under pressure and when their opponents get into their face and force them to make those split-second decisions, like the team fights against Super Hot Crew, like the base race against Alliance. I think Fnatic, they are best when they're in control, and we'll need to see if they can figure out how to handle themselves when they're under pressure and the teams are getting in their face, because Fnatic, they're definitely hoping for the best in terms of getting into the matchup and grabbing the reins.
Well, let's take a look at the starting lineups. This one starting on the blue side with Millennium. They are Kevin in the top lane, Cottonex in the jungle, Kerp in the mid lane, Creaton the AD carry, and J-Ree the support.
And on the red side, it is Fnatic with Soaz up top, Cyanide in the jungle, Peki in the mid lane, Reckless as AD carry, and Yellowstar as the support.
So before we head then into Champion Select, let's see who you think will take this one. With 67% of the vote, you gave it to Fnatic. However, that's not the kind of number we're used to seeing when it comes to Fnatic games.
Definitely not, and it is also Fnatic who have been hit and miss. I mean, they're 8-7 at the moment. They had a good game earlier today. I'm interested to see whether or not Morgana is going to be banned out against Yellowstar again. It's 4 games in a row that it's happened. This could make it 5. And in terms of the rest of the picks, I think Fnatic now, they're going to plant a seed of doubt. If you see Ziggs, you instantly go, do they want to run it again? Is that going top lane? Is that going to be mid lane? Part of the reason I think the Ziggs and then the Orianna lock-in was smart earlier is Fnatic had all the information. They knew there was no hard engage. There was very little other than Lulu and Jax running at you that was a threat, which is why they could get away with the double AP. If there was a Leona or a Vi or a Nocturne or a heavier engaged champion, they're less likely to run that double AP, I believe.
And that's the thing, though. You mentioned the Morgana ban that's been banned pretty consistently against Yellowstar. His thresh for me has been absolutely top-notch. He has been hitting hooks. If you remember back to last week, actually it was a flash hook onto a minion. The entire team were kind of laughing at him. We saw that clip in the preview show. But after that, he went on to hit 5, 6, 7 hooks in a row to eventually close them out in the game. We'll see if the strategy here against Fnatic when it comes to bans has changed, as Millennium do have first ban, and that will go the way of Kayle. So taking that one out, that's another champion that could in theory fit in both top and mid lane for Fnatic. Twist Twisted Fate removed by Fnatic themselves, an Orianna ban, a Ziggs ban, so very focused on the AP champions and that mid lane.
Yeah, very, very heavily. Earlier today, we talked about Millennium and how they like to ban champions out that prevents their weaknesses, and this blue side Kassadin is another trend on the side of Millennium's favor. With all of the heavy focus on these mid laners, we may be seeing something a little more oddball. Lulu is available. It may be first pick worthy, but Kerp likes to run his assassins. He likes to run LeBlanc, and he's still running LeBlanc even without the silence on her Q.
Yeah.
So, you know, it's a difficult situation to be in. If Lulu's not taken, I would imagine Fnatic would consider snapping that one up.
Wonder here as well, with the Twitch ban, whether Lucian becomes a first pick priority for these teams. I imagine he comes either in Millennium's first pick or Fnatic's 2 picks here. Millennium, you can see, really running that clock down, and a very thoughtful look on Kevin's face as Millennium look to choose their first champion here for this game. They will take the Lulu, as you predicted.
So it's primarily because of the limiting factor in terms of mid laners. There are so many champions removed from the pool. The interesting thing is whether or not that's going to be a top lane Lulu or a mid lane Lulu. Last week, I got super excited when I seen Lulu because in my head, she's now a top lane champion because of how many European teams are running her there. But it is something that we continue to see in that middle lane. One of the other interesting factoids is that all 3 junglers are available. So Cyanide has the option to go Lee Sin, Elise, or Evelynn based on whatever he's looking for comfort-wise, and it's going to be that Lee Sin locked in.
Yeah, Lee Sin and the Lucian pick up there. We expected that in the first rounds of choices, and it does go over to Reckless in this game. The Morgana was left open this time around, and I mentioned that, and Millennium start to hover over that one, so we'll see whether they want to prioritize the support in this one, since there's already an AD carry and jungler over on the other side. And will we see Tristana here in the European LCS? We are going to see that locked in, and obviously in North America really come to prominence last week.
Definitely. A lot of the auto attack champions we were expecting to see on 4.10 took a little while longer to filter in. We did see Caitlyn in the opening weeks, but I believe 4 or 5 games ran Tristana in North America. I want to see where Creatine decides to build. If he's going to go for the likes of a Blade of the Ruined King, or if he wants to rush the Infinity Edge first, especially considering he's up against Reckless and Lucian, who you're very confident is going to go Blade of the Ruined King into Ghost Blade. So the power spike will definitely be in Reckless's favor in the mid game. But the longer the game goes, the scarier that Tristana is going to become.
Wow.
Top lane Soaz.
Top lane, well, top lane Soaz. Thanks, Captain Obvious.
All of this top talk has thrown me off.
But we are going to see Evelynn put in there, and that's the champion that we expected Cottonex actually to be playing in this game. I think we can say, you know, the top 3 junglers really are something that both of these guys really familiar with. Cottonex been running Evelynn the last couple of weeks. We know how good his Lee Sin as well. Fnatic deciding to take 2 of those away and maybe forcing Cottonex onto something a little bit different this time around. Also looking for a possible mid or top lane. I expect that Lulu will end up in the mid lane with Kerp, and Kevin may end up with this Aatrox. You mentioned that in the pre-game that he's been doing well with it.
If he's not going to go Aatrox, I do assume it's going to be something like an Irelia. There's a lot of single target damage from the Millennium squad. Tristana is going to be, you know, single target auto attack focus. Morgana wants to lock someone down and focus them out with that Dark Binding. And with the Kha'Zix actually locked in, this is a very interesting change. Once Kha'Zix lost his damage reduction on his ultimate, he fell out of favor at LCS level in Europe. But we did see him played a couple of times in North America, and the challenger scene is still playing him a lot. One of the benefits that he did gain is a good chunk of damage on his isolation when somebody's truly isolated, and his waves monster clear is decent on his W, as there was a boost to the monster damage. The only thing is, if Cottonex doesn't get ahead, if Cottonex doesn't start snowballing, I do feel like he is a jungle champion that falls off without kills or without items. Lee Sin will always have utility in his kicks, in his saves, in his mobility. Kha'Zix a little bit less so. So a lot of pressure on Cottonex to get rolling and get rolling quickly.
Yeah, also saw him last week in Korea, SK Telecom against Samsung Blue. Cottonex played him. I doubt that one very much. Kha'Zix did come through in those ones. Looks like we're being trolled on the other side, though. I don't think Fnatic will be locking that champion in. In fact, it's a last-second switch out to Syndra in the mid lane for Xpeke.
So Xpeke is actually flirting with Syndra a little more frequently. He is playing this champion, and the last time these teams played, if memory serves, Peke was playing Syndra against Kerp's LeBlanc and did a pretty good job. It was the first time we'd seen Syndra holding her own against LeBlanc's. The one thing that I'm interested in from Fnatic's side is they don't have a traditional engaged champion. They're going to be relying on the Lee Sin kicks or a flank from Evelynn. And then, if they blow somebody up with the right damage, with the right skill shots, obviously the peel and protection from Yellow Star's Thresh will be very important. I do, however, like Millennium's late game scaling. Lulu's going to get better. Tristana's going to get better. Yeah. Aatrox is going to become terrifying as well. And we need to see how Millennium handle themselves.
Well, going to be a good game, that's for sure. Guys, which lineup do you think has the edge? Tweet #MILWin or #FNCWin to @LOL Esports. We'll see who you think came out ahead. 67%, I do believe it was, the vote in favor of Fnatic before we actually got into picks and bans on this one. So, be very interested to see if these compositions and a couple of different little picks coming out have swayed your mind. I think it may have swayed mine a little bit there. An interesting strategy from Fnatic, seeing Millennium not locking in the Evelynn for Cotton X and saying, you know what, let's take it for the jungle and we'll put Lee Sin in the top lane with Soaz.
This is what I want to see from Soaz, is whether or not his performance on Lee Sin is going to be telling. Because when Soaz is having fun, he does particularly well. And when he's not necessarily psychologically in the game, he does tend to struggle. We've seen his Ziggs game earlier. He was talking very positively in the post-game interview in terms of coming back to grounds. And very important for him is finding the 1v1. It's clear Soaz doesn't like 2v1s, doesn't like 3v1s, doesn't like tower dives. So if he can get the matchup against Kevin, that could do a whole lot to help his comfort zone and bring him back into this game.
And Soaz, we've been harping on about him since the dawn of time, it seems, that he's a player who brings such new and diverse champions into this top lane. I'm not trying to say that Lee Sin top is particularly a new thing. Of course, it's been around since, well, pretty much as long as Soaz has. But the fact is that he's not scared of choosing something different. And we see it today. Ziggs top lane and a Lee Sin top lane. Definitely two champions in the top lane that are not traditional right now.
Yes, and Soaz has always been that player that does go against the curve. I think is the best way to explain it. Regardless of where the meta currently is, Soaz will try to force his playstyle, his preferences onto the meta. We did just have to quickly remake the lobby, guys, so teams are running through picks and bans, and we'll get into this matchup shortly. But I do want to see whether or not Millennium looks for a lane swap. I want to see whether or not Peke can punish a mid lane Lulu. Again, he did it earlier today, set that new LCS farming record. And as Deficio said many times, Lulu no longer a prominent lane bully. But this is many, many patches ago. Lulu's definitely scaling, utility, and mid to late game damage. And we need to see if Millennium can get there.
And going to be a problem possibly here for Fnatic to get their hands on the Tristana, who obviously her range as we go along is only going to make it harder to pin down. You've got the rocket jump to get away from things. They do have that Evelynn in the lineup, though, with Cyanide, and it's probably going to be mainly his task to actually get those flanks going. Some of the best Evelynns we've seen recently, the ones that have been able to get behind an entire team.
I completely agree with you. And once again, if we just quickly switch to Millennium, their damage and their focus is once again blow somebody up, move on. Lulu wants to be stealthing up a Kha'Zix who's going to be running into a team fight, give him a shield, give him a wild growth, try to get that assassination. Once he can get his evolved wings, start leaping around multiple times, Tristana is going to get resets on a rocket jump if they can blow people up. And the key is going to be very much focus a target down, then move on. As opposed to LeBlanc mid, where you want to blow them up quickly and do it. This is just going to be a little more sustained. Use Lulu and Aatrox for zoning, get the damage down from Tristana, and move on to your next target.
Well, definitely an exciting game coming our way, guys, and we are going to get into that match. It's Millennium versus Fnatic here. A very, very interesting one with some different picks coming to the table. Creaton bringing out that Tristana in the AD carry role for the first time we've seen here in Europe, at least. Soaz also taking Lee Sin to the top lane, and Syndra in the mid lane, something that we see once a blue moon, I think it's fair to say. And we'll see how his performance is on it today up against Kerp, who's definitely a man that you need to do well against. He is shutting people down left and right these days.
Completely agree. And in terms of that mid lane matchup, that's Syndra versus Lulu, Syndra, of course, has got the ability to hit multi-man stuns, has got an immense amount of burst damage once she gets those items locked up. But very crucially, Peke is going to have a easier time in lane against the Lulu in terms of just the straight-up 1v1s. The one thing Peke is going to be careful of is Cotton X coming to gank for Kerp, because if you get Lulu ahead, you do have pretty good wave clear early on. You can make Peke's life difficult. But it looks like lane swap potentially on the cards here for Millennium. They maybe want to get in Soaz's head and maybe deny that early game pressure that Lee Sin would apply to Aatrox.
And that's the thing about Soaz. We know him as a very temperamental player when it comes to doing well and not. If you put him off his game, if you can camp him out of the match hard enough to the point where he's feeling frustrated, then that's definitely a plausible strategy against Fnatic. Also, you have to say, on the other hand, he is a man with so much experience over these years that those kind of things probably shouldn't be phasing him anymore. We'll have to see how that one all goes. Fnatic were all set up by their red buff right from the very get-go, but looks like they'll be slowly but surely moving off. Of course, they're going to come back now to that top side. It's interesting because they've seen Millennium coming around from this one, so they're going to try and fend off this red invade.
It's all due to the vision. Fnatic had 5 wards down across the river. They spotted the invade, and it looks like Millennium are going to get pushed away. Look for Yellow Star to potentially start something out. I think the presence of Fnatic has scared Millennium away, but that defense of the red buff all stems from Fnatic's very good early game vision. The wards just timed out a moment or two ago, but it means that Fnatic hold on to their buff, they delay Cotton X, and Yellow Star's even going aggressive to potentially steal Millennium's buff. A very smart tactical play from Fnatic in the early game.
Gonna try and get a ward down here in the brush by Wraiths. And actually doesn't have a ward available, so that'll be a difficult task for him if nothing else, but he will have vision of it, and we see that Fnatic are already moving down from that one. Cyanide and Soaz are there to help things out, so this red buff is going away, and that means a 3-buff start for Fnatic.
Such a smart play from Fnatic. Their trinket wards in the river allowed them to defend their own buff, and then a very decisive play from Yellow Star. He was a good 10 or 12 seconds ahead of the rest of his team when he went for that invade, because he was so confident that Cotton X was going to secure his own blue, and it just means that Cyanide's going to get a little more experience and, very importantly, slow down Cotton X's jungle clear as well as his level gain. So I like the start, but it does mean that Fnatic are in the lane swap scenario, so we'll need to keep an eye on Creatine and J-Ree if they opt to hard push this lane. When you've got a Tristana, you somewhat automatically do the moment you put a point into that explosive shot because of the splash damage when you kill minions.
And Kevin there going to be spotted as he leaves that golem area to find that Wraith Camp has already gone, and he knows therefore that that red buff is also gone from them. At the moment, Fnatic just picking up their blue buff, and look at this, Cornex is going to come and try and counter that one a little bit. We've also got J-Ree hanging around, so they may make a move, try and force an early flash out of Peke in this mid lane. It's going to be all about the binding. It does actually land onto him. Good stun to Kevin. Can they lock him up? Ignite is down, flash from Cornex, and the first blood does come in. However, Fnatic pushing back around, do manage to get a kill back there onto Cotton X, but that will be all she wrote in the mid lane. It's one apiece. First blood going over to Millennium.
Very, very important kills there for Millennium to get the kill on Lulu, which is great. Going to help out against Peke. What I like about the replies, Fnatic responded very, very quickly. With the kill onto Cotton X by Cyanide, he's also got himself that blue buff. So refreshed his buffs, and he's going to continue farming up with that Evelyn. So going to help him with further clear speed. Good play by Millennium, well countered by Fnatic. Both teams sitting even, only 200 gold separating them.
Just want to point out something interesting as well from Creatine's side in the top lane, as Fnatic are actually doing Dragon here. He's level 3, but has only skilled up Rocket Jump up until now. Doesn't want that explosive shot because he doesn't want to push that wave out. He wants to keep that frozen exactly where he wants it. Either way, it might mean that Millennium lose out on a Dragon here. Pink Ward's gone over the top. Dragon is already low. Fnatic tanking this one up. Will they be able to get in there for the steal? That was real close. But Fnatic do get it in the end thanks to Yellow Star.
Very, very close. Last auto attack from Yellow Star securing the damage. A little bit of an uncharacteristic late smite from Cyanide. Definitely known as one of the best smiters in Western League of Legends. And as you rightly pointed out, Creatine with a single point in the Rocket Jump, I think it's a good time to tell everybody Rocket Jump was also adjusted in 4.10. It is slightly more accurate when calculating where you land and how it interacts with jumping over walls. So we need to see how well Creatine can use that mobility. We're going to get set up for another fight in the bottom lane, and it looks like Fnatic have got the numbers advantage. It's 4 versus 3. Millennium decide not to engage because Jerry's Dark Binding didn't connect.
No connection means no follow through. A Hawk actually coming out there from Yellow Star. You have to wonder if he's put that purposely wide to make Millennium wonder if anyone will still be hanging around there should anything really start to kick off. Not actually the case, and Fnatic feeling pretty confident, I think, with this one, as finally Creaton's going to have some resistance to talk of in this top lane. Has now finally put a couple of skills over into his other abilities. His Kerp not quite being locked up there by Peke. Cyanide was hanging around in case they got the stun.
So even Stevens, as far as CS is concerned, all three lanes doing well, and Kerp very actually intelligent with his aggression. He realizes the siege minion is pushing under his tower, so knowing that the minion wave is not going to crash with his tower, he forces Peke away. Just that little bit of poke means Peke loses out on a couple CS worth of experience. He's not lost hitting all of those minions until that very little cheeky play. But I like the aggression from Kerp, considering how passive we've seen Overpower play Lulu earlier. It's nice to see Kerp getting in Peke's face and trying to punish him.
Let's have a look down CS across the board. There is a lead for Creaton after freezing that wave up top, 56-47, so holding himself a nice little lead. And you can see there in the bottom left that he has now skilled into his different abilities, including his ultimate, up at level 6 already. However, up against Lee Sin at level 4 and Evelyn at level 4, still might have a bit of trouble on his hands. Is at the same time, he has his ultimate to knock someone away, got the rocket jump and a flash available, so shouldn't be in too much danger, even if Evelyn would have stuck around.
Shouldn't be, but there's one thing you do also want to remember. As you've highlighted, Creaton is putting points in a rocket jump, and he's putting points into his explosive shot, obviously. Tristana does have a fair amount of burst. It's not high by any stretch of the imagination, but focusing on W, E, and R allows Creaton to combo with burst damage from Cotnex and potentially blow somebody up, especially before any HP or armor items have been secured. Also keep in mind, Creaton with the rocket jump, with the buster shot, is magic damage. So early games where Soa is just going to chain vest, that damage will hit just a little harder.
As we're talking about that, we did see Creaton go back, pick himself up the Cutlass. So it looks like he's going Blade of the Ruin King first here on Tristan. As you mentioned, in North America last week where we saw a high number of Tristanas, we also saw a different approach to how to build her as well. Some little successful, more successful than others, let's call it. But they're going to be actually moving down towards the bottom lane. Fnatic's AD carry Reckless has just recalled as well, and it looks like he's going towards the top of the map. So they want to keep this 2 versus 1 scenario going on, as Millennium now looking for their blue buff. However, they do have Yellow Star here to cause a problem. Evelyn's on the way.
Yeah, he's alone. There's 3 members of Millennium. If they jump on him quickly, he runs the risk of getting caught out, but manages to back away at the right time. I actually really like Creaton going Blade of the Ruin King against Lee Sin and Evelyn, because if either of them dive onto him, he not only has rocket jump to escape, he has buster shot to knock people away, and he's going to have the movement speed increase and slow from Blade of the Ruin King active. So that's going to be a pretty safe AD carry. And lane swaps, as you've already highlighted, no tower's gone down yet, but Dragon will be up in a few minutes' time, and Soaz and the rest of Fnatic now at a disadvantage thanks to the fact that their duo is up top.
So Blue were finally going over there to Peke as well. We did see Kerp picking his up just a little earlier on, and that pressure's still on this bottom lane. Fnatic not quite pushing the top lane out quite as much as Millennium on that bottom side of the map, but we do see one thing that has changed is Reckless getting himself right back up there with the farm, 79-79, so all even, and that 10 CS difference that was present a few minutes ago has now been nullified, as Kevin gonna take a lot of damage from that one. Good little flay coming out from Yellow Star, as now Cyanide being chased around here by Kerp. This is gonna be a decent amount of damage. Kerp, level 8, takes half of Cyanide's health.
That is very good damage, and Yellow Star, I think he wants to tower dive on Kevin. That's the play.
There we go, flay coming in, the hook will land as well, but the jump away from Aatrox, the culling will come out. There is a, no, the Bloodwell didn't get popped. Reckless gonna get the speed boost from his heal. Is it enough? There is the Bloodwell pop, but can he actually keep him under control long enough to finish off? No, one more auto attack would have done it, but Kevin surviving with the skin of his teeth.
Down to 16 hit points, and he manages to walk away with his life. Soaz knows that Cotnex is there, lands a Sonic Wave, and that's gonna give up the ghost for Millennium. Good counterplay by Kevin to get away, and if you actually look at the summoner spells, Flash and Heal for Reckless, Flash and Ignite for Yellow Star, in comparison to just a Flash for Kevin. So you need to weigh up, are all of those summoner spells worth a single tower and the Bloodwell passive? That is what Fnatic unlocked. If Millennium can punish the summoner spells being down for the next few minutes, obviously it'll be in favor of Millennium, but they've only got that small window of opportunity where they know their opponents are down on summoners.
Fnatic, and now they lose that bottom tower as well. Q did land onto JRE, but Creaton would have been able to knock Soaz straight away out of that one. We do have the second Dragon coming back up here in just a second. Fnatic, of course, losing out on the first one. Let's see if Millennium can hold on to this.
So very, very high pressure situation. Millennium do have teleport with Kevin in the top lane. They should be able to make it down if a fight breaks out, but Fnatic already tightly grouped up. Millennium are split. We need to keep our eyes on Kevin's teleport. He started it. Here's the fight.
CP coming down. Soaz already at half HP. There is a wild growth right in the middle, but Cornex's going to be focused. Cyanide will have to flash away. And Millennium looking to chase this one. There's Reckless getting bound up. Soaz actually diving back in. Fnatic also low. There's the double kill. Creaton not following through. He knows Peke is still dangerous at full health. In the end, though, they managed to get a 2-for-1, and they turned back around to Dragon, which, of course, was taken by Fnatic last time around. I told little lies before that, but Peke's not done here. Blue buff is on. He's going to see a TP coming in from Soaz as well, down towards the Dragon that's only at half health, and Millennium have vacated.
1-for-2, and Fnatic look to be securing the Dragon. Millennium haven't necessarily given it up yet. Going to look for a steal attempt, and we'll keep our eyes on that. If it's going to happen, oh, Kevin may even go in. Not this time. So, 1-for-2, Fnatic get Dragon. They still come out ahead in net gain gold. But what was very interesting to see was the team fight and how convincing it was for Millennium. Fnatic had a tighter group. They had more members stacked up in the Dragon Pit area. Millennium came in with a flank and a teleport from Kevin. Yes, they lost Cotnex fairly early on, but Creaton was left untouched. And he rocket jumped into 4 members of Fnatic, only to flash out safely. With the double kill, he's got his Blade of the Rune King completed already. And if Creaton can continue playing aggressively and getting those kill secures, he's going to accelerate this weak period of the game for Tristanus.
And that's the real danger as well. The faster he gets to that late game destruction, honestly, that you have when a Tristana gets that far on, it's going to mean problems for Fnatic. We see there more free farm for him down on this bottom lane. Kerp also trying to get back in there. And there's the experience difference over time between Kevin and Soaz as Kerp here. I don't think he's in that much of trouble. We'll have to use his wild growth, but won't take too much damage from that one. Soaz recently has been doing really, really well there with the experience.
So 2 things to note regarding Soaz. He missed the Sonic Wave there to initiate the gank, and thanks to the pressure that he's been under on the bottom lane when he was defending from Millennium, he is now down half the CS. Oh, they've got Creaton!
They've got Creaton and they could kill him as well. I expect they will actually get it on Jerry. Gonna be kicked away as well, and Millennium in all kinds of trouble from this one. Cornex will go down, and Fnatic, just like that, pick up 3 kills without really losing much health. Soaz the only one that's lost any real health in that one, and this is surely a turret for them as well. It's already low.
Out of absolutely nowhere, Fnatic string together 3 kills. And if you look at there was vision in the river for Millennium, but they just got completely surprised. And unfortunate for Millennium, just being in the wrong place at the wrong time. Take a look at the vision of the minimap. I mean, Fnatic are just standing in the one bush that wasn't warded up, and just a great engage. No hesitation from Fnatic. Cleaning up. You can see Cyanide zoning away on the top half of the map. Very strong play, and just unfortunate for Millennium. Didn't have the vision. Fnatic punished them for it.
Punish them and now have a healthy gold lead as well to boot. They're sitting at about 3,000 here. Their lead, 2-1 up in turrets. And if you look at the kills, spread perfectly across the board at this stage of the match. A kill for every single man on the team. As Millennium go back to that spot where they were, well, they caught untimely deaths, let's call it, just a few moments before, and are able to clear out a couple of Fnatic wards. They've also sent Creaton back down into this bottom lane where a healthy minion wave has built up for him. He's obviously going to shred straight through that with Explosive Shot.
Yeah, I also want to highlight the fact that Yellowstar is once again going for the Talisman of Ascension as his first item on Thresh. In terms of European Thresh players, we're not seeing everyone trend towards this. We are still seeing a lot of Relic Shields. And I like the fact that there is diversity and itemization in the same role. I also like the fact that for Fnatic, because they lack super hard engage, they're reliant on a flank from Cyanide, which is reliant on positioning from Millennium. If you can get that Talisman of Ascension to allow Syndra or Evelynn or Lee Sin to land their key abilities quicker, it creates your engage possibilities. And it does look like Soaz is still behind on CS. He's picked himself up that Sunfight Cape, so going to go for that tanky front line. And I do want to see how he itemizes, because this is the first top lane Lee Sin in Europe on 4.10.
So Peke going to come down bottom. It's clear the Fnatic may make a play on this outer turret, and I don't think there's really anything here for Millennium to stop them. We saw Jerry was hanging around, but he was forced to back away, and this will be at least half of the turret going down, and may even be more. Look at this, though. Fnatic playing it very safe as they do kick Kevin towards their own turret. Can they actually lock him up? He's got Bloodwell available, but he's not going to get that popped here inside of the Tribush. Fnatic sit right on top of him, and as Kevin tries to get off, Soaz will pin him down for another kill.
I actually like the fact that Kevin did not blow either his ultimate or his flash. He realized he was going to get chased down, and instead of wasting the cooldowns, with teleport available meant if Fnatic started any other objective fight, Kevin could respond. Well played by Fnatic. They shut him down, punished him from overextending, and for not having, overextending in a lane without a tower. So a little bit of a misplay from Kevin. Fnatic punish it well.
What is the next port of call for them, though? We see them moving through the Millennium topside jungle. They've already got good vision on that side of the map as well, so Millennium not really safe to be going in this one. I think this top inner turret may just be going down here. Millennium have got a couple of men recalling from the mid lane. Only Kevin here to defend.
Millennium have got really good wave clear, but you need to be in the right area at the right time in order to make use of it. And unfortunately for Millennium, this looks like another 50% worth of towers HP lost, just by not defending the right place at the right time. And Fnatic have done such a good job that Pick is left uncontested in the mid lane. So Fnatic are just dancing around the threats of Millennium and slowly chipping away at their objectives. We're not even 20 minutes into the game, and Fnatic is punishing the inner turrets in the top and middle lane. This is very uncharacteristic for Europe as a region, and Fnatic are doing very well.
Well, this is a Fnatic that we were used to from before, a team that would always utilize split pushing, whether they had real split push champions in there or not. And that's something that's certainly causing a couple of problems so far in this game for Millennium. However, they have all grouped up now because look at that top left timer. We have the Dragon here in 10 seconds time.
And for the second time in a row, Kevin is going to be pushing the top lane with teleport. He will be doing battle with Soaz shortly though. And Kevin has not really completed any major items. He's just got that Ninja Tabi, Vamp Scepter, and the Chain Vest. So let's see if he wants to even take this duel. It doesn't look to be the case. A little bit afraid of that Sunfire cape for Soaz.
Should be as well. Soaz going to have the control to keep him locked up here as well. Kicks him against the wall. Will he have the damage to actually finish this one though? He's already used his kick there, so won't be able to stop Kevin from TPing away. But Kevin more concerned about getting away with his life. There's a slow. Where's Sonic Q? He's got to get the Q onto him, and he doesn't manage it from this time. But Soaz just showing, even with a Sunfire cape, double Doran's played in there, he can hold Kevin down.
Manages to force Kevin's flash as well, and Fnatic now have positioning on the Dragon. Notice Soaz is instantly recalled, so going to heal himself up, and we may see both teleports being used, and that's where they are. Now, it's up to Millennium to blow somebody up if they want to win the fight.
Fnatic trying to get in there, but Dragon stolen away this time by Cornex. They've got a kill as well onto Cyanide. That means that Millennium can keep pushing, but have they got the control to actually lock anyone up to get a kill from this? Curp going in towards Soaz. Ignite was down, but that won't be enough damage to finish off Lee Sin. Either way, Millennium get their first Dragon of the game, thanks to a nice steal from Cornex.
And they also pick up that kill onto Cyanide. Thanks to a very decisive initiation, Millennium get the damage down onto the jungler. Unfortunately for Millennium, they aren't able to get anything more than that Dragon, but they'll be happy with that, closing up the gold gap. And again, a team fight going in favor of Millennium. The one thing that I really liked about this particular play is you'll notice Cotnex and Kevin just instantly focusing down Cyanide. Unfortunate that none of the other crowd control landed from Millennium, but regardless, you can see the focus and how they want to play that comp. Get onto a guy, eliminate him, and allow Tristana and Kha'Zix to rocket jump and leap onto the next target.
This game's staying close at this point, until it will be a lot closer if Millennium are able to get a second Dragon in a row. Meanwhile, Reckless trying to finish off this outer turret in the bottom lane. It's the only one of the outer ring that's still left standing, and they're going to get it with this wave. Yellow Star there for backup, but they probably need to leave right now. Creaton and Cornex are both going to be coming in for this one, but as he takes a Lantern, deciding against it. In fact, Yellow Star flashed to give him even more distance.
Yeah, really wanted to get away. You've always got to remember that when you're dealing with that Kha'Zix and Tristana, they've got such great gap closers already built in with the rocket jump, with the leap. And in addition to that, if they get caught by the slow of the rocket jump, there's the reposition ability of the Buster. So Fnatic playing it safe, they get the tower, and that only cost them a flash. And it's the second time this game Fnatic have been willing to sacrifice their summoner spells in the pursuit of an objective, in this case the bottom lane tower.
Well, the Summoner Spell's going to come back up. The towers, unfortunately for Millennium, aren't going to be. However, you always have to wonder after that if they'll be punished for using those Summoner Spells in that way. At this point, though, we see Jerry and the presence of Kurt forcing Peke to be a little more cautious on that middle area of the map as he tried to clear out that pink ward. And look at this, they're setting up for it again, waiting for someone to move in as the binding comes out, doesn't connect onto Yellow Star. They'll finally get rid of that pink ward.
Yeah, I dare say that was optimistic at best, but nevertheless, it's worth an attempt. It's interesting to see Creatine going for the Blade of the Rune King as his next item. On the Tristanas that we have seen stateside, it's sort of been played into Infinity Edge, making use of that late game power, late game scaling. And it's also interesting because the magic damage from the Buster Shot and the Rocket Jump are not really amplified by the Ghost Blade, with the exception of cooldown reduction, allowing you to get them out a little more frequently. So I want to see in team fights whether or not the Ghost Blade, Blade of the Rune King, culling is more effective than Creatine's simple right-click auto attacks, because that's really, for me, who Millennium needs to keep alive, to get damage down, to help win these team fights.
Not to mention the fact that from Creatine's Q, he's going to have 75% attack speed increase for 7 seconds as well. So we'll have to see how that build all works out for him as we go along. We can't deny, though, of course, his range getting longer, and that becomes more and more of a threat as the game goes on.
That extensive range is something that Creatine needs to take advantage of. You know, because the 7 seconds on his rapid fire Q will match up with 6 seconds on his... Kevin's now picking a fight with Soaz.
Yeah, he's got Cornex for company as well, and that's why I felt more confident with that one, but in the end, Soaz just able to walk away using that mobility of the Lee Sin, especially if you look when he's got that Sight Stone in there as well, so able to safeguard off a little bit more, whether that's going over the wall into the jungle or just further up the lane to get away from any possible pressure. But Fnatic here starting to move in now onto the bottom side of the Millennium jungle, and this is a position that Kerp needs to be careful in. In the end, they decided not to actually fight over it, and Kerp's going to go back to mid to farm.
All of that invades and pressure from Fnatic is for Vision for Dragon. They're looking for Kerp. Wow, they're taking his Embrace.
Oh, they're going to kick him back here as well. He's used a very early Wild Growth. Not got much health left from this one, but they're slow onto Cyanide. Will that be enough to keep him alive here? Meanwhile, Cornex slowing down Yellow Star, and we see Kerp is able to survive that one despite a big challenge from a lot of Fnatic players.
Very good stunt from Peke onto Kevin prevents another engage. While the combat is happening in the mid-river area, Reckless pushed bottom, and Millennium, they're going to back away. Fnatic are grouped up enough to defend the tower, but what was great about that play is just how quickly each team is reacting. And I think the reason both teams could react so quickly is anticipation of the next Dragon fight. All of the major engagements that have happened between these two teams have revolved around Dragon spawning and Dragon fights, and they've both been determined as well by teleports by the respective top laners. So Soaz going to push out top, Kevin going to push out top, Dragon's up in 50 seconds, and we will be seeing another team fight. I think Creatine should have enough money for his Ghost Blade, if my math is not too terrible, and there we go. He's going to secure himself that. So even as far as items are concerned between the AD carries, and positioning, I think, is going to be key. If anyone is slightly away from their team, there's so much damage from both squads that that person will just get instantly killed.
Yeah, mid lane as well, similar, in fact, pretty much exactly the same items. Oh, the hook coming onto a Jerry, that's going to be a lot of damage. They may even be able to kill him. Wild Growth coming out, but it's going to be Peke that's able to finish off there through his ultimate right in his face, and that's a pick that you don't want to happen 10 seconds before Dragon comes up. Millennium are going to have to steal again.
That is a big mistake from Millennium. They lost 3 members earlier in the game just from Vision in that exact area of the map. Jerry and the rest of Millennium, oh, they've caught Cornex.
Oh, he's dead. He's not going to get away with that one with all that burst as well from Reckless and from XPK. And that again is Yellow Star doing incredibly well. And now Soaz actually fighting 2 of them on the top side of the map. Blue buff is up, but Fnatic are all about the Dragon.
Yellow Star deserves a cookie because his Thresh game earlier was fantastic. Saving team members left, right, and center and peeling from everyone on Rocket to ensure teamfight victories. In this game, his death sentences have allowed multiple kills, which have set up the Dragon. And I really just want to hit home. Millennium were punished 6.5 minutes ago in the river in the exact same area because they disrespected Fnatic's vision. They did it again. Jerry eats a death sentence, gets killed. They poke around Dragon because they've tried to steal it over the wall, and Yellow Star predicts it, lands a hook, and Millennium need to realize where Fnatic's vision game is and play around it, not into it.
And Fnatic are now moving up to sweep out the Baron area as well, so making sure that they have full control over the big objectives on this one. Critten's going to get himself a red buff in this match. We'll see how much that actually makes an impact on things, if they even want to fight Fnatic at this stage, knowing that one person's pretty much just going to get blown up instantly, and then they have to work around everything else. The wild growth, of course, will go onto that one person, and at the same time, you lose a lot of your utility if you have to use it on that guy that's fleeing, that's very low. You can't use it, for example, on Cottonex, who's stealthed up and got into the middle of the team for a 3, 4, 5-man knockup.
Completely agree with you. And for the time being, Millennium have not been super proactive in their plays. They're going to try and shut down Soaz, but he's gotten away multiple times, and he's got the support of the rest of his team, so this is going to get turned back around. Kerp's the man in trouble.
Oh, kicked him in towards the hook. The box goes down as well, and that wild growth is going to be used very late, but it doesn't matter. Reckless secures the kill and puts him onto a killing spree now at 3-1-2. And Fnatic, are they going to be able, with that kill, to clear up this inner turret?
If Millennium stick around, they run the risk of eating a death sentence or a stun from Peke. So they decide not to defend the tower, and that was the right call. They would have needed the range wave clear of Lulu to play safely. Put that shield on a minion and get the Glitter Lance along to the back line. Unfortunately for Millennium, they are going to get caught out once again. You know, that's the first positive play that they've tried to make. That just got turned around, and Fnatic, they were playing the bait game, and they've started off Baron. Millennium have got no vision of this. They have no idea that it's going on, and I think they're going to be too late. By time Millennium have moved, Baron secured.
Baron's going to have gone down, and I'm not sure that Millennium are going to be able to touch this middle turret. In fact, Kevin has gone for a bit of a wander. Can they lock him up from this one? In fact, they decide not to chase in. Fnatic picking up the first Baron of the game, and that just really compounding their gold lead here to about 8,000. Well, Peke comes back around to the mid, and as I said before, not even going to take it down.
No, I can't. There's too much risk for Millennium. And they've fallen very far behind. 7,000 gold at 30 minutes. They're down in towers, down in dragons. They've lost the Baron. And yes, they have won team fights up until this point, but it's been reactive team fights. It wasn't a fight that Millennium started that they won. It was reacting to Fnatic's play. And in our pregame, we talked about how Fnatic struggle when they're under pressure, struggle when their opponents maybe push them around. And that's simply not the case now, because Millennium have been bullied, have been pushed, have got their backs against the wall. But the longer Fnatic takes to close this out, the more powerful that Lulu, that Kha'Zix, that Tristana is going to become. So we need to see if Fnatic can break that inner line of turrets and the inhibitor line, because that's really the game-changing moments.
Well, one big thing that's just been picked up there, I noticed that after the Baron, Peke was sat on 3,000 gold. He's gone back home and picked up a Deathfire Grasp, which means the wild growth at this stage might not be enough to keep the one person that gets caught out alive. And you maybe argue the counter to that one person being caught out is if Millennium fight on their terms, but I'm not sure there are terms that Millennium want to fight on right now. That's how far they've fallen behind in this game. Again, Soaz is going to bully on this top lane, going to force Kevin to back completely out of it. And this is a tanky Lee Sin. This is a Lee Sin with no damage items.
Yeah, nothing at all. One Doran's Blade. I mean, that's nothing to write home about at the 30-minute clock. And Soaz has just been bullying Kevin. The thing is, Kevin does have more CS. So in terms of team fight presence, they will both be doing a fairly good job. And with the Baron buff on Fnatic, Millennium are not even running the risk of a fight. J-Ree's just going to time a Black Shield well, and he can negate the threat of that death sentence, but decides against it at the end of the day. And Fnatic going back to split push, going back to leaving Soaz in the top lane. You need multiple members to kill this top lane tank Lee Sin, and Millennium can't afford to alleviate their members elsewhere.
Yeah, you talk about team fight presence for Kevin. There's no team fights. That's not really going to be anything that he can have an impact on in this game. Fnatic are pushing once again, this time down the mid lane towards that inner turret. There's a hook coming out. Actually, will flash wide. Kerp did have the black shield on him, but look at this. Peke and Cyanide going to be looking to get in there from the side. Can they land a long-range stun, which will surely set someone up to be burst down by that Fnatic team? Either way, Millennium know that they can't hold on to this turret. They leave it be, and Fnatic pick up their 6th tower of the game.
I would dare say, with the knockback on Syndra as well as Lee Sin and the power of the Lantern from Yellowstar, Fnatic have the option to tower dive in relative safety. because if something goes a little bit awry, they can just kick away the threats from Millennium and actually save their own team members. And we've seen how coordinated Fnatic are playing today. They just picked apart Roccat exquisitely, and a lot of it was due to Yellowstar and his great lanterns. And look at this, Fnatic just bullying their way onto the inhibitor turret, using the region of Baron to sustain any poke they've secured.
So as with all that armor, Manu can just get straight in underneath that turret, tank up 2 or 3 hits from it and let Reckless do the damage from that backside, and they're not going to give up just yet. Another hook actually coming in. There's a stun on towards Kevin. No big follow-up from Fnatic there. And we're looking maybe to stun at one of the more squishy targets that Millennium are trying to defend with Kurt, maybe one of them. The stun though, chipping him down in HP, and Fnatic using that Syndra over the top of the wall to keep Millennium at bay. There's a binding coming back, the hook not quite landing, but Fnatic won the turret here, and they've already got it down to less than half.
No Baron left on Fnatic, and now Millennium feel a bit more confident to push out. Unfortunately, the damage is done. 1 or 2 more waves for Fnatic, and they can secure that objective, but they're not playing risky. They don't want to go in. They've hooked Kevin, but there's not much support from the rest of the team. Dragon is also live, so it appears that Fnatic want the Dragon objective. They just need to be careful with team fights, because that's where Millennium have secured their kills previously and have actually been able to push Fnatic around. That was before they were 10,000 gold down.
Yeah, and that's not exactly ideal for Millennium. That hook obviously connecting from Yellowstar, but it's kind of like, you know, fishing and you think you've caught something nice and small, and actually a shark comes flying out the water of you. The Aatrox wasn't what Yellowstar was looking for in that scenario, all alone in the jungle. But it looks like Fnatic are going to be backing away here, spend up a little bit of that gold. I mean, Peke sat on over 2,000. There's over 2,000 gold for Reckless. Yellowstar himself has sat on about 1.5k, so plenty of gold to spend on this next trip home, and that next trip home may be the last before this next Baron comes into play, which Fnatic took without any kind of problem the last time.
Millennium couldn't contest. They had no vision to even try to contest, and they let it go unnoticed. Reckless finished off his Infinity Edge. There's 2 Randian Omens on the side of Fnatic. Void Staff for Peke. The item difference is massive. I mean, Peke is a full DFG and completed Void Staff ahead of Kerp at this exact moment in time. And unfortunately for Millennium, because they've continually lost those small objectives and those dragons for the majority of the game, it just means that even if they get a good team fight, it's not enough. Because Fnatic have got this window of safety, this 10, 12,000 gold lead worth of items to help mitigate any misplays or any errors in their team fights. And for Millennium, they just need to hold out. They need to wait for that 10 or 12,000 gold to become less relevant as you hit 60, 70, 80k. And at which point, that's when Tristana should be overtaking Reckless's Lucian, especially with that long range.
Well, we'll see if we even get that far in this match.
Fnatic sure as hell don't want to get there.
Yeah, I don't believe so either. We've got just over half a minute until the Baron does come up. There's a hook onto Kevin. Not the man that you're really looking for, as Reckless gets himself a red buff in preparation for a possible fight here on that Baron. Of course, Soaz doing what you'd expect a top laner to be doing, which is off pushing the opposite side of the map with his teleport available should it be called into use. Should Fnatic be challenged at all around this Baron area of the map. In the meantime, he's just going to keep squeezing the pressure onto that bottom lane. Don't forget, Millennium got no turrets left outside of their base.
And more importantly, Millennium have no vision of this Baron pit again. It looks like they run the risk of being flanked, of being caught out, and here comes Cyanide.
Cyanide throwing down the ultimate there. The teleports are going to start to come around. J-Reed falling very low. It's Reckless that gets that one to put him onto a rampage, and there's Soaz going around. The hook lands onto Kerp as well. Double kill for Peke. Kerp went down without using that wild growth, and that means trouble and possibly the game here for Fnatic. Kevin, the last man left standing, and the spawn time is already up at 30 or 40 seconds.
Absolutely great play from Peke. He saved that Deathfire Grasp until the last second. One of the things I like about his Syndra play, he waits for the target of Cotnex to jump in, and Cotnex tried to assassinate Reckless, but it was never going to work out. He dove into the entire back line, got shredded. Fnatic, convincing teamfight win. They've got the minions to push down the Nexus, and instead, they're going to play this one safe. Death time is off fairly short, so yes, erring on the side of caution and securing the Baron is probably the smarter play at this stage.
Yeah, I think they had enough to finish the game off there, but why take risks? All about points at this stage, especially when you know, looking at the fact that we are in a super week here, and to come out of that 2-0 after day one would be a magnificent achievement for Fnatic and certainly help their chances as the road to Worlds continues. At this point, though, we do see that Baron will go down. Of course, no challenge whatsoever from Millennium. They've only just spawned back into the map, but it means that Fnatic again go home with an absolute ton of gold. 3K almost on Peke, it's over 2 for Reckless. The rest of the team sat between 1.5 and 2,000 gold to spend as well. This game is pretty much, apart from the Nexus going down, over by now.
I completely agree with you, and I do really just want to highlight how great Yellowstar's playing on Thresh. Yes, Morgana's banned against him, but my word, the death sentence he landed onto Kerp in that mid lane after the fight allowed Fnatic just to get another kill, allowed them just to continue pushing even faster, even further. And I think when you've got such a good playmaker like Yellowstar for the time being, you can afford to run with slightly less engaged, because Fnatic, when they want to pick up the wins, they can. And barring 2 small misplays at Dragon earlier, they have once again been in complete control of this game. They were pushing around, they've had a gold lead, they've been dictating when fights happen for the most part. They commit to a Dragon, and Millennium have just been playing super reactive. So, you know, all credit to Fnatic for 2 great games.
2 inhibitors down, and Millennium back to the walls is maybe a little bit soft in this one, because we're approaching a 20,000 gold lead for Fnatic as they move in to what is the final turret outside of the Nexus here, as Kevin already down to less than half HP, and I'm not sure that they can hold on to this one. They might have to be relying on Nexus turrets to fight, as Kevin is going to get in there, does get a good wild growth. Millennium going to try to fight back on this one. Kevin does have his blood well popped. Can he get away from it? Does look like he will in fact escape that one, but look at Millennium, 3 or 4 men very low, as Kevin is going to get dove on there by Soaz. Survives it just about with a black shield, but they've got the in turret.
They've got the turret, the inhibitor's exposed, and there are super minions pushing towards the Nexus turrets. Fnatic, if they get a kill, can peel over to the Nexus. In fact, they may not even need a kill. Look at that damage onto Kerp. Peke is now in trouble himself.
Diving onto him, but he takes a lantern away, and Cyanide comes in from the side. Ulti goes down, Kevin's going to be the sacrificial lamb. Cornex actually jumps in there as well. J-Re will fall, and this is surely the game now for Fnatic. Cyanide flashes over, they get that 1 kill. Can they get Creatine in the fountain? Yes, they can. They may even get more. Kerp going very, very low. In the end, though, Fnatic left with a 4 versus 1, and they want this kill on Kerp. That one doesn't land. Cyanide's chipping away on the turrets as we go. This is going to be the game for Fnatic. Still think that they might want to try and kill Kerp on the fountain. They may even try that one. In fact, Kerp's come out. He said, go on then, take the point. It is in the end Reckless that gets it, and the Nexus does go down. Victory for Fnatic, 2 out of 2 today.
Fantastic performances in both the big games. I think the Ziggs top and the Lee Sin top are working for Soaz. The rest of his team is doing so well. Everybody is performing very well in these team fights and these game decisions and pushing the map. Millennium were just out-rotated, especially in the mid-game phase, where Fnatic just chipped away the towers. And a deserving 2-0 on the first day of Superweek here in Europe.
Fnatic not making any mistakes there towards the end, not playing dangerously either. I think that's the key point to really realize from that they said, guys, we've had games where we've been ahead before and we've managed to blow them, whether it's through one decision or another. There's going to be none of that this time around, though. We play by the book, as Peke signed someone's book, and they did it in a very convincing fashion. Just under 40 minutes, 18-5 in kills, and just to run kind of down some of the scores there. 2 people in particular I want to talk about, actually 3. Peke in the mid lane ending 5-2-9, a 7-1-7 performance from Reckless again, bringing in the points for everyone who's got him in his fantasy team. Not me, sadly enough. And Yellowstar. They've been banning Morgana or taking Morgana away from him, leaving the Thresh open, which is just mind-boggling to me, because his hooks have just been out of this world.
Yeah, he really has been a game changer for Fnatic in the last few weeks. Today, Fnatic have shown a much better tactical and individual level than we have seen from them. It was 2 games back-to-back where they just played really well. It wasn't all amazing, though, because there were 2 dragon fights early on where they started the dragon, Millennium jumped in, and Millennium won the fights. The problem for Millennium is they were not confident or they were not able to start those fights again or again. So Fnatic just kept making the plays and chipped away a lead, which eventually became a massive downfall that crashed on Millennium's head.
Well, Fnatic already won half of their games from Super Week. 2 wins out of 2 here today. But now we're going to send it over to Shox, who's Riffside with Yellow Star.
Thank you very much, Joe. 2-0 already indeed. 2-2 to Dream. Just kidding, of course. Great game from you guys once again. Tell me what you focused on coming into this one, because obviously back in London, it didn't go that well versus Millennium.
Yeah, against Millennium, we make sure that Kerb doesn't get his comfortable champions, which are mostly Assassins and Roams. And once he gets 1 or 2 kills, he gets really fast out of control. And with Twitch in London, it was really a pain. They had a lot of engages, and we wanted to make sure that they didn't have the same. So, yeah, we focused on that.
And again, your Thresh play was phenomenal, 1-0 and 15 if I'm not mistaken. It seems like you personally have taken another leap in your skill level the last couple of weeks. Do you feel that that is the case as well, or is it only now being reflected in the games?
I've always felt confident, even before, and so I've always wanted to improve, and that's why I want to set the mindset in my team, and so we can have a really strong level. But yeah, after my Thresh fails, you know, you want to prove yourself, so I just decided to pick him up because he's a really strong champion.
Thresh fails? I don't remember that at all. Finally, this is generally the time in the season that Fnatic turns it on and, you know, in the run for the playoffs. How do you guys see that reflected in the way you're training and the things you're focusing on? Has that stepped up a level?
You never want to see your team falling down, so you're always giving your best, but sometimes it turns out that you have more motivation at some point. You know that he's coming closer and you just go all in, and then, yeah, you can see that it's going better for us.
Yeah, absolutely. Congratulations and thank you very much.
Thank you.
All right, it's time for us to take a quick break, but when we come back, Alliance takes on the Super Hot crew. We'll be back in a 3.5. Stay put.
They have no shield. Go, listen. Go. Listen.
Well, I keep you on the lantern.
I can keep going. Morgana. Kha'Zix, nice. Back. Go in. Lulu. Nice. Going. Slow.
I don't have.
Finish.
Welcome back, everyone. I'm here at the analyst desk with Lee Demon-Smith and Martin Deficio Lunga to break down Fnatic's win over Millennium. 2-0 so far today, Fnatic. Let's take a look at picks and bans. And, well, not too many crazy things coming out, but still, you think an advantage for Fnatic?
Well, the thing is, I looked at Millennium's comp, and I didn't actually know exactly what the idea was. Because, obviously, you had Lulu and you had Morgana to protect your hyper AD carry. But then you have this very squishy Kha'Zix without his damage reduction, which of course was changed, jumping in and just instantly dying every single fight. So unless you put Wild Growth and Black Shell onto him, he would never survive. But then your AD carry would just die in the back. So I'm not really sure what the idea was from Millennium Team. There's different ideas, but nothing really worked for them.
Yeah, and that's it. And it reflects in the build, of course. If you look at the build that Cotnex did on Kha'Zix, when the Hexdrinker Brutalizer in there, like 0 armor reduction. His ultimate doesn't give him that 50% armor reduction anymore. He needs to go tanky. He was jumping in, getting squashed straight away.
Yeah, and of course he would be able to count on Lulu's ultimate. But looking at the interview we did here with Bora, he said, well, look, we have to shut down Curb. You have to do that or there's no chance you can win the game. And that was very central. And I feel like Curb on something that is not an assassin is maybe a little underwhelming.
I agree, 100%. If Curb plays something where he needs to play passive like a Lulu, Millennium as a team, they don't do anything. Yeah. They just wait. Against Rocket in London, week 5, he played Syndra. It didn't go too well for him. Obviously, Syndra, you can be very aggressive, but he had a bad start to the game. He played very passive. The entire team did nothing. They just sat down, let every single thing go over to Rocket. In this game, it was the same deal. When Curb doesn't play anything where he can make plays, and when he gets a good start, Millennium as a team, they don't do anything. So, of course, Yellowstar is saying, we just need to shut down Curb, and it should be the tactic for every single team against Millennium.
And it's something we talked about with Gambit. When Alex left, we were like, if Alex is not there, who is creating the situations? And sadly, they're down in 7th place now, and it's kind of proving the point. Millennium have got to be careful they don't fall into the same trap.
It's actually the second game of the day that Fnatic wins, and before we also said, well, maybe Rocket made some mistakes, but I feel like for a big part, also Fnatic is making them make these mistakes because they are playing very crisp, I should say, today.
So the ward control from Fnatic is very, very good. They know exactly where to have their wards, so they can pick people off left and right. Did the same thing against Rocket. And then, of course, when you have someone like Yellowstar and Thresh landing hooks, because, again, you have the wards, they don't. They don't see you. And you have Syndra again to kill targets. You have Lee Sin to pick up targets. Like, overall, as long as they get this good ward control and they get control of the map, they know how to use it. They know how to, take advantage of it, find the right picks, get the kills, get the objectives, and then slowly win the game.
And speaking of great control, Yellowstar was the man that was leading the way. 0-0-8 against Rockout, 1-0-15 now against Millennium. Absolutely fantastic day for him. Immortal so far this Super Week.
Yeah, unkillable. I asked him actually about it itself. I mean, it seems like you have stepped up a little more, or is it only now reflected? What do you think as a former pro support, still a pro support, of course, do you see that difference in his play?
I think his fresh play improved. He looked a little bit shaky on it. He actually even said around All-Star, he didn't really like to play him. He preferred, Leona, Zyra, different kind of champions. Now he's picked it up again. He's making a lot of plays on it. So overall, yes, he's looking better, but I think it's a team thing. I think it's a team thing. The decision-making is better for them, the war control is better, and therefore they win games.
Yeah, good stuff all around from Fnatic. And now we're going to head back over to Joe and Quickshot at the desk for our last LCS match of the day.
Thank you very much, Shox. And it is, in fact, time for our 5th and final match of the day as Alliance takes on the Super Hot Crew. Now, Impaler and the Super Hot Crew are heading into this game wary of the barrel/wind wall combo, and we'll be looking to ban it out. So, what will Frog and Alliance counter with?
We've already been scrimming Alliance, and we knew about that whole Yasuo Gragas combo they've been playing, and it's really strong, and Alliance are looking really strong already. They played it once, and they won really easily. And yeah, it looks really, really painful. So I think if we ban out one champ from that comp, probably Yasuo, and then we just need to kind of beat Alliance at their own game. They're really strong right now. I don't think anyone's beating Alliance consistently in scrims, on stage, anywhere. So if we can beat them, it's going to take something special.
I hope for the Super Hot Crew's sake that they don't focus on one specific thing and tactic from Alliance, because they've shown time and time again that they can pull anything out the back.
I sincerely wish you hadn't said that, because I completely agree. And Impaler said it best. Nobody's beating them in scrims, nobody's beating them on LAN, and it's going to take something special. Super Hot Crew do have ingredients to make something special. just see if they can bake it on stage.
I was going to say, I've had plenty of ingredients to make lots of cakes, and not one of them has turned out good so far. Let's take a closer look, though, at the matchup between First Place Alliance and the Super Hot Crew. This is another matchup where the teams are currently 1-on-1 on the split, but the 2 times the teams have met, the games have been drastically different. Now, the Super Hot Crew managed to secure a win against Alliance in the opening week of the split, but had to fight tooth and nail to secure that victory. And in the first rematch, we saw Alliance claim revenge and absolutely decimated the Super Hot Crew. Alliance are, of course, looking for their 6th straight win here today, and based off their flawless performance in both games last week, they have to be the strong favorites again.
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Alliance have just secured the strongest start to the split of any team in the European LCS ever. Just for reference, Cloud9 started 10-2 in their season where they went 25 wins, 3 losses. And Alliance is actually on par, or in theory, able to repeat or even beat that record if they continue this winning streak. I just think the team is really living up to the super team title that was attached earlier this year, and it's been incredibly hard to find a weakness in their gameplay. They've got strong individual players, they've got an even stronger game grasp on their in-game decisions, and I'm especially impressed at how aware they are of power spikes and when to press their advantages and look for objectives. They're patient until they know they can win, and that's when they start fighting.
Well, on the other side of the rift, the Super Hot Crew, they've been improving since their debut in the spring split. After a few roster swaps, they've continually improved upon their previous levels of performance. And last week, they went 1-on-1, losing to Gambit, but then taking down Fnatic. Now, in both games, they actually built up a really healthy lead and played well, but the loss to Gambit can definitely be attributed to that poor late-game team fight call.
Yeah, I completely agree. You know, Selfie managed to get his hands on Yasuo in both of the games last week, and he performed really well on one of his strongest, arguably his strongest champion. I think as a team, the Super Hot Crew just show an ability to play a multitude of play styles. They play the map well. Their champion pool seems to be fairly diverse. And I just think that as a team, they come across very young. They often stumble and make mistakes at varying stages of the game. But the important thing to note is the team learns. They demonstrate an ability to learn from those mistakes. The prime example, the engage that cost them against Gambit last week, literally cost them the game in the late stages. But the next day, they ran a very similar team comp. They turned things around, and every single one of their engages was crisp, clean, and secure. They took Fnatic down to secure that win.
Yeah, that's the thing about the Super Hot Crew. They seem to have the makings of a top-tier team, and I think it's, as you said, they are a very young team if you look at their experience as a whole and the time that they've now had together with Yero coming in there as a support. Kasink now, as he's of course named. So let's check out the lineups for this game. On the blue side today will be Alliance with Wicked in the top lane, Shook in the jungle, Froggen in the mid lane, Tabs the AD carry, and Nif the support.
And on the red side, it is the Super Hot Crew with Mimer up top, Impaler in the jungle, Selfie in the mid lane, Mr. Isles in AD carry, and Kasing on support.
And that brings us to our featured matchup of the day, Froggen versus Selfie in the mid lane. Now, this is a matchup that could prove, probably will prove, let's be honest, to be a deciding factor in this game.
Yeah, I really think it is. And, you know, Froggen's just been on form lately for Alliance. He's been a deciding factor in a lot of their games, and it's just been proven time and time again you can't ban him out of the match. And he isn't scared of bringing new picks to the table. I think he's currently second highest farmer at 20 minutes, and funnily enough, his opposite number is the only one winning out against him, but it is, of course, a minute margin. In terms of the CS totals, as we said, it is very small. He's got Froggen's got a big head-to-head lead when you compare him to the Super Hot Crew's mid laner. And Selfie, while he's farming more, in their losses, he has more CS because in their wins, he is roaming. And it's possibly just hinting to his passive playstyle in terms of that laning phase. I think we can both be sure that both players will be key targets when it comes to picks and bans in today's match. And I think for Selfie, more important because he's more likely to be banned out than Froggen.
Well, before we get to those picks and bans, let's tally up the votes on lolesports.com and see which team you predicted to win. What a surprise. 87% of you choosing Alliance in this one. They're the team that are on the tear at the top of the table. It's hard to really disagree with that number, even if it had been up in the high 90s.
Out of Alliance's 2 losses this split, Super Hot Crew is the one of 2 teams to actually hand them that defeat. So we need to see how Super Hot Crew handle themselves in this game. The last time we have seen them playing, the team has taken the losses quite heavily. You know, when Super Hot Crew are up there and they take the losses heavy because they fight so hard in tooth and nail. You seldom see Super Hot Crew getting completely destroyed. in all of their games, it is the smallest of the, things for the majority of them that actually cost them. So we need to see how they play today.
And on one hand, that's great because you can look back at the game and say it was just this one little thing that we did wrong that cost us the game. On the other hand, it seems to be a different thing that goes wrong for them the next time a mistake comes around. Either way, we're going to find out which champions will be played today. Got a feeling that Yasuo might not be making it through the banning phase, but up until now, only a single ban coming out, and that will be Ziggs taken away by Alliance.
So Twitch available for ban, Kale available for ban. If you want to go the jungle route, Shook and Impaler, you could consider taking that Lee Sin away from Shook, who plays a very, very scary Lee Sin jungle. So slow start to the picks and bans as far as Super Hot Crew are concerned, and a little more decisive on the side of Alliance.
Yep, Kale taken by the Super Hot Crew, Yasuo banned, of course, by Alliance. Irelia are going to be removed from Wicked's possession as well. What will Alliance finish off this game with? Will those two men on your screen even be targeted when it comes to these final two bans? With Nif and Kasing have had their fair share of brilliant moments over these last couple of weeks.
And, you know, in terms of Alliance, they also have so many different champions to consider. You do have that Anivia in the mid lane. You do have Orianna if Frogger wants to go that route. Tabs has played Kog'Maw in the past, so there's a lot of these priority champions still available. And with Lee Sin and Evelyn and Elise still up, it also means for Shook and Impaler, they could go that route. Impaler has been sort of trending towards Jarvan in the last few weeks, so we need to see if the other champions are up. Does he still want to run Jarvan, or is he going to go for the S-tier junglers, as many people refer to them?
Final ban, unsurprisingly here though, was Kassadin from the red side. That's left Twisted Fate up and available, and we've already seen Alliance picking up Twisted Fate as a first pick in previous games, so we'll see if that continues to ring true here today. Froggen's certainly going to be comfortable on the Card Master, and we'll see if he can bring the A-level game that we've seen from him before.
Yeah, and you know, with the first pick Twisted Fate, Alliance have the option to counterpick some of the other lanes. They know what they're going to get themselves into. A lot of the assassins are not necessarily as powerful in this mid lane, so if Froggen wants to run the likes of an Exhaust, he can run that route. What I like from Alliance is just their diversity, depending on what champions they will lock in. They can go Twitch as well as Nami. I mean, Nif has been playing such a great Nami in the past. And if this is a Lulu, it could be Lulu support, or it could be Lulu top lane. It's another option that it's multifaceted. You can put it in either of those positions.
Well, one thing we know for sure for the Super Hot Crew, bottom lane is already locked in here, taking Lucian and Braum, and currently hovering over Olaf. Now, Impaler last week, we did see him bring in something a little bit new to the table, ran with that jungle Rengar. I'm sure you guys are all aware now, even did mention it earlier on. Rengar actually is globally banned along with Shen and Nidalee here this week, so there's no Rengar on the cards. Will he try something a little bit different? Olaf, I seem to remember an Olaf coming out from Impaler in the spring split, if my mind serves me correctly.
Yes, it was fairly early on when he was still trying to find a substitute for Vi being banned out. It was something that happened so frequently that Impaler was looking for other champions. And unfortunately, we're getting excited because it does look like he's cycled through to a few other champions for the time being. We'll get those picks back on your screen in a moment. But I think the interesting story for me so far is Alliance's side. Where is that Lulu going to go? Is that a support Lulu? Is that a top lane Lulu? It's something that we need to keep a very close eye on as the picks and bans plays out.
Well, I can tell you at least that we have Elise and Shyvana locked in for the Super Hot Crew on the red side. Alliance now down to their final two picks, and you're going to get to look at our lovely mugs while we guide you through the rest of those bans and the picks. Alliance currently have locked in Zyra and will take Caitlyn as well for Tabs as the AD carry. So Lulu top lane, Lee Sin jungle, Twisted Fate in the middle lane, and a duo of Caitlyn and Zyra. There we go. Plans and picks back on your screen. So we know the Alliance lineup. What are the Super Hot Crew now going to finish with? Looking for a mid lane here for Selfie, up against Froggen's Twisted Fate.
I love everything about Alliance's team composition. They have got Engage in the form of Destiny to Gold card. If you land a Sonic Wave with Lulu's Speed Boost, you can have Lee Sin kicks going in. So there is sort of direct engage with Twisted Fate as well as indirect engage with the Lee Sin Lulu combination. All of that is backed up by the fact that Zyra can count as your disengage. If Braum, Elise, and Shyvana jump into you, Stranglethorns instantly negates that threat, and it allows Alliance to reposition and pick the targets that they want to take down. Also with tabs going Caitlyn, last week he was the first Caitlyn that rushed the Infinity Edge into static Shiv and did a very, very good job at controlling the pace of the game. So I like Alliance's team comp. I think they have a lot of tools to do a multitude of things. They can play pick, they can play disengage, they can play split push. And it just depends on how they want to actually, or how the laning phase goes before how they execute the rest of the team comp.
Rise for the mid lane for Selfie. Not something that we've been seeing really at all, to be honest, here in Europe. That Rise coming in, and I'm interested to see it from Selfie's side of things because he's had a hit and miss time on some of these newer champions that he's brought in.
Very quickly, he has played Rise in the past and his positioning was not particularly strong in team fights. His laning phase was okay, and we need to see if he's learned and he's upgraded his Rise talents, especially against a Zyra who's going to be knocking him up and a Lulu who's going to be slowing him down.
Well, guys, after our featured matchup, which mid lane do you think will perform best in this match? Tweet hashtag Froggen or hashtag Selfie, and you can even tweet a selfie if you want to, at LOL Esports, and we'll see what you think. It is, of course, going to be Twisted Fate versus Rise. Interesting matchup, this one. The Super Hot crew coming into this game as underdogs, as everyone in the league right now is when they come into a match against Alliance.
Yeah, they really are. And you know, Super Hot Crew's composition is very much about creating a death ball and just throwing themselves at the team. Elise, Braum, as well as Rise, just want to be running at you with Shyvana flanking from the sidelines. Assuming Nif plays to the same level that we've seen him play in the last 2 weeks, those Zyra Stranglethorns can be absolutely game-changing. The one thing I do like from Super Hot Crew's team is it does also scale very well. Rise is going to get better and better. Shyvana is going to get better and better. And I think they can handle the split push that Alliance potentially can put down, but we need to see how intelligently they play the map because they have set a pretty high standard in previous matches.
We'll have to see if they can stay in touch with the game long enough to get to those later stages as well. We're going to find out though, guys, because we are going into game for our final match of the day. It's Alliance taking on the Super Hot Crew, and what a cracker this one may just be if the Super Hot Crew can battle there. I don't want to say inner demons because that might be a little bit too strong, but push away the fact that they are a new team there, bringing in Kasing as a support player to replace We Will Failer, and we'll see how that one all works out for them.
Yeah, Kasing has had a very good showing, and I think this is going to be the first Braum game that we've seen him on. So another new champion adding to this new player on the LCS stage's performance. I'm a particularly big fan of his Nami play, and I think he's had a very good showing on Nami in the past, but a very early pickup for this Braum. The possibility to punish with Lucian and Braum is very, very high.
30 seconds until
Also, the possibility not to punish if you don't time things right could be a problem for them. Either way, it's going to be a tough game, I think, against the... Oh, Mima going a little bit deep from this one. Actually going to be getting caught out. The slow coming down. Will have his burnout going. Will they be able to get him for another Q? Selfie will come from that middle lane. And I'll tell you what, Mima really running that one to the deepest levels there. Going in for the one, almost getting himself caught out. Did have a flash available, of course, in case he needed to get away. But this bottom lane, as I was talking about, Zyra, Caitlyn, a lane that, if we think back to the second half of Season 3, really the summer split in there, where the poke of a Zyra, Caitlyn lane would be sometimes unbearable to deal with.
Yeah, and it's going to be very difficult. We've already seen Braum struggling against Threshers in the past. The range and the poke that Thresh can offer in the early stages can really, really punish Braum. And I just had flashbacks of the last game they played against Fnatic. Yarrow has played Braum in the past, so we'll have to see how well he can perform in this particular matchup. I think he's going to need some jungle assistance from Impaler, especially because Mr. Ralls and Braum have the ability to be pushed around and punished by Caitlyn's range. We've seen it in the LCS, we've seen it played, and if memory serves, it was Alliance versus SK. But for the time being, it's Mr. Ralls that's got the early poke advantage onto Nif.
Nice mid lane then. Both players actually playing fairly aggressive himself. We've seen time and time again, he doesn't mess around. He feels like he can do some aggression. He will do, as we are going to see a good flash away from the Q of Lee Sin there. But again, as we always say, it leaves the mid laner very, very vulnerable. Lee Sin can just come back around after doing the top side of his jungle and have another go.
Yeah, and especially against a champion like Rise, who needs so much time to scale up, needs so many items before he can really run into the middle of a team fight. One of the things that I really liked about Selfie's Rise play when we seen it in the last split was his laning phase was pretty solid. He last hit pretty effectively. He was able to hold his own. But the issue came in terms of his positioning and his flanking power in those mid to late game team fights. So that's really where we need to see if Selfie's leveled up his performance.
Well, we are going to be finding out because Lee Sin's coming straight back to the middle and Selfie's going to go down as the first blood. Impaler though doing a good job. Can he actually get in onto Shook and find a second kill? He's going under the tower. Doesn't he have the damage there from the red buff? Not quite enough. Impaler has to back away. It's a 1-for-1 in mid.
1-for-1, but Shook is the man that gets the bonus gold for that first blood. So trading objectives, Impaler realizing that there was going to be a gank attempt on Selfie in place for the counter gank play. Coming out even, so decent start for both of these teams. And of course, because the junglers secure the kills, we'll have to see who can make use of that gold in future ganks more effectively.
So top lane then, something that we've not really looked too much on apart from that hairy start for Mima where he almost went down, let's say. He did have his flash available, so I don't want to say it was a clear-cut almost death there for him at the start. Struggling a little bit against Wicked in the top lane, although keeping up on CS as well, but being bullied somewhat by Wicked's Lulu on this top side of the map.
Yeah, you really expect the matchup to go in Wicked's favor, thanks to the Glitterlons, thanks to the ranged auto attacks. So Mima's doing a pretty good job, I would say very good job, of keeping up in this head-to-head lane matchup. I want to see where Wicked itemizes. We've seen top lane Nunus like Soaz go for the triple Doran's ring into the likes of a Morella Nomicon. But against an Elise and a Ryze and even a Shyvana who has, decent magic damage once she's in dragon form, I think Athena's and Holy Grail might not be out of the question for Wicked. But, like I said, still early days, 30 CS, he hasn't backed yet to purchase anything.
Froggen actually moving down towards the death push. Not level 6 yet, so no Destiny to be called in. And in fact, they were both spotted there thanks to that pink ward that was placed earlier by the Super Hot crew. And who would have thought it? Selfie now after going down there for the first blood. No flash still available to him. He's sitting back and allowing his tower and those minions to soak up a little bit of damage and not get caught out of position by Shook again.
Yeah, and he's going to be under quite a lot of pressure until he hits level 6. The wave clear of Froggen on Twisted Fate will always be higher than Ryze until Ryze gets access to his ultimate. But you don't ideally want to wave clear every single one of those lanes. That desperate power from Ryze is very, very crucial in starting fights. And the mobility that it gives you will help him potentially dodge some of the skill shots that Alliance will put down. So, teleport to the top lane for Wicked. He's picked himself up that Fiendish Codex and mirrored by Mima. So both top laners making it somewhat clear a dragon is not on the cards yet, and mid lane is going to have some fun. Let's see, Cocoon or Sonic Wave, whichever one connects first, probably going to be where this gank comes from, as the yellow card timed out, gold card rather.
And Vela may use that as an opportunity to get in. Definitely doesn't have a massive cooldown on it. There is the gold card coming in on towards Selfie. He may go down before Impaler can do anything. He will fall. It's Froggen that gets that kill. And just a little bit slow off the mark was Impaler to get in there and help defend. That's the power of Lee Sin and the Twist of Fate really coming together there for all that damage.
It looked all too easy. I mean, Selfie was extended in the lane and Impaler appeared to be backing away. You see Tabs being jumped on. Kasing and Mr. Roll's doing a decent job, but I do think that Impaler just reacting a little slowly or thinking the gank wasn't going to be there. So Alliance with a good repeat before Selfie's flash is available and an easy kill.
So that leaves it 2-1 then. Almost 1,000 gold the lead for Alliance in these very early stages of the game. We know that Super Hot crew in that mid lane in particular needed a bit of time to get things going. Selfie does have his tier picked up now, so he's going to start stacking that one up. We'll see at what point he can actually get that one done and start moving on towards those other items. Up until now, actually staying very level with Froggen, considering the fact that he's died twice in this mid lane.
Yeah, to be fair, the ganks have also slowed Froggen's farming down. He was trying to set up a gold card before Shook got there, missed a couple of creeps, and then obviously had to go in for the kill. So decent CSing. By no means on track for any sort of record here today, considering Froggen broke the CS record last week. But I think, the most impressive story is the fact that Mima is doing very well in CS against Wicked. The Negatron Cloak's going to be helping out. And I also think that Mr. Raz and Kasing have done a good job in the 2v2 matchup with Selfie roaming down to the bottom. No ultimate available. They've gone in on Nip.
They're going to go for Nip, and I think he's dead. He's going to be one more auto attack needed, and came actually from Selfie over on the side there. Just with that roam down, Selfie not really having to do anything in that fight apart from maybe that one last auto attack to get himself a kill. Nicely done either way by the bottom lane of the Super Hot Crew to set that up.
Very, very good play by Selfie. Just walks in, actually secured the kill with that Rune Prison on his W, which is about 110 damage.
Not much more than his auto attack either way.
No, definitely not. But, you know, a good initiation from Kasing. He did burn his flash and his ignite for that. So Shook should be aware of the lack of Summoner Spell in the bottom half of the map, but the disengaged power from that Glacial Fissure can definitely turn things around if Kasing gets jumped on. So first item secured for Mr. Ross. He's actually gone for the BF sword. And the only reason I highlight that is Tabs on Caitlyn has beaten an Infinity Edge Lucian previously by going the Infinity Edge build himself. And we'll see if Mr. Ross can perform better with a potential or an assumed same build.
Yeah, I mean, whether he's just going to say, okay, get a BF sold now, put some dominance down in this bottom lane and move on, but that also slows down his overall build. We'll see about that. Most AD carries, that's for sure, have been saying, you know, it is Blade of the Ruin King, Ghostblade, the way to go at this point in 4.10 for Lucian. Mr. Arles may have done some own little research, crunching of numbers and what have you, to prove against that one either way. Tabs has also now picked up a BF sword. A lot more common, I think, at this stage for that Caitlyn to be going Infinity Edge first.
Yeah, I completely agree, and I would dare say that in terms of the European ADCs, Mr. Rolls is top 3, if not top 2. So if anybody is going to go for a sort of slightly different Lucian build in terms of maybe the eye edge and be successful with it, he's probably one of the few that can pull it off. But I do want to see how the rest of his itemization goes. He could always, you know, surprise everybody and build something different. Nevertheless, Dragon is respawned, memory serves, or just started off here for Super Hot Crew. No challenge from Alliance until Destiny. Super Hot Crew are well timed, but he has a teleport as well.
That was a great flash from Kasing. Dragon is going to be going over towards the Super Hot Crew, but Mr. Off focus. Shook following him through after the kick there as well. TP was actually cancelled in the top lane for Mima, and now the Super Hot Crew, one by one, going to be picked to pieces. So double killing the end for Shook. 3 kills overall. Super Hot Crew did manage to pick up the Dragon in that though.
Absolutely decimated by Alliance. Oh, Impaler, he's got caught.
Oh, good little repel, but is he going to be able to get away from the damage? The answer is no. It's a gold card from Froggen that finishes that one off. Good reactions to get up in the air, but just not enough.
Froggen does not miss pulling those gold cards. Instantly after coming out of the cocoon, he manages to secure another gold card. Look how disruptive the Stranglethorns is. Super Hot Crew are completely split off, and they can't even get onto members of Alliance because they're zoned away. But just great play. Teleport from Mima never makes it in. Even if he did, he simply would have given up another kill because Alliance did not hesitate on the engage, did not hesitate on finding the targets of the Super Hot Crew. 4 for 0 in that team fight.
Not good news for the Super Hot Crew. It leaves Shook with 3 kills, and again, timing everything brilliantly. Had the Q landed there, kicking Mr. Rolls through the wall and then following it straight up as well. Shook on top of his form, there's no doubt about that one. 3-0-2 for him. 3-1-3 Froggen, which for me is a real scary thing. We've seen how deadly Froggen's Twisted Fate can be, even if you don't let him get rolling on it, really. So something that the Super Hot Crew need to be real careful about in these coming moments, and I think especially for that bottom lane who now have no tower behind them to fall back on.
Yeah, very importantly for the Super Hot Crew, because they've given up such a large amount of gold so early, it also means if they get put into a split push defense situation, the Lulu and the Twisted Fate can really punish anyone that's holding a tower. If Lulu's pushing one lane and Froggen decides to move up there with Destiny, that's going to be a dead target. Sorcerer's Shoes with Distortion Boots and Morellonomicon already completed. Froggen's got a lot of cooldown reduction, he's got a lot of mobility, and he's going to be looking to play the map and impact those side lanes as quickly and as frequently as possible.
Oh, and now Kasing down in this bottom lane needs to be a little bit careful. Actually, he's going to throw his ulti in, but Shook is there. That's the big danger of this one. He gets knocked up and surely goes down. It's Tabs that gets that one, and they're not done just yet. Shook tries to get in. Froggen had come down. Selfie actually disturbing him somewhat inside of that bottom river area. In the end, it's just a 1 for 0, but Kasing being caught completely out there.
They just destroyed. Even though Kasing had initiated the fight, the support wasn't there from the rest of the team. and Alliance just secure themselves another easy kill. Destiny blown from Froggen, so at least there's that small respite from the rest of the crew, but I think they're going to dive selfie.
Oh, there's the Q, and he gets the kick onto him as well, and that is typical Shook, ladies and gents. They take the damage onto the support. The minions actually being pushed back from the turret. It doesn't matter. Alliance get the kill onto Selfie and secure themselves their second turret of the game. They are looking flawless.
Alliance can just do the same in the top lane. The tower is getting lower and lower. Mimer's going to get caught out. Mimer's actually started this fight, and here comes Froggen.
Yeah, Wild Growth, and there is his dragon away, but Froggen going to go underneath the turret. There's the stun. The wild card's coming through. He's actually taking too much damage here, and that may just be enough now to force Alliance to back off, or at least for now, because Nif and Shook are both coming up, and this is so typical of Alliance. Get the kill, take the tower, move on to the next lane.
Yeah, the reason Wicked didn't come in there is he didn't have enough mana, and he already blown the Wild Growth. So unfortunate for Froggen not to get another kill out of that roam, but just such confident play. We're 15 minutes into the game. Alliance has got 6 kills further. They've extended the gold lead to around 4,000, and they show no signs of allowing Super Hot Crew time to get their items or time for the champions to scale. So it's going to become a map game. I do believe that Alliance have got the power to split push with Lulu, the power to split push with Froggens on Twisted Fate, and if anybody from Super Hot Crew tries to challenge, I think Shook, maybe even Nif, may consider continuing those dives.
Talk about Selfie here for a moment. He's had 4 deaths so far with this rise. Catalyst now in there on top of that teal from earlier that's stacking up, and we see that the blue buff is a bit of a challenge for him still. Does finally take that one down, but Froggen with the Morella Nomica on those sorcerer shoes with the distortion on them as well, which you talked about earlier on, especially when you're running Ghost and Teleport. Get that extra speed boost on your Ghost, get the speed boost after flashing as well. So perfect in terms of synergy, and a great early pickup, which you don't see a lot of mid laners going for, those early pickups on the enchantments of the boots.
No, but it is when you're playing that style of game. You know, there is mobility on the side of Super Hot Crew, dashes and movement spells, so the more frequently Froggen can get those summoners up, the easier it's going to be to run people down. And you've seen how mobile Alliance have been. I think two separate ganks in the bottom lane, a tower dive in the mid lane, a roam to the top lane, all of that, and a dragon fight before 15 minutes. It is just confident, it is decisive, and it is unrelenting. And, you know, Mimer's just got dragon form to try and clear this wave, but does manage to avoid the knock-up, and that means he should survive. But now, Super Hot Crew trying to enclose around. Look for a Glacial Fissure from Kasing. That may be enough to get Nif.
Going on towards Tabs here. I don't think he's surviving this one either. Tries his best, uses Summon a Heal, but decided against the use of Flash. May have opened up some damage onto this middle turret though. We have 2 men there. Wicked even is pushing the bottom lane out with those, not super minis just yet, with the cannon minion in as well. So he's going to have a lot of damage onto that bottom lane, and look what Froggen and Shook have done in terms of damage on the mid. There's a big wave there still with Wicked, and up until now there's no challenge.
This is exactly what we said Alliance could do. Because of the fact that they are ahead and they've got champions that can do well in these skirmishes, they opened up the map. Even before the dive onto Tabs in top lane, there was the makings of a split push in all 3 lanes. So Alliance get a lot of damage in the middle and bottom inner turrets. They've set themselves up for Dragon, but realize they don't have their AD carry, nor was their support available. So look at how Alliance have peeled around the Dragon Pit. They've regrouped as a 5-man, and Stranglethorns is not available. So that is a very, very key ability for Alliance in these team fights. And I think it could be a limiting factor if they were to think about engaging.
Well, we have a pause. Came kind of out of the blue, that one there, so we'll see hopefully in a moment what exactly could be the problem. It seemed to be possibly Wicked that had called for that one to come in at an interesting time, let's call it that, with the Dragon at less than half HP. We'll see what happens after this one. Well, there's the scoreboard for you and the overall lead for Alliance. It's a solid 4,000 gold that they're in the lead. 2 up in towers, 8-3 in kills. And overall, looking like the dominant team that we expect every time that Alliance take to the stage.
I would dare say, in terms of the golden lead that Alliance have actually put together, it's probably even less than how the game feels, because they've been bullying Super Hot Crew, they've dove the Super Hot Crew, and with the exception of one counter gank very early on, Super Hot Crew have not had positive plays. They tried to set up a gank in the bottom lane, got turned around. Selfie got a decent roam, you know, to pick up a kill, but they haven't really been in any sort of commanding position. And that is worrying for them because their team needs to run at you. Their team needs to engage with Shyvana, with Elise, with Ryze, with Braum. So we need to see how quickly they can put themselves in a position where they can engage.
So it seems like it's a possible problem here with Wicked. He has just left the game, so should be getting back into the match here in just a couple of moments. We can see their current gold on everyone. 1,500 gold for Froggen, which I'm sure he would have loved to be around about 1,600 and a needlessly large rod before this Dragon fight actually came around.
Yeah, definitely. And, you know, truthfully, it's unspent combat stats. So that 4,000 gold difference is actually only maybe 1,000 gold when you tally up unspent gold in their back pockets. It's a bit of a hollow statement to make because it's not gold that's determining and items that's determining these team fights. It really has been positioning. It really has been just Alliance being able to outplay Superhot Crew in terms of when they start the fight and using their crowd control much more effectively.
So Froggen has now left the game as well. And I'm assuming we'll be coming back into this one in just a couple of moments. We'll try and get a full update onto the situation when we actually hear that as well. But it's hard to say anything other than Alliance at this stage have that hold on the game. However, that Dragon, if we think back to that, was around about this much HP, which is all depending on how big your monitor is, I suppose, at the end of the day. I can't tell you exactly how much. It's less than half. It's about a quarter even.
Well, good done. Well done. I think
good done.
Good done. Yeah, it's been a long day. I think in terms of the composition that we were talking about, because of the fact that there are so many tools for either engage or disengage on the side of Alliance, if they're in control, there theoretically shouldn't be anything that Superhot Crew can do. Because Alliance got themselves a gold lead. They've been proactive in pushing towers. They've been proactive in tower diving and forcing team fights. And they've used all of their CC and crowd control to the absolute maximum that can be used. And the reason I say that is in order for the Superhot Crew to come back in this game, they need to force objectives, they need to force fights, they need to close this gold gap. But I don't know if they'll ever be able to, because they have to get through a Lee Sin kick, they have to get through Glitter Lancers, they have to get through Stranglethorns. All of those problems are compounded by the fact they're behind in gold and they're playing catch-up already.
So one thing I want to compare this game to a little bit, if you think and cast our minds back to London, the final game of London, in fact, Alliance versus the Copenhagen Wolves, this is a very similar start that Alliance pulled off there. They went tower to Dragon to tower to kill to tower. At some point, though, and what could definitely happen in this game with the likes of a Ryze in there as the game gets longer is going to get stronger. Alliance kind of were forced to, you know, break a little bit and slow things down in that game, which allowed the Wolves to give us that amazing ending to the game we got. It's all about how much you can hold Alliance back, you know, how much you can push that train back before it kind of runs out of control.
Yeah, I agree. The problem is, for the Superhot Crew, I think they need to find a way to engage. Oh, they've got Dragon already.
They've got the Dragon, which is great for the Superhot Crew. Wicked and the rest of Alliance seem to be all fixed up. Actually, Destiny going to be popped there. Not sure that there's a follow-through here, though, for Alliance. Well, there will be. It's just Froggen going to the mid lane to get himself a bit of farm. That's always how you love to use a Destiny. Not sure that they're going to be able to do too much to this middle tower. It was low from earlier on, of course, and actually the safety really being pulled there by Mr. Rolls, using his culling to get rid of those minions and making sure that what's left of that inner turret stays intact.
Yeah, so Alliance continue to stay grouped up and roam towards this top tower. Even though they've lost Dragon, they should be able to secure the top outer turret. The rest of Superhot Crew have continued to stay grouped up towards the middle lane. I don't think they should be going to try to defend this top tower. I take that back because Alliance didn't push it at all. Instead, Alliance have backed away, and that is, of course, thanks to Wicked going bottom lane and Froggen backing off. So, a little bit of a split play. Alliance do lose that global objective of Dragon, but they still maintain a gold lead, and it's just a matter of coming back from that pause.
Oh, they're going to be baited into this one, though. Mimer's going to dive in. We see Shook coming around the side. They may need to be quicker about this one, though. Impaler knocked up. Nif is going to be going low. Well, Flash, but I think Mimer's got this one. Nif actually backing away from the damage, but Mimer gets the finisher, and now it's Shook that's going to be chased down. Actually does land his Q and safeguards away. Flash use as well. Can he escape from that speed of Mr. Selfie? He's not going to be able to. There is the shutdown. In the meantime, though, Wicked is pushing the bottom lane.
So we'll see if Wicked can get himself that tower. 2 for a tower. An inner tower is arguable whether or not it's worthwhile, but the teleport from Mimer comes out to save. a very good play from Super Hot Crew, reacting to the somewhat split decision-making of Alliance. Alliance looked to be pushing the top lane tower before backing away. Then Shook attempts to go for a 3v2 scenario, but because Shook took such a long time to get in position for the fight, it means they come out far behind, and Super Hot Crew are now 1,500 gold down. One swing of the dice, and just like that, Super Hot Crew are back in this game.
See, if those dice go their way, that's the whole problem of this one. With a serial gambler in the mid lane in the form of Twisted Fate, we never quite know which way the dice are going to roll.
On the topic of that, I'm actually disappointed Froggen did not go with red card Twisted Fate, considering it is World Cup fever and we do have Striker Lucian in the game. I'm somewhat disappointed. So, Froggen, if and when you watch this, calling you up, bro.
And on that token, we should say good luck to USA and Belgium a little bit later on tonight as well in their quarterfinal. I know that Shox and our entire production team over in LA definitely looking forward to how that one all goes down. I'm sure there's a lot of banter to come through the night. For now, though, this game 8-5 up in kills for Alliance. The goal difference starting to slide somewhat away from them. And with that Dragon not too far away, that's going to be the real interesting part of this game in the minutes to come.
So that pause potentially distracts the flow from Alliance. They were in momentum, they were rolling, they kept building up their aggressive plays. And as we come out of the pause, they lose the Dragon, and they become somewhat disjointed across the map. Because of the fact that Alliance were disjointed, it meant the Super Hot Crew could punish. And part of the reason they were so aggressive is Froggen didn't have his Destiny available. He had used it after the Dragon fight, so Super Hot Crew realized they had a window of opportunity, and they took it. They need to do the same thing. They need to bait out that Destiny, or in this case, go for a move on Wicked.
Yes, Wicked may just be in trouble. Lesnar in prison will use his own wild growth there, but will he get away? Actually, Mima diving for him there, but Wicked, with the speed boost that you get with Lulu, was able to escape just about without going down. And that could still, however, open up a tower here for the Super Hot Crew. We've got Twisted Fate coming down. Lee Sin may join the party as well. Not sure the Super Hot Crew have actually got the damage to kill that tower. Twisted Fate, though, popping Destiny. Where's he going to come? He actually uses the bait from Twisted Fate with his Zhonya's. Can he actually get the gold card down? He will. It's onto Selfie, who did a good amount of damage back, but they don't get it. Here's another gold card with the flash. Mima's going down. Froggen now on a rampage. Can he get even more? Here's the card. It's a gold one again. Shut down, moving in. Gates does get the kick and knocks both of them off. Another gold card. This time will be repelled away from, but that won't save him. Tabs comes down, and just like that, the Super Hot Crew lose 4 men.
Absolutely perfect fighting from Alliance. They defend the tower, they force Super Hot Crew all the way back, and thanks to the work that Wicked had done earlier in the game, they grab a tower out of the deal as well. I don't think Super Hot Crew should try to make tower plays with a Rise. He's arguably the worst champion in the entire game to try push towers down because he prioritizes mana over ability power attack damage, and mana does not give you damage stats on towers. Regardless of that fact, Alliance with the Destiny and all of the mobility of Lulu and Twisted Fate just ran them down, got the kills, and got the inner turrets.
And I love the Twisted Bait strategy there, coming in with the Zhonya straight away. Just drawing them in with enough time then for the rest of the team to get around, and probably a horrible feeling for the Super Hot Crew as you feel one member after the other just getting pinned down. But we have Dragon coming up in 20 seconds. No surprise, Alliance are already there with Nif doing all the work to sweep out what little vision really is there for the Super Hot Crew, and that's not going to be a problem for them to get full control over. The question now is whether the Super Hot Crew are going to risk trying to fight for this one.
Yeah, if the Super Hot Crew are going
the microphone was broken there for a second.
If they are going to risk the fight, there's going to be a lot of pressure on Mr. Roz. He's out farming Tabs by a solid amount, but that's because of the movement around the map that Alliance and Tabs have been performing. Super Hot Crew decide not to even contest the Dragon, and just like that, within 5 minutes, Super Hot Crew once again find themselves down in gold. Actually, the largest difference we've seen all game. It does look like Super Hot Crew are trying to surround Alliance, though. They've got themselves grouped up. multiple pings so teams are aware. Destiny, that's it. Plan is already aborted. Alliance realize they can push the inner turret. They've got such good positioning, and Super Crew will not get you in time.
And they're off to the side. This is grasping Roots territory if I've ever seen it. Stranglethorns if it's even needed. We're going to see Mima TPing on the back of them. That's a good 3-man knockup, but will Mima be tanky enough to get through? Nif may even end up dying. Flashes in the last second from the Culling. Wicked caught on the other side though, and I don't know if Nif's going to be safe. That's a good summoner heal coming out. Alliance scattering and going with 2 men to the left, 2 to the right. In the end they get away, but they might lose towers for the pleasure.
So it may end up being a trade 1-for-1 as far as towers are concerned. A kill secured onto Wicked, and that's the sort of first fight that we've seen Alliance being very scattered for in terms of the 5v5. A very strong teleport engage from Mima on that back line of Alliance really caused a big disruption to Europe's #1 team, but they still have a sizable lead. There is a lot of work that Super Crew need to do to get done in order to close that lead up and potentially regain control. But 2 towers, that's definitely a good start.
Really good start indeed, taking 2 inners down. And look at this, Froggen is marching up that bottom lane once again. There's no one there just yet to actually stop him. And with those cards in there to do the damage, Froggen actually is going to back away. Playing it safe here, didn't want to end up getting caught out by the Super Hot Crew had already sent... actually, did they send... Yeah, okay, they sent Mima back actually to cover that one, so no real threat there in the end for the Super Hot Crew. You see a tiny bit of damage actually done to the tower by Froggen and the minions that he put up there. That gives now Alliance time to clear out the wards that the Super Hot Crew had put around the Baron area.
Yeah, it's something that Alliance did last week which is very impressive to me. They completely understood when they had vision control of Baron, and they managed to just sneak a Baron completely uncontested, you know, surprising everybody in the game and everybody watching. And seeing how the game is continuing to progress and we're getting later and later, Alliance have got the ability to pull Super Hot Crew to an area of the map. Whether that's Wicked split pushing and they want to try shut him down, or whether that's Froggen, you know, playing that, you know, very big bait card. And the moment Super Hot Crew respond to that potential move, Alliance can then just move in and try to secure that Baron. Look at the vision of that area of the map. It is heavily in favor of Alliance. Super Hot Crew slowly pushing themselves out and trying to get more wards down.
And more farm there in the bottom lane, not just for Mima, but for Tabs as well. If you look at the AD carries, Infinity Edge for both of them, Phantom Dancer for Lucian, and the Static Shiv for Tabs. We talked about the build on Lucian earlier on, the fact that most AD carries these days are fancying that Blade of the Ruin King into Ghost Blade build, but definitely a different route to the norm, or at least the building norm that we've been seeing. Still early stages, I suppose we could say, of the changes that we've seen to the AD carries and their items. So interested to see how that one works out for him. 0-1-1, not played a massive role so far, although we have to say the couple of little fights we've had, Mr. Rolls has found himself in another lane pushing or trying to push down turrets.
Yeah, it's actually quite interesting to see that Mr. Rolls is basically saying he's not ready to fight against Alliance. He wants to get those items, he wants to scale late. The thing is, Selfie is also continuing to scale. That Rod of Ages has been slowly ticking away, and it is at max. Obviously, Seraph's Embrace is already upgraded. He's got the makings of that Void Staff sitting there. So, you know, we need to see how quickly it can work out. And Malinx, that's a great tweet, buddy.
Can't play red card TF because all he pulls is golds.
I can't really disagree with him. He's, you know, every team fight, every time Froggen has jumped onto a target, I don't think he's missed a gold card this game. I will say.
That you've just cursed in, though.
Yeah, well.
Wait for the next Destiny.
All props to Impale. Impale's dodged a few. That's not a matter of Froggen missing them. So we'll keep our eyes on him. Got that death cap completed a few minutes ago, so his wave clear is even higher, his burst damage is even higher. Most likely going to go Void Staff next, and it's just going to play even more into Alliance's potential of split push into pick. I mean, look, once again, Wicked got teleport available. He's gone to a side lane. Lulu, I would dare say Lulu's becoming more and more of a split push champion. We're seeing her do it in many games in the last 2 or 3 weeks.
We'll see how effective that is for Wicked. I mean, he got that inner turret basically all alone. Wasn't finished off by him, but he'd done all the groundwork in actually getting that one started. However, we do have Dragon in just over a minute's time, and as per usual, that will be a hot point of the map. Selfie now starting to build up. You can see the wave, the ways that those waves are actually going down now with his Xerath finish with that Rod of Ages. Got a blasting one now added on top as well. So feeling a lot more confident, I think, is Selfie after getting off to a bit of a lackluster start, which you can expect from a champion that is getting stronger towards the late game, but is squishy and very immobile early on.
Yeah, and it's also not entirely fair to call Selfie out because
No,
Alliance focused him really heavily. I mean, Shook ganked him multiple times, which again is part of the strategy against Rise. He is a late scaling champion, so delay his early game means it takes him longer to hit that power spike. With that Void Staff completed, Selfie does have a fair amount of mana, of HP, of ability power, and he does have a decent amount of damage, but he needs to start getting tankier. Because if he gets caught by, Gold Card, by Glitter Lance, by Roots, and Tabs can get a bunch of auto attacks down, with the Lost Whisper and an Infinity Edge, that is going to be a lot of very quick damage that will burn through Selfie's HP.
Think of it as well, and Frozen Heart, a nice item for Rise at any day of the week, but even maybe more now as Impaler gonna get caught out with a lot of damage. TPs are coming down. Both Wicked and Mime are gonna join in the same place, but Wicked caught out very early. Wild Growth at the last second. He has to flash away. They've caught up Froggen. Is Selfie gonna be able to blow him up though? Not quite enough damage just yet, but Mime will keep chasing. Nice slows coming out of Wicked, and they stand off 5 versus 5 outside of the Dragon Pit again.
Alliance need to be so careful. Their big CC's down, and that's Kasing caught.
Caught Kasing, and the damage is there. It's Nift against the finisher. Shook coming in. It is a Super Hawk crew that get Dragon, but there is Froggen off to the side. He's actually coming at the wrong place, but is he going to flash over? No, because he doesn't have a flash, but there's the kill onto Selfie. Tabs will get that one, and it's a 2 for nothing. Super Hawk crew again losing members, but getting the Dragon.
Even more scary there is Mr. Ross flashes over the Wraith Camp wall, so afraid that he was going to get run down. The range of Caitlyn shows so true in that previous fight. Tabs was never really in danger. After the successful win, Alliance have opened up Baron. There is pings here from the Super Hard crew, but they don't have vision. They are going to consider going in. Do they have vision in the pit? There is vision in the pit, and it looks like Impaler wants to try steal.
Oh, he's gone up too early there, though.
Yeah.
Repel coming too early out of him, and he's going to have to be careful. There's a Q landing from Shook and the death, and surely the Baron. Here comes Mima from around the side. Alliance able to get that one, and Mima will simply flash away. Nice little try for him, but not enough in the end, and the first Baron of the game will be secured by Alliance.
Just once again, very confident play. That team fight all started in the river, and double teleports from Mima and Wicked. You initially thought that Super Crew in such a good position. Wicked took basically every bullet of the culling and was forced to flash over the wall and try to get away as quickly as possible. And thanks to the range and thanks to the poke from Alliance, they just re-engaged and once again cleaned up. I mean, 15-6 in terms of kills, it's very one-sided in fights.
And again, Alliance raking in points for everyone that's got them in fancy. 4-1-7 for Shook, 4-1-8 for Froggen. Tabs again coming up big, 3-1-5 for him, although you have to say miles behind in CS, but those kills and the global gold really giving him the advantage, and that turret is going to be going down this time. Kasing and Selfie will be able to just tank that one up and go in, but look at Alliance, they're moving straight up the middle.
Yeah, but look at the split for Alliance. Wicked is again split pushing. He's continually done this the entire match long, and if Super Haku ever commit resources to shutting him down, it just allows Alliance to push the rest of the back. Thanks to the range and the poke of Twisted Fate as well as Caitlyn, it should allow them to siege towers incredibly effectively before you even take into account the Baron and the big gold lead that they've built themselves up.
And this turret's going down, no doubt about that one. Alliance get in there, and means now that the Super Hot crew are holding on to their base just by those inhibitor turrets. Will Alliance be able to break through them? Twisted Fate going to be going in towards the Lich Bane soon, and that's when Froggen becomes even more dangerous. Couple of hits on towards those inhibitor turrets, and they are going down quickly. There's a culling use from Mr. Arls. Doesn't even want to entertain the fact that that minion wave can push in for some free auto attacks on the tower.
Yeah, when you're dealing with Caitlyn, it's so difficult to defend against these sieges. You have to engage, but you can't really engage against the Zarya. Oh, ace in the hole, even threading the needle and catching probably the most important target for the Super Hot crew. Alliance haven't got the most damage on the inhibitor turret, but we'll see in this next wave how brave Tabs is feeling. He's done such an incredible job here in the summer splits.
Shields are another thing that's going to be played in Alliance's favor here as well. As you see Shook tanking up that turret for a long time as the damage comes in. They also managed to get Mimer down to about half HP. There's the Destiny going to be used. I think it's just to reveal exactly where the Super Hot Crew are. Move through, take away that inhibitor turret. Julie the inhib as well. Actually, Froggen going off to the side. Going to try and pick off Selfie using the Zhonya's early there as well. But Mimer is actually going to dive in. It's a lot of damage towards Wicked, and he gets finished off by Mr. Alt. Can they get any more from this? I think the Super Hot Crew are happy to defend with what they've got there.
Small misplay from Froggen, maybe biting off more than he should have. The Super Hot Crew were able to rally together and stick on the same target, which is why Wicked went down. But the tower was exposed. This means if Alliance continue to play the split push, which they have done very effectively, they should be able to get on an inhibitor on their next few pushes, on their next few attempts. What can Super Hot Crew salvage from this momentary respite? It looks like a red buff steal, and it looks like they can counter push the top and bottom waves just to once again try and get some semblance of control back in the game. And this, I believe, is the first Bloodthirster that we've seen in Europe. Mr. Roll's building it on Lucian, so he's going to be looking for that overcharged shield. And I'm very interested to see how effective it is over the course of the coming team fights.
He can mitigate a little bit of that burst. If he can get his shield in position quick enough, as Kasing here, gonna be forced to flash away very quickly. Actually, they might be able to lock him up, and this is a tanky support who's gonna go down. Tapped with the ace in the hole. They've locked up Mimer as well with the grasping roots, and he's forced towards the out. Kick back onto Impaler as well. Very quick repel for him, but he's gonna come down on top of them. Will flash off in the end, but this is surely the in for Alliance.
It definitely is. Without the engage and the support of that Braum for the front line, Super Hot Crew are forced to back away. They lost a lot of summoner spells in that case as well. Flash from Braum is down. Flash from Impaler is down. Unfortunately for Super Hot Crew, just being caught out of position from that very fast team of Alliance costs them. And there's that big red shield for Mr. Riles. As long as he's full HP, Bloodthirster will of course be giving him that stack. Last 15 seconds if memory serves. We need to keep a very close eye on how effective that actually becomes. It is interesting to note, with that shield active, if he gets it to max, which I believe is 450 HP, the resistances that Braum can offer him from Stand Behind Me do make that shield significantly more effective. The problem is, it's very difficult to maintain that shield or get it built up because you can only stack it from max. Now Froggen, did he use Destiny? He did, and he's going to run away. Make sure he's got full information on the rest of the team.
Where's he going to go? Dragon. Probably a quick teleport in there just to use it in the end as they lock up Impaler. Good damage onto him as he's forced to repel straight up in the air, and almost half of his health gone from that. It looks like Alliance gonna once again loop around the Dragon and see if they can set up this fight. Wicked, maybe the first man's coming. Ultimate out of Kasing does nothing, lands onto nobody. Can they get in? The Culling now coming through. Dragon is at half HP. Wicked being locked up on the top side by Riot, and there is the Super Hot Crew taking the Dragon. Will they force Alliance back away? Alliance themselves seem to have just backed off from this one.
Yeah, without Destiny available to jump in and find the right target, it looks like Alliance are playing a lot safer. Keep in mind, there were always super minions pushing through the middle lane, so the longer Alliance could have delayed the Super Hot Crew, the more potential opportunities there were to push. But I think hesitation and safety on the side of Alliance prevents them going in for that one, and Super Hot Crew get a small win. I mean, Dragon is worth reaching its maximum limit as the average level of champions is getting closer to level 16. Probably is, but I'm not going to try to do math. So, a good pickup for the Super Hot Crew.
You mean you're not going to add them all up and then level out and work it out?
No.
No.
Not after 37 minutes.
Not me either. Mimer here has come out of his base once more and trying to push out this bottom lane. And as I say that, of course, he just hits the B key and will be recalling off the base. And Wicked probably not even going to try and stop him at this point. He's now got that Void Staff in on top of his Death Cap and that Morellonomicon? Morellonomicon is the word that I am looking for. And we also see Bloodthirster now picked up 4 taps as well. So Bloodthirsters on both AD carries this game.
I'm doubting myself if we've seen Bloodthirster, but I'm pretty confident that we haven't. Because that big glowing red shield is definitely something I think would stand out. We've seen Caitlyn's going Blades of the Rune King. You know, the attack speed synergizes with her headshots passive, and 8% HP per hit also works very effective, especially against targets like Ryze and Shyvana, who build and stack hit points. So Tabs maybe favoring a little more hit points, maybe looking for that shield. You know, it's definitely something I think I'd love to hear his viewpoint on maybe Deficio's as well after this game, because it's not something we see all too often. And the game is just slowed down. Because of the power that Shyvana and Ryze have gained as the matchup has progressed, Alliance have played a little safer, and Froggen now being dove, we'll see if he can get away.
I'm not sure about this one. He does have Ghost, does have Flash, but there is a lockup. The burst too much for him. The shutdown comes in from Selfie, being caught out, but he's going to be sacrificed here for the Baron, but it would be a 5v4 if they start, and there's a TP on Mima.
Yeah, we need to see what Super Hot Crew can put together. That is just Froggen being caught out of position, decides not even to try. Oh, they've landed a cocoon on Nif.
Oh, and the calling going to come through as well. Wild Growth coming down, but is it enough to keep Nif alive? Flash is going to be using Paler on top of him. Great kick away from Shook. That may be enough to save their lives, but can they keep hold of Baron now?
Well, without Froggen still being alive, there's a window here where Super Hot Crew can try rush it down. 25 seconds before Destiny and a potential re-engage comes out. Mr. Roll is going to have this shield fully stacked up. But remember, there is no Fissure from Brown, so that heavy engage is not there. They're going to try catch tabs.
And they actually took more damage for trying to get onto tabs than they really gained from that one. Baron started off again, but the Super Hot Crew slowly being chipped away. There is Wicked moving in as well. They have to get away from this one. Mima goes in, tries to flash out, but is picked off in the end. They did take down Nif. Froggen going to come back on, but Sam's going to be destroying them. He's on a double kill. Surely will be a triple for him here as well. As Destiny is popped, they've got vision. Froggen not in range though to actually follow through. He's going to get towards the mid lane though, and Alliance going to get Baron again.
Very, very good re-engage from the Super Hot, from Alliance rather, onto the Super Hot Crew. Just using that range. And the focus from Selfie onto Nif is really what cost him. He was putting damage down onto the support on the sidelines and just disjointed. This is one of the scenarios we talk about with the Super Hot Crew where it feels like the impatience is what costs them. It does look like Alliance, they're going to get another inhibitor turret.
They're going to get that one forced.
This might be
the
game.
Support and the jungler away. They've got super minis coming up. Alliance turn and run towards the Nexus turret. Spawn's not coming in for 10 seconds here for Mima. One Nexus turret already down. Kasing going to try his best as he gets kicked away. They don't care about him. They want the game right here. Finally, they do lock him up. There's the burst damage. He goes down to Froggen, and now they can focus on the Nexus and win the game. Alliance continue their run at the top of the European LCS.
Fantastic victory. Slight misplays in the mid game. Definitely stuff that Alliance can, take back and learn from. I do want to say Super Hot Crew's comp scaled fairly well. They got to a point where they could contest and they could pick team fights, but they just fell too far behind too early. And unfortunately, that just made Alliance run away with it.
Big win again for Alliance. This Super Week, if they're able to take all 4 victories, could really separate them from the rest of the table. The Super Hot Crew, though, put up a valiant effort. We saw that around the mid-game area where they brought the goal right back to about 2,000, but just after that we saw it jump again to, I think, about 6,000. There were a couple of kills in there. Dragon went down. Alliance were able to capitalize with a couple of turrets as well on the way through. And Alliance just showing that even if you feel like you may be coming back into a game against them, they'll all of a sudden pull some trigger that no other team seems to know where it's hidden right now and really gain that lead back.
Yeah, I completely agree. I think the only other team that I can compare the switch onness in terms of, pushing objectives and finding ways to create opportunities and win is SK Gaming. Nobody else is able to find those situations. I would dare say today's game's Fnatic showed an inkling that they're onto something, but they need to do it more often. And even in the moments of weakness for Alliance, you never felt like it was really going to push them out of control. They lost one team fight, then all of a sudden find kills and accelerate their lead even further behind, even further ahead.
Some numbers from that one as well. Tabs again, quietly deadly. We saw in that fight around Baron, which pretty much turned out to be the last fight of the game there in the end. 7-1-6 he finished on that. Froggen had over 400 CS, finished 5-2-9 as well. And when you've got that Caitlyn just hammering away constantly, you know you're never going to have a good time. I also want to just quickly touch on Mr. Rals once again. Finished 1-2-1. Infinity Edge, Bloodthirster, Phantom Dancer, and the Banshee's Veil in the end. Didn't have much of an impact on that game, sadly.
Didn't have much of an impact, but he also wasn't involved in large portions of the game. A lot of those team fights happened without him.
Yeah.
And I do want to call out again, that is another Caitlyn versus Lucian, where Lucian doesn't go Ghostblade, Blade of the Rune King, and has lost the matchup. You know, if you're going to build the same items at relatively the same pace, Caitlyn's range is always going to give you the advantages in the team fights, in those duels. You can get the damage out and you can play safer. And it is something that we need to keep an eye on to see whether or not a Lucian can win with the same items as Caitlyn.
More work to be done by the Superhot crew, but Alliance continue to fly high in the league. We have Shox and Deficio standing by with Alliance's Shook, so let's send it over there.
Thanks very much, guys. And he joined by Shook here after that victory versus the Superhot crew. Congratulations, first off. Talk me through the strategy going into this game, the picks and bans. Obviously, you and your beloved Lee Sin.
Yeah, I got my Lee Sin. I'm happy with that. We got basically every pick we wanted. We just got our comp. We played it well. We still made some sloppy mistakes in the game that caused us to fall behind a little bit. We lost some dragons for no reason, but we managed to get through it and just win the game.
And what is the difference now between Alliance in this split, where everything is going so well, compared to last split, where it was a bit of a shaky start? I mean, did you guys change a lot of things practice-wise, or what is it? What's going on?
We just play more as a team now. Like, we used to play as a solo queue team, like, where everyone did their own solo missions. Now we just play as a team, and we work well together. We got more synergy, and now we're just on a winning streak.
Absolutely. Following up on that, talk me through how, as a jungler in the game, you can put priorities on different things now that you guys are doing better and you can trust on your team more. Do you do things differently when you come into a game?
Yeah, I think I can, as a team right now, I think I can do more in the game itself. Like, I have more impact in the game right now, I think, the way we play. Like, I can choose whatever lane to gank, we can snowball it, and we just grab drakes from that, and we just win the game from that.
Yeah, very good job. Well, congratulations on your winning streak and just Alliance in general. Thank you very much, Shook.
You're welcome.
And now it's time to head back over to Joe and quick shot at the desk for a look at the standings.
Thank you very much, guys. And with 5 matches from this Super Week already behind us, here are the current standings. Alliance continue to climb. Well, you can't really climb higher than the top, but they keep adding wins to that total. They're now on a 6-game winning streak with a 13-2 record in first place.
Yes, behind them is second place is SK Gaming at 10-5, and with the victory over Millennium today, Fnatic have actually leapfrogged to third place with 9 wins and 7 losses.
But of course, there are 6 more European LCS matches heading your way tomorrow, beginning with the first place Alliance taking on the second place SK Gaming, and we'll close out the day with Fnatic versus Gambit. Those games will kick off on Wednesday at 5 PM Central European Summer Time, which is 8 AM Pacific. And in the meantime, for myself, Quickshot Demon, Deficio, Shox, and the entire live broadcasting team, thank you for watching, and we'll see you on Wednesday.
We have to join lobby, boys. Okay. But first, let me take a selfie.
Can he land one of those magic moves? He lands onto Soaz, gets the other side of him, kicks him back across the screen there. Jankos though takes all of the culling damage, and Roccat are in trouble now. Vander's getting taken low. Zaza's picked off, Fnatic just culling their way through this one.
Shox is actually my favorite feeding champion as well, guys.
That's Shyvana.
I do think he has quite a good death animation.
There's the binding. Crescendo just coming off cooldown. It may be used in a second. Soul Shackle goes down. That's going to be Enrated catching on them. There's the double kill. Enrated taken so low, but gets the heal come off there. Eddie's in trouble. Candy Panda comes in. One more shot.
My mind is telling me no, but my body is telling me yes.
Well, this is all happening behind them. We see Jankos coming around. Walleye catching out. Sullivan does manage to take him down. Elwix zapped out of it by Overpower. Zaza's brought all the attention.
Let's go, Afro.
Clear call, good stance.
Cyanide throwing down the ultimate there. The teleports are going to start to come around. Jerry falling very low. It's reckless against that one to put him onto a rampage. And there's Soaz going around the hook. Lands onto Kemp as well. Double kill for Peke. Kemp went down without using that wild growth, and that means trouble and possibly the game here for Fnatic.
Future matchup, Froggen versus Selfie. Are you ready?
Don't ban Anivia. No, this is the one time he can actually ban Anivia.
That was a great flash from Kasing. Dragon is going to be going over towards the Super Crew, but Mr. Oz focus. Chuck following him through after the kick there as well. TP was actually cancelled in the top lane for Mima, and now the Super Hot Crew, one by one, going to be picked to pieces.